Welcome, dear listeners. I'm Jonathan Carlin.
And I'm Benjamin Carlin.
And we invite you to join us through the Griffin Door, your one-way ticket to the enchanting world of Harry Potter. So grab your wands and dust off your broomsticks and join us as we unlock the riddles inside Goblet of Fire, Chapter 4, Back to the Burrow.
Back to the Burrow indeed, except we won't spend any time at the Burrow.
We're just getting back there.
We're
It's a whole other chapter of the Dursleys.
Yes, exactly. So here, this chapter is, I think it's kind of, I think it can pose an interesting question for today's episode because it's a rather short chapter.
It is.
I would say it's light on lore, high on laughs.
Yes, very funny chapter.
Yes, so it's kind of just like a fun chapter to read, but and I don't mean this in a negative way. It's just a question that I want to ask for the purposes of analysis. As we go through the chapter, what is the point of this chapter?
I think I know exactly what you're talking about because I got to the end and I was like, this is an interesting take based on what is about to happen in a couple of chapters, and.
Okay.
Or maybe.
Well, I'll be curious to hear more
Okay.
more of your thoughts on that because I have potentially similar thoughts. And we might just have to explore it as we get there because there's a couple of like small little bits, but like it seems like for the most part when we go through a chapter, you can find like, okay, see, this is important because this is establishing such and such.
Right.
And that will come back later, even though right now it's kind of just like a throwaway detail.
Yeah, it doesn't. I mean, it establishes some very like unimportant things that like. There's some like maybe a little bit heavier theming towards the end. I think.
I would agree with you. There's a like I was able to sort of distill out my takeaway of the chapter into like a single sentence.
Yeah.
It's not terribly profound and it won't like blow anybody's like lids off or anything like that.
Yeah.
Like it's not going to be like, what? No way. I've never considered that before. But I'll be, I don't know. Yeah. It'll be curious to see. But before we dive on into that, obviously we got to talk about the chapter art.
Of course we do. So we've got, I guess, Mr. Weasley or one of the Fred or George or Ron's legs just bursting out of the Dursleys' fireplace.
Yes, the funny thing to me is that like it is described as though the fireplace is boarded up.
Yeah.
But in my mind, I can't imagine anyone on number 4 Privet Drive has like 2x4s covering kind of, I mean, the way that it is pictured boarded up reminds me a lot of like Vernon boarding up the mail slot.
Yeah.
You know, in year 1.
I know. It's
like,
a confusing picture because, yeah, it says it's boarded up, but then Harry is going to go on to say, like, they've got an electric, like, fire or whatever. Like, and he's like, what, with a plug? You know, he's like, Mr. Weasley, super excited about it. And I'm like, okay, but, like, then you wouldn't board up the fireplace. You'd still want to see the fire.
You'd still want to see
right?
the fire. Yeah,
and, like,
exactly.
certainly, even if you wanted to, like, board up, like, the chimney or something, so that like stuff didn't come down the chimney, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, potentially like airflow or something. I have no idea.
I don't know. Even if you were to do that, you wouldn't want to use boards because the fire, even if it is not a log fire, is still fire and will still catch things on fire.
Yes. Unless it is literally like a digital picture of like of flames with like, you know, like an infrared heater emitting heat out into the room, kind of like
I
that
guess,
type of thing.
yeah.
So yeah, I mean, I guess they say an electric fireplace. I have gas logs at home, and so I think in my head I have like shifted into this thought that they're like gas logs, but my gas logs are not electric at all.
Right.
And so it's kind of like, well, then there's not really like. Maybe it's not a real fire.
Maybe it's not a real fire. I know. I'm like, what? Maybe this is like a difference between like American and like British, where they say like electric fire, they just mean like a heater or something.
Oh, yeah. That could be the case.
Right.
I can see that.
Yeah, because like I'll like what? But even then, why would you board up the fireplace? Like, it just doesn't make any, like, I can't think of any reason why you would just, I can see putting a gate in front of it. That would look nice. But, like, the way it is pictured with the boards bursting off of it, like someone just, like, used their Looney Tunes hammer and boards to cover it up.
It reads to me like there's an apocalypse outside and you've boarded up all openings to the house just in case.
Yeah. Actually, you know what it could be?
What's that?
And maybe I'm just letting the movie influence me too much. Is that like in year one, when the letters flood the house, a ton of them are coming through the chimney.
You're right.
So maybe that's it. They're like, nope, board this up. No, thank you.
I like that.
Yeah.
I do like that. Like it's like a lingering remnant of what was once their fireplace that they like abandoned,
right?
Because of their, which I think would even kind of be funny because Dudley will spend a lot of this chapter sort of like reeling with what his last encounter with a wizard ended with, which is getting the pig's tail. And so this would be like, it's not just Dudley, like Vernon and Petunia also took steps so that like future interactions with wizards went differently.
Yeah.
But then it gets kind of thrown in their face.
It is going to literally backfire on them.
Yes. all puns intended.
All very pun intended. Oh my gosh. Okay, so anyway, let's just dive into the chapter here. So if you recall, coming out of the last chapter, Vernon has agreed to let Harry go to the Quidditch World Cup. Not that he had much choice in the matter anyway, because they were coming, whether or not Harry said they could. But Harry has packed up all of his things, meticulously triple checked his room for all of his things. We get a nice little rundown of Harry's inventory, which one of my favorite things in any fantasy book is when the heroes get like new toys.
Yes.
Like they like add to their inventory. So Harry's like current rare items include the invisibility cloak, the firebolt, and the Marauders map. All of which is I love when he gets new toys.
I know. Yeah. So these in any video game would all be regarded as like secret rare or unique items.
Oh,
or
yes.
like yes.
Yeah, absolutely. Specifically the invisibility cloak. That would be like a one of one.
One of one,
Yeah.
yes, yeah. It's like when Magic the Gathering made like the one true ring and there was like one card in the whole set. Yes, yeah. So that's really cool. We also get like sort of who they all came from, obviously, which is the invisibility cloak is from James, the broomstick is from Sirius, and the enchanted map is from Fred and George Weasley, who are about to burst into the living room.
Yes, they are.
Harry has emptied out the hiding place under the loose floorboard. He's making sure he's got all of his little standard wizarding bits and bobs.
Yeah, he's forgotten spell books or quills. And I guess he has the calendar like marking down the days, like when he gets to go back to Hogwarts. And I love that he takes it down. And he's like, you know what? Go into the Burrow. Don't even care about counting down the days anymore.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Now, it's like that's kind of funny. Like whilst he's at Privet Drive, he's like counting down the days, and like he goes to the Burrow, and it's like now the days are numbered.
I know. Yeah, exactly. It's like now. Okay, I wish we had more summer break.
Now summer is just fun.
Yeah. Yep. It says though that the atmosphere inside of Number 4 Privet Drive was extremely tense. The imminent arrival at their house of an assortment of wizards was making the Dursleys uptight and irritable.
Oh, yeah, which I highlighted and just said, so normal?
So completely regular.
Regular day for them, right?
Yeah.
Also, I love it. They're so out of sorts at the arrival when in the last chapter, Vernon's like, they had to come pick you up, mind.
Right. Yeah, it's like
you asked for this.
You made these terms.
Yes, you made these terms. Not that the terms weren't already set, but like you sort of also made the same terms.
You made the same. You came to the same conclusion.
Exactly.
Yeah. Also, I thought it was kind of funny because like we'll get another glimpse at what Dudley's diet's looking like over the summer, and it's like you could be uptight and irritable because you guys are being just massively underfed at the moment.
Massively underfed.
Yeah. Because there is something to be said for appropriate calorie intake, and it seems like they are way below any ordinary level might be.
I know. Like it sounds like what they're having for breakfast is half a grapefruit, and for lunch they're having like cottage cheese and grated celery.
Yes, which I mean, it's like okay. Like I can appreciate trying to eat healthier, but like this is just verging on excessive.
This is, I mean, absolutely. What's crazy to me too is that it's like not working. Like how deep they're past Harry's birthday. They are like over a month into the summer.
Right. Yeah. You got to imagine this has been going on now for the better part of 6 weeks.
Yeah. Like on the next page, it's going to say, Dudley, on the other hand, looked somehow diminished. This was not because the diet was at last taking effect. And it's like, but like it should be.
It absolutely should be.
I mean, if you're eating this low calorie numbers, like it should be pretty noticeable by now.
Absolutely. I mean, I think I even talked about it in last week's episode, but like the kind of fad diet that was the grapefruit diet, I think that it was suggested that like in 15 days you could lose 15 pounds, which I mean it's not a dietary or nutritionist backed technique for weight loss in any way, but it seems like massive calorie deficit should be doing something.
Yeah, right.
Anyway, so then we get a little bit of the sheer differences between Vernon and Arthur kind of get established very early, which is that Vernon is putting his expectations in all the wrong places and setting himself up for failure.
Yeah.
I hope you told them to dress properly, these people, to which Harry's sort of like, yeah, that's not going to go well.
Not going to go well.
Not one bit.
He'd rarely seen Mr. and Mrs. Weasley wearing anything the Dursleys would call normal, which the word rarely means like he's seen a little, right?
Right.
Just a little bit.
Just a scooch here and there.
Scooch here and there.
It does say, though, that their children might don Muggle clothing during the holidays, but Mr. and Mrs. Weasley usually wore long robes in varying states of shabbiness, which I think is kind of interesting because it's like it does mean that somehow, some way, they are acquiring the Muggle clothing, and doing it somewhat in accordance with what you might regard as like traditional attire.
I know. It's like there's a weird line drawn between like what counts as Muggle clothes and just clothes, because like it doesn't seem like wizards are wearing like robes at all time with nothing underneath them. Like even their school uniforms seem like they have pants and shirts and stuff.
Right.
know?
Yeah, it's like you're still wearing some measure of like kind of like, I mean, I guess like on some level, you like pants and shirts. It's like the world over wasn't surprised when they discovered that other people were designing them pretty much the same way.
Right, yeah.
Because we have the same...
Everyone's got the same body shape,
kind of starfish shape.
I know. Right? Yeah, you know how humans are star-shaped?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, it's like also like why... It says their children might don Muggle clothing. I'm like, why would they? If like the parents don't, like why don't they? Or like why I'm surprised Mrs. Weasley is going to the trouble of putting on robes every day to do like housework and things,
I know, yeah. I mean, I guess I suppose there's some level where it's just like it's just what you do, so you don't really really question it.
Yeah,
it's just
I guess that's true.
Your way of doing things.
But then, like, why don't the children just wear robes every day, you know?
Also a fair question.
Yeah.
Also a fair question.
I don't know. But it also seems like if the kids are wearing Muggle clothes every day, then they'd have some semblance of what Muggle clothing is supposed to look like.
Right.
You know?
I mean, it comes back to the same thing, which is that, like, Arthur should be the person who is the most informed with Muggle-related things. We talked about this last week with, like, the envelope. Mm-hmm. It's like, surely... Arthur got an outstanding in Muggle studies.
Surely.
It's sort of like, how low is the bar being set by the wizarding populace as to what it means to learn Muggle culture?
This, to me, I think is part of the point of the chapter.
Okay.
In terms of, like, what is the point? Because, like, you're right. Arthur is the shining example of a wizard who actively loves Muggles, loves Muggle things.
Right.
He is like the prime example of a pure-blooded wizard. So he doesn't come from like a Muggle family like Hermione, who just understands Muggle things.
Right.
But like he is like from a pure-blood approach. He is extremely interested in it. It's his hobby. He works in he's like the head of the Muggle department of the Ministry of Magic.
Right.
Like he's the number one maybe example in all of Britain who should know the most about Muggles. And like even the hyper leaned in Arthur Weasley is ignorant of even the most basic things about Muggle culture.
Right. Like it's interesting because it almost makes me wonder if there was like some type of overlord in outer space that was like watching NASA interact with space travel and satellites and stuff, and they're like, oh, look at them, they're not even close. It's like anyone on Earth would look at those people and be like, they are Earth's greatest geniuses when it comes to aerospace engineering.
Right.
You know?
Right.
But this hypothetical space overlord type person who knows how space works is sort of like they are just tip of the iceberg at the moment.
They haven't even discovered squabbledobs yet.
Squabbledobs.
You know?
It's going to make all the difference.
It's gonna make all the difference.
They
Yeah,
all
whatever.
do.
They all do. Oh, God. It's right there. It's like they're so close. They're so close.
They're so close, or maybe we're not. Who knows?
Yeah.
But yeah, so I do think it's very funny. I think that's a big thing to sort of outline. Is how much they're kind of getting that stuff wrong. Going on from there, it says Harry wasn't bothered about what the neighbors would think about the Weasleys, but he was anxious about how rude the Dursleys might be to the Weasleys if they turned up looking like their worst idea of wizards, which of course they're going to.
They're going to,
Yeah.
and then some.
And then some, yes.
Yep.
And then we learned that Uncle Vernon has put on his best suit. And I love the clarification because it's like, to some people, this might have looked like a gesture of welcome, but Harry knew it was because Uncle Vernon wanted to look impressive and intimidating.
Yeah, that is. I mean, this is just, everything about the way Vernon is preparing for it. He's like, how are they going to arrive? What kind of car are they going to be driving? What will they be wearing?
Yes.
It's like, everything is to do with appearances for him.
Everything has to do with appearances, and this was sort of like my chief takeaway from this chapter is that Vernon is expecting all of the worst out of the Weasleys, while Arthur is expecting just nothing but the best from the Dursleys.
Exactly. There is that huge contrast.
Yes. Yeah. It's like they both have expectations, and I guess to be fair on some level, Vernon's expectations are accurate. Like,
in a way,
he worries that they will be dressed out of the ordinary, and they are. And
right.
I guess he worries that magic could be at play, and it is. And their beautiful living room is destroyed.
Yeah.
You know, all things that, like, I guess people who are already anticipating the worst are going to view through this very negative lens. But in the meantime, it's also one of those things where if they would just like take just the slightest pause at all any of the upcoming events, it would be like, oh, Arthur can fix it.
Yeah.
Like he's not going to leave your living room in shambles.
Yeah.
Like he's going to repair it. It'll be fine.
I know. Yeah. Like, of course, you, the reader, completely know that. But I think it's still just like, this is again like the point of the chapter. It's to like show you, the reader, that there is this divide between like how wizards think of muggles overall.
Okay.
Because like here you have the Dursleys who are actively like trying to be ignorant of the magical world, right? And versus and so they have no idea about any of it. But then you have Mr. Weasley, who is actively trying to be informed about the Muggle world and still has no idea, Like so different are their cultures. But it's like, I think we've even talked about this before. There's times when like Mr. Weasley even has been like, bless him or whatever. Like he kind of like, he loves them, but he still sort of looks down his nose a little bit at Muggles.
Right. Like it's probably not the way you want to be referred to. Like, I mean, I'm trying to think of an example that doesn't seem completely off base here, but yeah, I mean, it would be like being around somebody less fortunate than you by some type of materialistic basis and being like, oh, poor things.
Right.
Like, you know, it's like, no, like, you know, don't pity people,
right?
Like, you know, and their actual lifestyles,
right? Yeah,
you know, I think it's a common trope. I feel like with like very like wealthy or affluent characters in media, oftentimes being like, wow, can't believe you'd wear that.
Well, it's exactly the way the Malfoys treat the Weasleys.
Yes, exactly.
You know?
Yeah. Anyway, so let's see here. Then as we move forward,
we learned that the diet is not working, which is surprising given how little Dudley's eating. Which to me, as I read that, I was like, it was not because the diet was taking effect. I was like, I wonder if Harry is like magically like making it not work or something.
You'd almost have to imagine that something like that is the case.
Yeah.
You know, like it's almost like the Marge situation, except for in a more ongoing passive kind of
situation
way.
Or something.
Especially because he's been able to like you know, sort of sock it to them, so to speak, by being able to like get his friends to like send him things.
Yeah.
So he's even like undermining their own regime. And so like if that didn't just apply to like Harry getting to enjoy himself, but also like counteracting the effects of the dieting.
It is like the act. Yeah. I like that idea that like his actual act of undermining them is like magically undermining the diet.
Yes, yeah. Which honestly, on some level, like, I mean, we know that Dudley in the next year will find and discover boxing, which is going to give him like the physical outlet. But it seems like Dudley is going to take a lot of like, you know, his current like stature and convert that into like muscle.
Yeah.
And become quite like
formidable.
Exactly. Yeah. So it could be the case that like once he's been like put on maybe a more correct dietary path and combine that with the athletic outlet, then and not being around Harry, it's the magical recipe for taking Dudley into the next into Big D.
Big D.
Yeah.
Yeah. But then I think we already maybe knew this, but they just reiterate that Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon had to pay for the removal of the pig's tail that Hagrid gave him back in book 1, which to me is kind of surprising that, like, you know, they had to solve it with Muggle means, and that like Dumbledore or the Ministry or someone didn't step in and just be like, yeah, we can just get rid of that real quick.
Hey, you're right. There is the line, I think, from Hagrid, who's like, appreciate it if you wouldn't tell anybody I did that. Strictly speaking, I'm not supposed to be using magic.
Right.
And so it's like, Harry, not a snitch.
Harry, not a snitch, but also Hagrid, not super, like, definitely like a lie of omission with Dumbledore.
Yes.
Or else Dumbledore's like, did you really? Hilarious, Hagrid. I'll go fix it up. Wink.
I love you. I love how quirky you've made Dumbledore in this scenario.
Absolutely.
He seems more like a mad wizard than like a kind and gentle old man.
I like to imagine the real Dumbledore is the one from Potter Puppet Pals.
Okay, naturally.
He's just like, what did you do? Well done, Hagrid.
High five.
We're like high one with those guys. Let's see. So also then, so Dudley's going to keep walking around like covering his butt with his hands here because he's afraid that they're going to give him another tail. And it's like interesting. It's worded as so as to not present the same target to the enemy. So it's like that is very much the way. It's not just like they're like weird or foreign. Literally the enemy.
Yes, you're right. That's a very good point. Yeah, it's like anybody who is not like me is opposition, and it's like, yeah, that's not how we should view the world.
Yeah.
But it does feel like the way that the Dursleys tend to view the world. So.
Yep.
Let's see here. We see that the lunch was going to be the cottage cheese and grated celery, which just sounds
grated celery.
Absolutely miserable.
Never even heard of that.
Celery is very like low on my list of least favorite foods.
Yeah.
And I mean, grating it, like, oh.
Yeah, why would you? I mean, like, at least if it's like ungrated, you get like some kind of like texture, some crunch or something.
I know. Yeah. Then just grated. It's just like fibrous. Like,
it's just like, yeah. What? I don't understand. Yeah. Cottage cheese, on the other hand, I like cottage cheese.
I don't eat a lot of cottage cheese because I find it to be visibly off-putting. But it's not a flavor thing. It's like it's the way it looks.
Yeah. We make yogurt bowls in the morning.
Yeah.
And we have like a base of like frozen blueberries, and then you cover that in the cottage cheese, and then you cover that in the yogurt, often mixed with some sort of like peanut butter, like PB2, like dry peanut butter or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so you don't actually end up really seeing the cottage cheese as you eat it.
Oh.
You just get to taste it. Yeah.
I feel like Dudley really could have used you.
He could have. Yeah. He would have benefited a lot. They're high in protein.
There you go. Hey, look at that.
I guess that's something for the cottage cheese. He's getting something out of it.
That's true. That's true.
Perhaps a little more filling than the grapefruit.
Right. Yep, absolutely. Then we get another line similar to Vernon asking about how they're going to be dressed, which is, they'll be driving, of course. Uncle Vernon barked across, said Harry. he hadn't thought of that. How were the Weasleys going to pick him up? They didn't have a car anymore because the old Ford Anglia they had once owned is currently running wild in the Forbidden Forest at Hogwarts.
Yeah, that is, of course, thanks to Harry and Ron flying it back in Chamber of Secrets, lest you've forgotten.
Yes, indeed. If anybody was ever like, what is the Ford Anglia they once owned?
What? I know. Do you think he would have been impressed? Like, had they not done that and they just pulled up in the Ford Anglia, like, would Vernon have been impressed?
It's a good question.
I doubt it.
He's like, wow, sick ride, man.
Yeah, whoa.
Give me some skin.
Yeah.
No, I like to think that there's a world You know, like where like Vern like walks out there and he's like, pop the hood. Let's see what you got under this thing.
No, yeah, there's no way.
Yeah, it doesn't really seem like that.
Well, I
would
mean,
happen.
Harry's going to go on to say, like, he doubted whether Uncle Vernon would have been impressed even if Mr. Weasley had driven a Ferrari.
That's
It's
also
just
true.
Like,
Yep.
Yes, like, I don't think the Ford Anglia was going to do it for him. Even if it had been a truly impressive car that Uncle Vernon, even if he drove up in Uncle Vernon's car.
Yes, it was going to be a problem.
It was going to be a problem.
Yep.
I can guarantee you Uncle Vernon would be trading that car in the next day.
The next day.
Yeah. Also, for what it's worth, Ferrari, very non-magical word.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Like kind of like hamburger.
Yeah, it's like hamburger. Like it really sticks out like a sore thumb on the page.
It totally does.
Yeah.
Yes, it even reminds me of like the PlayStation from like a couple
Oh,
of chapters
yes,
ago, where it's
you're
like,
right.
what is this word even doing in this book?
What is this word? This is, you know what though? This is why the Percy Jackson books don't feel as immersive, because there's constantly all these non-deity sounding words.
Yes,
Yeah.
you are right. And I
Yeah.
mean, I've always posed the question, but I'm like, I wonder if it's more fun if you're like not American, in regards to that, because then
maybe.
it's sort of like, oh, what is a Dr. Pepper or Doritos? That sounds so like whimsy. And it's like, no, not if you live here.
Not if you live here. Anyway, we don't want to talk about Percy Jackson.
We don't.
No.
But we do have the line that I feel like we can't skip over, which is just that Uncle Vernon tended to judge other men by how big and expensive their cars were.
Right. Big and expensive, not necessarily like high performing.
Exactly. Yeah,
Right.
yeah. It's like as if the price tag of the vehicle itself is a feature of the car, even though it has nothing to do with its performance.
Yeah. I mean, often it does, but
I mean,
not,
often it
yeah.
translates.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. I just thought it was kind of funny because I was like, if only he had any idea what Harry was like packing in that firebolt.
Oh, I know.
You know, it's like Harry literally has the most expensive, most powerful
Yeah, broom.
broom, you know, from the wizarding world. It's right under their roof. Like
Yes.
he's got like a hot rod.
I know.
Just hang out, a Ferrari, if you will.
I know. I was gonna say a hot rod. Is that your top tier car?
I
Your
don't-
dream car?
I don't even. I think of a hot rod more as like a general like classification of vehicles than like
Yeah.
a specific car itself.
I always imagine like the big like exhaust pipes coming out of like a kind of an exposed engine on a front.
Okay,
Like a hot
yeah,
rod.
like a hot rod.
Yeah.
yeah. No, that I don't know that would be like my ultimate dream car.
Okay, all right.
Maybe
that was a Freudian slip. Maybe it is. Maybe you're really into American muscle.
That's it. I'm changing my personality.
That's it.
Yeah.
New podcast.
New podcast, Muscle Cars with Ben.
Yeah.
Look it up now.
Muscle cars with Ben.
I should.
We're gonna workshop that name.
No.
No?
I think it's perfect.
That's it.
Done.
Done. Shipped.
Now I need to like make a thumbnail and establish a podcast and record like 5 minutes just for those people who are like, I wonder if he did it.
I wonder if we did it.
Oh
Yeah.
man, trending now. Anyway, we'll continue. Let's see. Harry spent most of the afternoon in his bedroom. He couldn't stand watching Aunt Petunia peer out through the net curtains every few seconds, as though there had been a warning about an escaped rhinoceros. I brought that one up just because I think it's a funny piece of trivia where it would be like, what does Aunt Petunia fear is lurking the streets of Privet Drive when the Weasleys are supposed to be arriving?
Yeah.
So a rhinoceros.
It does kind of remind you of last book when they see the notice about Sirius being like escaped, and she like looks out the window like, oh, maybe I'll find him right now.
Maybe he's right there.
Yeah.
And he almost is. but-
Yeah. So she is at least consistent in her behavior. But let's see. So finally, we're getting closer and close. It's like there's so much build up to this moment. Like this is all happening on one day. It says finally at 4:45, Harry went back downstairs and entered the living room. It's like like I like the way that the book is written, very lengthy, getting to this point. Like you really had to wait through the day with Harry.
Yeah, you're right, because it does feel like it's like stalling almost a little bit in terms of getting there, or it's like making you live inside of the like general discomfort.
Yeah.
that is this like anticipation.
Yes. Yeah.
You know?
Really building you up to what's going to happen here.
Exactly. Yep. So it's 15 till 5. Harry goes back downstairs to wait with the Dursleys, where Aunt Petunia is compulsively straightening the cushions. Uncle Vernon is pretending to read the paper. And
How is she straightening the cushions? Like is she like trying to make like a good impression?
I know, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like, or is this just the same thing as the suit, where it's just sort of like showboating a little bit? Like,
Maybe.
Look how nice. You think she's doing like the karate chop method to give it like a nice little?
As far as I understand, that's the appropriate way to do it.
Same here. Same
Yeah,
here.
although I can't imagine her karate chopping anything.
Right.
Yeah. And then this is sort of weird. Like, they just show up really late for no explained reason.
I know. Yeah.
Yeah.
So this is like one of those things where it's like you can sort of understand the Dursleys' perspective, like at least a little bit. I mean, I'm not coming to their defense fully, but like it says 5 o'clock came and went. Uncle Vernon, perspiring slightly in his suit, opened the front door, peered up and down the street, then withdrew his head quickly. "They're late," he snarled.
Right. He snarled at Harry, like, like it's Harry's fault.
Right. Yes. Exactly.
Yeah.
It's like,
but it is surprising they're late.
and not just like a little bit late,
Yeah.
either, because it's like, it says 5:10, then 5:15. At 5:30, he heard Uncle Vernon and Petunia conversing in terse mutters in the living room. No consideration at all. And it's like, to be fair, 30 minutes late is pretty behind schedule.
I know. He says we might have had an engagement. I'm like, yeah, that's fair, I guess. You really might have,
Yeah, absolutely.
They
yeah.
don't know. And it's not like he comes in and he's like, sorry about that. My useful connection in the Flute Network had to wait until past 5 to set up this out of bounds, fireplace or something.
Right. Like it would have taken one sentence to be like, oh, that's why they were late.
That's why they were late.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
they're just late.
Especially because they're traveling by what is otherwise teleportation.
They're instant.
Yes,
Like,
yeah.
what are they doing? It's not like Mr. Weasley has to travel home. He doesn't have to commute. He apparates home, assuming they get off at 5.
Right, yeah.
If like the workday is done at 5, he's home at 5:01.
Yes.
Boys, grab your cloaks.
It's time.
It's time. Why? What are we doing? What?
We're going in the fire.
Yeah.
You need cloaks for that. Maybe they think they'll get invited to dinner if they're late. Is one of the theories being thrown around here, and I'm like, has this ever been a thing? Is there any recorded instance in the history of humanity where people were precariously late to a situation and the end result was, well, why don't you just stay for dinner?
Just stay. Just stay. We're going to grate up some more celery. I think I've got some cottage cheese left over.
Right. I mean, maybe we'll juice a little grapefruit on it.
Juice a little grapefruit. We'll make a night of it.
Right. Yes. Yeah. It's gonna be excellent.
Yeah. But so no explanation for why they're late, which I kind of wish we had, because it just doesn't seem like them to be that inconsiderate, unless they're just trying to be inconsiderate. No, I would say like I can see Fred and George like actively being inconsiderate just for the sake of it.
Yes.
But like Mr. Weasley, I don't think so. Either way, the Weasleys do eventually show up in the fireplace.
They do indeed. And we get
Yes.
a really, if you've ever listened to like the Jim Dale version through the audiobooks, the exclamation, actually even just in the book, it's rather hilarious just kind of imagining it in real life, because so here's the setup. It says, I dare say their kind don't set much store by punctuality. Either that or they drive some tin pot car that's broken down.
He pronounces every one of those 7 A's.
Yes. It is just a comical number of onomatopoeia letters going on there. And especially because like, is that like Arthur making that noise, or is this Vernon making this noise?
Oh, I think it's Vernon.
Okay.
It's inside the same quotation mark.
It's inside the same quotation mark. So, I mean, it would make more sense if it was Arthur.
Yeah.
And he just found himself squashed behind the boarded up fireplace.
Yeah.
But instead, he's just being so shaken by a sound that he retorts with this particular reaction.
This is a scene, by the way, that is not in the movies, and it is like a scene I cannot wait to see in the live action show.
Oh, it will definitely make it.
Yeah.
It will
This
definitely
is one, because like in the movies, they just start and they're just like kind of hiking up to the Portkey.
I think Hermione wakes Harry up from the dream about Frank Bryce.
Right.
And he's like, bad dream. And Hermione, what are you doing here?
Right.
Or something like that.
It's time to go, Harry.
Right. Yeah. Anyway, so let's see here. At this point in time, let's see. Here he goes. What happened? What's the matter? Dudley didn't seem to be able to speak. Hand still clamped over his buttocks, which I highlighted it just because I like the usage of buttocks.
Yeah.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Right.
Never a bad time to use the word buttocks.
Exactly.
Nope.
Exactly.
Also, can I just say, it says, Harry, when he hears Vernon scream, it says, Harry jumped up. From the other side of the living room door came the sounds of the 3 Dursleys scrambling, panic-stricken, to which, like, am I, like, I don't know. Is it weird that they have a door into the living room? Like,
maybe.
Is this like a British house thing where there's just doors between the rooms? Because Most houses are just kind of open from room to room, right?
Well, I don't know, because it's like, I know that like the whole open concept thing,
Yeah.
kind of came about somewhere
Yeah.
along, the past 20 years or so. I used to have a door, I used to have like a butler's door that went between like my dining room and my kitchen, which was kind of weird.
Between your dining room and kitchen. Okay.
Yeah, it was like a door that like swang both ways.
Okay. Where was that?
Like if you walked into my kitchen like through
At your current house?
at my current house.
What?
Yeah, it used to be there. I ripped it off.
Oh, I was like, I do not remember.
Yes, yeah, it was always in the way.
Okay, yeah,
I didn't want a door to be there.
I mean, I guess even in the movies, like when like Dudley runs down the stairs, he like shoves Harry back in the cupboard under the stairs, and then there's a door from that hallway into the kitchen.
Yeah,
Yeah.
very, very compartmentalized.
A lot of I guess that feels very Dursley-ish.
It
Lots
does-
of doors.
Lots of doors. Yeah, you're right. You're
Okay.
right.
All right.
Loud banging and scrapings were coming from behind the Dursleys' boarded-up fireplace, which had a fake coal fire plugged in front of it. I'm thinking it doesn't create a flame at all. Just like a picture of a flame or something.
A coal fire?
A coal fire.
Fake coal fire.
I'm picturing kind of like one of those like red, like it almost like glows red as if like it's supposed to be a flame, but there's no actual flame.
I guess. I'm going to look up. Yeah, we're going to have to look up like electric coal fire.
I know. Yeah. I mean, it says fake coal fire. Fake isn't there.
Well, but like gas logs would be fake
Fake
logs.
That's a good point.
Right?
Good counter.
Yeah.
Okay. Anyway, what is it? Gasped Aunt Petunia, who had backed into the wall and was staring terrified toward the fire. What is it, Vernon? And this is, I think this is just a very funny scene to imagine unfolding, because you got, ouch, Fred, no, go back. There's been some kind of mistake. Tell George not to. Ouch, George, no, there's no room. Maybe go back and tell Ron.
I love he says go back. How?
How?
There's no fire. How's it going to go back?
Right. Oh, that's a good point.
Yeah.
They have no ability to leave.
They have no ability to leave. They're just sort of stuck there. Okay, I will tell you what I do think is interesting about the fireplace scene, and the fact that the Dursleys have boarded it up and don't have a regular fireplace.
Okay.
Is that the Dursleys, everything about the Dursleys' existence is like anti-magical. It is like
Yes.
they behave in the exact opposite way. So like, to me, what's interesting about this is that it's like sort of true. It suggests that there is something inherently magical about fire that even the Dursleys wouldn't want fire. Like, even if they don't consider it magical, like fire is fire, like they know they don't want fire, like for whatever reason, which to me indicates that it is magical because they don't like it.
I don't hate that. I don't hate that, because I do think, like the fact that wizards have found a way to travel through fire,
Yes.
almost means it must have a connection. Like, flue powder aside, flue powder is just proof that there is a way to utilize the fire in a different capacity. Altogether.
Yeah. Flue powder to me is just absolute. Well, sorry. When later in Order of the Phoenix, when Dumbledore is going to travel by fire out of his office by way of grabbing onto Fawkes,
Yes.
who can travel by fire, to me is just confirmation that flue powder is made from Phoenix ashes.
Yeah, I absolutely.
There's
think
no
this is
way
the
around
case.
it.
Yeah. It just makes the most sense.
It just
'cause
makes the most sense.
It seems like phoenixes can uniquely travel via some methodology of their own. We know that it's just flue powder. It's like, what could that powder possibly be?
Right.
Also, I think if you go into like the Pottermore archives, there's like a lot of sort of like fascinating like cost control lore attached to how like the flue powder works.
Yes,
Like,
there is.
It always costs the same amount of money.
Yeah.
Which is also kind of interesting, because if you had phoenixes that you were using, you would always have exactly the same amount of supply available, because phoenixes, it's like if you had 3 phoenixes and that produced an amount, it's like you always have the same. I mean, I suppose you're ignoring the demand factor,
right?
But at the very least, the supply factor is a static same.
The same for always.
For always.
And the shop that sells it has been there for a very long time. So what we've thought is that obviously you have like there's only 2 known tamed phoenixes, Fawkes and whatever Phoenix is the one.
It's like the Scottish,
for the Quidditch team.
Quidditch team or something.
There's a Quidditch team that has a tamed Phoenix as well. But if you read about flue powder, it's like whoever made it is very secretive about the recipe, like how it is made, so like no one else can really make it. But to me, and if they're using phoenixes and it's a secret, then that is a secret tamed phoenix.
Yes,
which would then also, because the place you buy it is in Diagon Alley, it would also explain how Ollivander might have access to more phoenix feathers to make other wands.
Right, and that's sort of like an important distinction as well, because we know that Dumbledore provides exactly 2 from his Phoenix Fox, and that is Tom Riddle's and Harry Potter's.
Right. So it's not like Fox has ever given other phoenix feathers.
Right, exactly. Yeah. And if no one else has tamed phoenixes, then it's almost like it's not like
where's he getting them?
Yeah, exactly. It's not like you could be like, well, that's just Dumbledore and that's just Fox. It's like, but plenty of other people have phoenixes. It's like they don't.
They don't.
At least not in a well-known capacity.
Do you know what this would mean though?
What's that?
Well, because this is what's so weird about this, like Ollivander says he uses dragon heartstring, unicorn hair, and phoenix feathers, but only 2. The Fox is only ever given 2 feathers,
right?
And those are Harry and Voldemort's wands,
right?
But if this is true, that there's like another Phoenix supplier or whatever, then all of those wands would have twin cores.
Would be like brother wands.
Yes, would all be brother wands.
That's true,
right?
That's true.
So you would think that anyone else who had a Phoenix core, of which no one else in the series is known to, which is surprising as well.
It is surprising.
Yeah, like Harry and Voldemort are the only named people with Phoenix core wands. You'd think though, that if there were more, that if there was like duels happening, which seems like it would happen at school, like any 2 people with a Phoenix wand would not be able to fight each other properly.
You almost have to wonder if like the twin cores thing, it's like, is it because there are only 2? So it's just like there's like one and another, and so they're it's like the brother situation.
Mm-hmm.
Or does it have to be like Avada Kedavra, like a seriously like dark spell that causes like the Priori Incantatum effect to happen?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
I don't think so.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I suppose that could be the case. But then the other situation there is like, maybe it's like we always think of dueling because there's sort of these like
But they're in like wartime.
Right.
Yeah.
But otherwise, maybe it's the type of thing where it's like the idea of like turning your wand and like another human being is like, you don't do that.
Yeah.
Like, that would be terrible.
Okay, but also to this end, you'd think a lot of the unicorn hair wands,
you would think that.
a certain number of them must come from the same unicorn.
You would think that.
Right?
I agree with you.
Yeah.
Yes.
There's more brother wands out there.
Right. Now my brain is also just going down like a weird mental pathway, which is that like I'm pretty sure that when we were making a video about the yin and the yang and how like Harry and Voldemort both neatly are represented by each of them.
Yeah.
And the idea is that like Harry is white but has a small piece of black inside of him, and that's the Horcrux, and then Voldemort is the black side with the small piece of Harry inside of him, which is the blood that he takes inside of himself. So it's like Voldemort is evil with a small piece of good, and Harry is good with a small piece of evil inside of him. But then in Chinese like mythology, I think that the white portion is represented by a phoenix in the yin yang, and then the black portion I think is represented by a dragon.
A dragon, yeah.
But it's a rather like serpentine looking dragon.
Yeah. It's like a Chinese dragon.
Yeah.
Which I think typically has 4 legs and no wings, but can still fly.
Okay.
Something like that.
Something
They
like
look
that.
like they do in Raya.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. But not always do they have the legs. Sometimes they're just snake.
Just snake. Yeah.
Or just have 2 legs or something. But mostly it's 4.
Right. So I'm wondering though, it's like if the brother wand thing would be more specific to phoenix feathers, like versus like other twin cores.
I guess it's possible.
I mean, we've made a pretty big case before that
Thestral hairs would work this way.
That Thestral hairs would work this way. That the Elder Wand has a brother, and that brother is Dumbledore's original wand.
Yeah.
Which would just be kind of interesting.
I don't know. At least the way Dumbledore describes it is that if like they have twin cores, then this is what would happen.
I know, but we also know that it doesn't happen that often.
Yeah.
So it's like,
I guess it's possible that like there's just lots of unicorns that they're getting it from, or lots of dragons that he's getting the heartstrings from.
I suppose that's possible.
Yeah.
I suppose that's possible. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
You could even argue, I suppose, Phoenix wise, that like maybe like it would only count as like a brother feather if it was like from the same life cycle or something.
I don't hate that
Yeah.
explanation. And then there's a question of like, what is the typical life cycle like of
a phoenix?
Of a phoenix, yeah.
Yeah.
In terms of like,
well, at least let's see. We know that Harry watches Fox burn
Secrets.
in Chamber of Secrets, and that by Order of the Phoenix, Fox is fully grown again, and then he like takes a blast of Avada Kedavra and returns to the chick. So we don't. That's not really a natural burning day death, or
Right, exactly. Yeah,
Yeah.
like that's an unexpected death.
Yeah.
Happening.
Yeah. How often does the Phoenix cycle happen? That's a
Right.
good question.
It is a good question.
Don't know.
Yeah, you don't want to think about the fact that the people who in Diagon Alley are making all this flu powder is like, well, the Phoenix will come back.
Right. Yeah. It was just.
kinda-
Hopefully they're not harming the Phoenixes.
Yeah, exactly.
No, I can't be. I don't believe that at all.
I can't let my mind go there.
Nope.
Anyway, so we're back to the chapter now because we went on a huge tangent.
We did.
Maybe Harry can hear us, Dad. I love the instant optimism from either Fred or George. That just like it's like it'll be fine.
It's fine.
Maybe
We're
Harry
good.
can hear us.
Yeah.
Harry, can you hear us?
Yeah. Oh, excuse me. And Harry explains to them that they've tried to get here by flu powder because they can travel by fire, not by fireplace, by fire.
Yes,
Right? That's important.
they can travel by fire.
Yeah.
Only you block the fireplace. Hang on.
There we go. Yeah, so again, I don't know why you would block fireplace. Doesn't make any sense to me. But what on earth do they want to block the fireplace for? And then he says, oh, they've got an electric fire. Like how Harry's they're having some small chat while they're all just crammed in there. It's like, oh, wait, why would they do that? And then he says, eclectic, you say, with a plug. It's like, dude, like, how bad are you at your hobby, though?
I know exactly what you mean because it's like
He's trying to say electric.
he's trying to say electric, and he says eclectic, it's not even the first time I think he's like at some other point he says like eclectricity.
Yeah.
It's like he really is not nailing it. The only thing that I would say here is that back from my saltwater aquarium days, there was a kind of nuisance anemone that could arise inside of your aquarium that was kind of frustrating because they were small, ugly, and they would spread like crazy and they would burn all of your other corals. And it was called aptasia.
Yeah.
But it's spelled like AIPTASIA. And the number of people who would come into my store back in the day and call it like aphasia or Anastasia or, like some other term.
Right.
Was often.
I mean, I suppose, but if like electricity, as far as the wizards are concerned, is like the Muggles' version of magic.
It really is. Yes.
This would be like not knowing the word salt water in that scenario.
That's a good point.
Right?
That's a good point. I mean, I'm trying to come to Arthur's defense wherever possible because
I know.
I love him as a human.
It's so unreasonably wrong, though, given his job and his interests.
But I love his immediate. So
This would be like, Ben, you know what I love is Pokemon cards.
Pokemon cards.
Right?
Yeah.
Great.
They're so
I love
fun.
Pokemon cards. It's like no one who's into it would call it that. That's what your Aunt Tina calls it,
Yeah, or I think anybody who's ever trying to mock Pokemon always refers to it as Pokemon.
Exactly.
I never know if that's like intentional
or if they're just uninformed, and it's like you're kind of self-owning yourself a little bit. You're not aware of it. Yeah.
That's on you now.
Yeah.
Anyway, but so yeah, eclectic, you say, with a plug. Gracious, I must see that. Let's think. Ouch, Ron. So Ron's joined in.
He's
now.
arrived.
What are we doing here? Has something gone wrong?
I love Ron. Has something gone wrong? Yeah, duh. And I love Fred and George's commitment to comedy in the moment. Like, oh no, Ron, this is exactly where we wanted to end up. Like they're just immediately sarcastic.
Yes. Yeah, we're having a little trouble with our lives here, said
Yeah.
George. His voice sounded muffled as though he was squashed against the wall.
All right, and so finally Arthur decides he's going to give the situation a solid think and come up with an elegant solution. He says, boys, I'm trying to think what to do. Yes, only way, stand back here. And he says, only way. And I'm like, is it the only way? Because what you're going to do is blow a hole in the wall. Like, there's got to be a different way out of this, Like you were still a grown wizard. You could still apparate out of there, right?
Right. Or
make some room.
Alternatively, Vernon at this point in time could be like, hold still, I'll get a hammer.
Yeah, right. Also that.
And Arthur would be like, I can't wait to see it.
I know. A hammer? What's that? Do you have a dewscriver?
Is that him not knowing screwdriver?
Yeah, that's that.
Nailed it.
Yeah,
okay,
thank
good
you.
one. Good one. Okay, so Harry retreated to the sofa. Uncle Vernon, however, moved forward, kind of an unexpected move for him. Wait a moment, he bellowed at the fire. What exactly are you going to do? Bang! The electric fire shot across the room as the boarded up fireplace burst outward, expelling Mr. Weasley, Fred, George, and Ron in a cloud of rubble and loose chippings.
The boarded up fire. Okay, never mind. The electric fire shot across. Is the electric fire behind the boards? This is the whole situation with the fireplace.
I don't really understand.
I don't get it.
We need an anatomically correct drawing of
We
this
do.
fireplace.
I need that.
Yeah,
Also,
yeah.
this is just like a punctuation thing, but I love the word bang here. It is all caps, BANG, period.
A period. Yes.
Just no exclamation point. Bang.
Bang. Bang. It's,
Bang.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Can you imagine an exclamation point at the end of that?
Oh, I know.
It
Bang!
It would be so silly.
It'd be ridiculous. Yeah.
Oh, man. Let's see here. That's better, panted Mr. Weasley, brushing dust from his long green robes and straightening his
it?
glasses. You must be Harry's aunt and uncle. So immediately, and he walks forward, reaching out a hand to shake Uncle Vernon's, who is backed up several paces. So this is that classic, Arthur assumes the best in everybody, and Vernon assumes the worst in everybody.
Yes, and it's so funny to it's to put yourself in this world where it's just to Arthur nothing that out of the ordinary has happened. Yeah, I blew a hole in the wall, but it's not even worth concerning myself with because with a wave of my wand it will all be back together.
Right.
Right.
Yes. Yeah. So from his perspective, he's nothing bad has really happened here.
Right.
This is all incredibly solvable.
Right. It's oh my God, sorry I dropped that. Hold on, let me pick it up for you.
Exactly.
You know?
Yeah. And so then Mr. Weasley apologizes, and he does just immediately say, "It's all my fault. It just didn't occur to me that we wouldn't be able to get through at the other end. I had your fireplace connected to the flu network, you see." And he goes on to explain that he's got a useful contact at the flu regulation panel, which is kind of one of those details that I just think is kind of interesting because it seems like this frequently comes up, but the people at the ministry seem to really like Arthur.
Oh my gosh, I highlighted that exact sentence that says if nothing else, Arthur is great at networking.
Yes.
He has got favors all over the place.
Amongst his peers, he's knocking it out.
Yeah.
He
is
just,
great.
It's just the higher ups who must be looking down their nose at him.
Yeah, he's just very personable, very good at everything else. Also, I want to backtrack a sec here. We get a description of Fred and George of having bright red hair and who were identical to the last freckle. And I'm that is I assume this is just saying they look just that much alike, but how specific do you think that sentiment is? Are they because being identical to the last freckle would be outrageous. You know what I mean?
It would be outrageous because it seems is it not the case that freckles are usually created by exposure to the sun?
Yeah, I think so.
So it's it doesn't really seem like their placement would be so specific. I'm sure you're bringing this up as the father of twins.
I'm bringing it. I do have twins myself, if you didn't know.
Yeah.
But I bring it up because I'm wondering if indeed they are identical down to the last freckle, if that is a facet of being magical twins.
Oh.
Yeah.
So kind of similar to to Harry's making the diet not work. It's they're not just twins; they're magically twins.
Yes, exactly.
They're halves to each other.
Yes, yeah, literally.
Yeah.
Magically.
Oh, that's kind of fun.
Yeah. Yeah, their appearance will remain the same.
Yes, no matter what.
No matter what. Well, until someo's ear gets cut off or something.
Yeah, spoilers.
That's a cursed situation.
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah. How's the magic to know?
How's the magic to know? Yeah, you can't cure magical wounds and whatnot. But that is interesting to me. If they're twin. I wonder if Padma and Parvati are also identical to the last freckle.
Well, that's an interesting case too, though, because they're in different houses.
That's true.
That's
so
true. They are. I mean, it's. You have to.
Well,
be
they
careful.
can still be their own person,
of course,
but
yeah,
just
yeah.
appearance wise.
Okay. I see what
Yeah.
you're saying. That's what you're saying. That's a good point.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's. It never occurred to me really fully until you had twins that it's you have to remember that they are frequently referred to as a joint entity as the twins.
Yeah.
But they are, of course, two distinct humans.
They absolutely are. Yes. And I mean, my twins, Nick and Nate, are absolute best buds. And most people can't tell them apart, but they are certainly not identical to the last freckle, despite being identical twins.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes. And possibly what is known as mirror twins, which is a subset of identical twins. I know. We're just sort of discovering this now as they're starting to do like handwriting stuff, but it's like where the egg splits later on in the process than usual, and the end result is that like they're like almost like inverted. So like one is right-handed, one is left-handed.
Yes.
One is like leads with their right foot, one leads with their left, which is very interesting.
What I'm hearing, Jay, is you have magically created twins.
Magical twins.
Down to the last freckle.
Down to the last freckle. Nick and Nate, look out, people.
Shout out to the boys.
Shout out to the boys. That's right.
Let's see here. Arthur does say, I'll light a fire to send the boys back, and then I can repair your fireplace before I disapparate. So I do think this is like a good line, because basically like Arthur is within seconds of exiting the grate here. He is like explaining, I can fix this.
I can fix this. No
And
worries.
Like that is really like the main piece of information that I feel like it's like it's easy to be judgmental of the Dursleys because we don't live in a world where there's magic, or how simply jarring it would be to like all of a sudden have like, you know, to be sitting where we're sitting and have like the wall across from us just be like blown in.
Yeah.
And then be like, fix now, please.
Excuse me?
But the thing is that the Dursleys have known about magic long enough.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess that they had to go and get like Dudley's tail removed. So even that, they might be like, well, these people are going to show up late, destroy our living room, and then leave us with a huge mess
Yeah.
to fix. So I suppose they could be frustrated in that particular regard. But
Yeah.
I'm inclined to believe that if Arthur Weasley was the one talking to me, I'd be like, okay, I trust this guy.
Yeah, I agree. I think what's interesting is that he says, I'll light a fire, send the boys back, and repair it before I disapparate. Which, like, you've already got the fire going. Why aren't you just taking the fire?
Exactly.
Like, what do you mean? Why would you travel differently?
Do you think that after he lights the fire, if he disapparated, that the fire would go because his magic has left the room? Or do you think then the Dursleys would be like staring at a newly rebuilt fireplace with a crackling fire, and they're like, we don't want a fire?
I think it would stay. And they couldn't put it out.
Especially because it's like
it's not burning anything.
yeah, there's no wood.
There's no wood.
So then the Dursleys just always have a fire going.
Always have a fire. Oh, I love that idea.
Isn't that great?
Yes. That's so funny. Oh man, love it.
But then Arthur finally gets to greet Harry. Hello, Harry. Got your trunk ready? And Harry's like, it's upstairs. And then Fred and George, who have done this in reverse before, because when they come to save Harry in Chamber of Secrets, it's Fred and George who come in through the window because they know how to pick the lock on the cupboard under the stairs.
Yeah.
So now they're near the cupboard under the stairs, but they're running up to the bedroom.
Yes.
Whereas that time they were going in the opposite order. So
Right. They're like, we know where it is.
we know exactly where it is. And it says that Harry suspected that Fred and George were hoping for a glimpse of Dudley. They had heard a lot about him from Harry.
Yeah, which they absolutely are.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah, and then it's like so in the meantime, Arthur's trying to make small talk. It says, very nice place you've got here. Which, like, dude, you just blew it up. Like, I don't know why you need to wait for them to leave before you clean it up. Like, do that immediately, man.
Yes, yeah.
Do it immediately.
Just start solving that
Just
problem
start
right
doing
off.
it, you know?
I do think that this could be, if done properly in the live action, or not the live action, the new series on HBO, I feel like the scene could be just absolutely hilarious.
Yeah.
To like really milk the awkwardness of the situation. Like just have the whole room covered in dust.
Oh my God, I know. Just have him just like being practicing politeness despite it not being appropriate at all.
Yes.
Yeah. And then he like tries to make what he thinks is like regular Muggle conversation. He's like, they run off electricity, do they?
He said knowledgeably.
I know. Yes, I can see the plugs. I collect plugs, he added, and batteries. Got a very large collection of batteries. My wife thinks I'm mad, but there you are. It's like he's exchanging, grievances at the water cooler. It's just like, oh, Molly, wives always getting on you about your battery collection. Am I right, Vernon? a soul, battery lags.
Oh man, yeah, I knew you're exactly right. Like he knows so little about. He's so fascinated, but knows so little.
Trying so hard to be relatable.
Exactly,
Yeah.
and it's just not working.
Yeah.
Let's see here. So Uncle Vernon is just kind of getting more angry. It seems.
Yes.
As the situation is unfolding here. Then Dudley suddenly reappears in the room, and Harry could hear the clunk of his trunk coming down the stairs and knew that the sounds had scared Dudley out of the kitchen.
I love the clunk of his trunk means they're dragging it. Despite there being two of them who could definitely carry it.
Yes.
They are clunking it down the stairs. I don't. I just realized that as I'm reading it right now. I'm like,
That's
funny.
I bet they didn't even have to discuss it. It was just sort of like dragging it, of course.
Dragging it, yes, yeah. You get one end, and I'll just leave this one on the ground, shall I? Yup.
Let's see here. So then because Mr. Weasley has now spotted Dudley, he says, this is your cousin, is it, Harry? Taking another brave stab at making conversation. Yep,
A true Gryffindor.
True indeed. Yep, said Harry. That's Dudley.
There he is. It's just getting funnier and funnier. Man. Mr. Weasley thought Dudley was quite as bad as the Dursleys thought he was, except Mr. Weasley felt sympathy rather than fear. I love this is funny. He's like starting to really think that the Dursleys are being a bit odd. like, okay, you guys aren't being very polite. I'm like, I'm here in your house. I'm here now. Entertain me. Come on.
Right, yeah.
Not quite. Then he's trying so hard to be nice to Dudley. It's like, having a good holiday, Dudley. Just like, not working, dude. Clean up the mess.
Right. Yeah. Then Fred and George come back into the room. They glanced around as they entered and spotted Dudley. Their faces cracked into identical evil grins.
Evil twins. And I think it's funny that the very next sentence is Mr. Weasley saying, better get cracking then. Which is like, the word cracked was used like twice in very quick succession.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah.
How did the editor not pick up on that?
I don't know. I was like, that is interesting.
Yeah, so literally these are lines back to back. Their faces cracked into identical evil grins. All right, said Mr. Weasley. Better get cracking then.
I know.
That is comical. I accidentally do this in text messages all the time.
Oh.
Where like it's taking me like a while to like respond to something, and I will like use the same verbiage more than once in the same message.
Yeah.
And
I used to accidentally do this. This was like on Instant Messenger, there was like the haha sandwich, where like sometimes if you were responding to someone, you'd say like haha and then finish your thought. And sometimes you'd finish your thought and then put haha at the end.
Right.
But so like sometimes if you were like responding to them, you'd say haha and then finish your thought, but also include a joke and then put it at the end, and you'd have the haha sandwich.
Oh.
Yeah.
But this was a good thing or a bad thing?
It was like, whoops, you didn't really think that through, did you?
Right. Like, haha, that's so funny, haha.
Yeah, exactly. That, yes. Yeah.
Especially because that's so funny also just means haha.
I know. You basically just said ha 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 ha.
Good times.
Good time. Oh, Instant Messenger.
Yes, indeed.
There we go.
Let's see here. So he pushed back the sleeves on his robes, took out his wand. Harry saw the Dursleys lean back against the wall as one. Incendio, said Mr. Weasley, pointing his wand at the hole in the wall behind him.
I love how it's just the hole in the wall.
The hole in the wall, yes. Not the fireplace anymore. Now it's just the hole.
Yeah.
Flames rose at once into the fireplace, crackling merrily as though they had been burning for hours.
Yeah. On nothing.
On nothing, yeah. I was like, is there... Because it's like there definitely wasn't wood.
Yeah.
Well, other than the wood...
That just blasted into the living room.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, it's like, is he using that wood to
I
burn?
think it's just burning on like the grates, you know?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a permanent fire.
It's like the fire Hermione puts in the jars. It's like there's no fuel in there.
Exactly.
Yeah, not even oxygen in there, come to think of it.
When you think about it like that, it does seem a little strange.
Yeah, well,
You know?
fire's magical, you know?
Right.
It's perfectly good for this book, too, called The Goblet of Fire.
You're right.
Yeah.
You're right. Yeah, if it's like... this is the type of thing where it's like we're like so in it, and the people listening are like, guys, obviously.
Yeah. Is fire magical? Listen to the name of the book, guys.
The Goblet of Fire.
Goblet of Fire. Fire is going to magically bind Harry into a competition he should easily be able to sit out.
Yeah. But he can't.
But he can't.
We'll talk about that later.
Yeah.
Okay. So off you go then, Fred, said Mr. Weasley. Coming, said Fred. Oh no, hang on. A bag of sweets had spilled out of Fred's pocket, and the contents were now rolling in every direction. Big fat toffees in brightly colored wrappers.
No, I love how the Weasley twins use the retired person candy packaging methodology.
Like having them
just brightly colored foil things.
Yeah.
Who knows what's in there, you know?
Big
Butterscotch?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's basically what a big fat toffee is.
Yeah.
Which incidentally sounds so good.
It does.
I'm
It
always
is
like,
I know.
I want one.
I want a big fat toffee.
Yeah.
Sounds good. Yeah, it just sounds like such an old fashioned kind of looking candy.
It does.
Yeah.
It does. But so
no
then,
branding yet, you know?
Nope, none yet.
Yep.
But so then they step into the Fred goes through, says the Burrow, heads back, and then George does the same, and then Ron, you next, said Mr. Weasley.
What was the point of bringing Ron?
What was the?
He does nothing.
I mean, realistically, it seems like Arthur could have easily done this mission alone.
Probably should have.
Do you think it's the kind of thing, like, because I think about the instances like where like I'm going to take the trash out, and my daughter Addison will be like, "Can I come with you?" And it's like, it's really not a 2-person job, and she's like, "I want to come," and it's like, all right.
All right.
You know,
yeah.
It's like, it's kind of one of those things where it's like, if anybody was watching, like, why did you bring your daughter to take the trash out? It'd be like, she wanted to.
She wanted to come. I don't know. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. So it's like, is this the type of situation where Arthur is like going into the kitchen, step into the fireplace, and like, I'm off to collect Harry, and friend George and Ron are like, can we come? And he's like, I guess.
I know. I love those memes where it's like me taking the trash out, and it's just like, oh, Shrek and Donkey out in another world of adventure. You're like, okay.
Oh my! I'm gonna think about that every single time now. That comes with me.
What? Here we go.
Shrek and Donkey.
Oh man. I suppose you could, like, maybe Mr. Weasley is like, this is a great opportunity for my boys to interact with Muggles in a real safe way and like get a good look at a Muggle home from the inside, and that's important to me as someone who works with Muggles, and I'm sure nothing crazy will happen.
Look, boys, eccentricity.
Eccentricity. You can see it up close. Exactly. Otherwise, Ron basically came through the fireplace, got stuck, stepped out, went back in the fireplace.
That's his whole saga there so far. Well, he exchanged a grin with Harry at some point.
Yes, like, haha, that's Dudley.
That's Dudley. Well, by then, Harry said to the Dursleys, they didn't say anything at all. Harry moved towards the fire, but just as he reached the edge of the hearth, Mr. Weasley put out a hand and held him back.
Oh, I love the way in which he is so offended by this.
Yes. He is like, he was looking at the Dursleys in amazement. Harry said goodbye to you, he said. Didn't you hear him? It doesn't matter, Harry muttered to Mr. Weasley. Honestly, I don't care.
I don't care. I love the sentence where it says, the idea of being, Uncle Vernon's face worked furiously. The idea of being taught consideration by a man who had just blasted away half his living room wall seemed to be causing him intense suffering. Yeah, I can see that.
Yep. Especially knowing Mr. Dursley, especially knowing Vernon, it does feel like it's like, ooh, man, we are now truly playing with fire in more ways than one, aren't we?
Yeah.
But so finally, he does, because I think Uncle Vernon spots Arthur's wand in his hand, reluctantly says goodbye then, and then Harry says see you, and then putting one foot forward into the green flames, which felt pleasantly like warm breath.
Warm breath.
Which, I mean, it's a stretch of a sentence.
It is.
I mean, it's like, I love this air conditioning. It feels just like warm breath.
Yeah, you know when someone's breathing on you real warm like?
Right, and you're like, pleasant.
Pleasant.
Anyway, I also think that's a good trivia question. What does the flames feel like when stepping in? Yeah, warm breath. So remember that forever.
At that moment, though, however, a horrible gagging sound started to erupt behind him, and Aunt Petunia started to scream. And, of course, Dudley's tongue has begun to grow.
Yes.
Up to a foot long, and just lolling out of his mouth, which, gross. And he's eaten one of the toffees, which, like, dude, Dudley, come on, man. Don't take candy from strangers. Like, even you know that.
I mean, that's the thing. It's like, you would think that given how much reluctance the Dursleys have towards anything magical, that would have been a barrier.
Yeah, you absolutely would. But he's just like, ooh, candy.
Yep.
Must eat.
So
no more grated celery.
Yeah. So he goes for it.
He goes for it.
And yeah, so now his foot is a tongue long, and
his tongue is a foot long.
What did I say?
Foot is a tongue long. He's just got like a sloppy foot over there. It's just he just got a little bit of tongue foot.
He's got tongue foot.
That's so gross.
It is a horrid thought. Especially if it could taste.
Is that how butterflies are? Don't they taste with their feet?
Ooh.
They got tongue feet.
You're right. Butterflies got tongue feet.
Butterflies got
coming
tongue
to a
feet,
store near you. Once again, Arthur's like, not to worry, I can sort him out, advancing a Dudley with his wand outstretched, which, of course, from the Dursleys' perspective, is the worst possible thing.
The worst thing ever. I love that Aunt Petunia doesn't realize it's his tongue either, and she's just pulling on it, like trying to get it out of his mouth.
Yes, I know.
Oh my God, it would hurt so bad. It would hurt so bad.
Yes, it would be incredibly uncomfortable. But then Petunia pulls a little bit of a Lily here. Aunt Petunia screamed worse than ever and threw herself on top of Dudley, shielding him from Mr. Weasley.
Oh, that is, you know what? I love that though.
It's a little bit adorable.
It is like, no, not my son.
To which Mr. Weasley's like, now what is going on? It's a simple process. It was the toffee. My son Fred, real practical joker, but it's only an engorgement charm. At least I think it is. Please, I can correct it.
I have never compared this situation to Lily protecting Harry from Voldemort, because it's like the exact opposite. Like, yes. Lily protecting
Harry.
Petunia protecting Dudley from Arthur.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. It's like you couldn't have a kinder, more gentle human.
Yes, yeah.
On the other end.
He's like trying to save him, and she's like, never. Yeah, it's the opposite. He's a super nice guy trying to save Dudley, as opposed to super mean guy trying to kill Harry.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Let's see here. But yeah, so the Dursleys are not reassured at all. Aunt Petunia is now sobbing hysterically, tugging on Dudley's tongue.
Still pulling on it. God, terrible. And then Uncle Vernon just lost control. He's just grabbing things from the shelf and throwing them at Mr. Weasley.
I know, yeah. It says he grabbed a china figure from on top of the sideboard and threw it very hard at Mr. Weasley, who ducked, causing the ornament to shatter in the blasted fireplace.
Now, really, I'm trying to help.
I like to think that maybe that Mr. Weasley was also a beater, and that was a little bit of his beater and things coming through.
Like, yeah.
Missed it.
Yeah.
No
You'd
worries.
think that would come up later, though, because they talk to Ludo Bagman so much in this book, and everyone's talking about what a beater he was.
That's true. That's
Fred
true.
and George. You know what, though? Fred and George aren't even like, we're beaters, too.
You're right. It seems like that would come up.
Yeah.
They're kind of cut from the same cloth.
Right, a little bit.
So to speak.
Yeah, all gambling and stuff. You know how beaters are gamblers.
Yeah, that's it. That's it.
Yep.
The very next line we get is, bellowing like a wounded hippo, Uncle Vernon snatched up another ornament. Harry, just go, Mr. Weasley shouted, his wand on Uncle Vernon. I'll sort this out.
Harry didn't want to miss the fun. It's like Harry has been waiting literally all day to leave this house for a year, and now he's like, I'll stick around.
I have a few more minutes.
You know what? What's a few more minutes?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, man. He stepped in the fire, looking over his shoulder as he said, the Burrow. The last fleeting glimpse of the living room was of Mr. Weasley blasting a third ornament out of Uncle Vernon's hand with his wand. Aunt Petunia screaming and lying on top of Dudley, and Dudley's tongue lolling around like a great slimy python.
Ugh,
but the next moment, Harry had begun to spin very fast, and the Dursley living room was whipped out of sight in a rush of emerald green flames.
I mean, aside from anything else, like the panic and the pain, this just must taste terrible to
Yes.
Dudley, right?
It must.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a lot of bad flavors.
I mean, honestly, it's like I can completely understand how this would be a incredibly. I mean, it kind of almost makes me gag a little bit just thinking about it.
Yeah.
Having your tongue be all the way out
Right.
everywhere. It's like,
Yeah.
ooh, I don't like it.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so this is the point, though, where it's I am... it is interesting that this happens, and it's you read this, and it's hilarious, and it's very funny, because, Dudley's kind of a bully, and Fred and George are just, practical jokers, and they don't mean any, true harm or anything.
Right.
But what is interesting here is that no matter how you slice it, it is still wizards taking advantage of muggles in some way. Fred and George are intentionally doing a thing to Dudley.
True.
Right?
Yeah.
And it is it is so weird, and I think Mr. Weasley is going to talk about it in the very next chapter, but you have this situation here, which feels like it's kind of all in good fun, but then after the Quidditch World Cup, the Death Eaters are going to do very similar, not similar things, obviously way, way worse things to the Muggles at the campsite. They're going to just sort of use magic against them for their own fun.
Yes.
You know?
Yeah. And you're exactly right. In the very next chapter, and I'm just jumping ahead right now because I wanted to reinforce your point. That sort of behavior seriously undermines wizard-muggle relations. I spent half my life campaigning against the mistreatment of muggles and my own sons.
Yeah.
Yes, you're right, and that's coming up in the next chapter. But I think that's a very good point, is that it's sort of one way or another. It's almost like these cultures are so separate from one another that they're not they don't have enough awareness. And I mean, even to our points about Arthur all through the chapter, it's even Arthur, who's very leaned in, is not super well informed.
Yeah.
And so it's if you can imagine that Arthur isn't well informed, then how uninformed is almost everyone else?
Yeah, exactly. And Fred and George are going to go on to say, we didn't do it because he was a muggle. We did it because he's a great bullying git.
Right.
Which is you know that and stuff you, the reader, know that. But
Right.
it's that thing. It's there's often the conversation of intent versus impact. And I think what Mr. Weasley is trying to say is in this situation, it's just it's the impact that is more important than the intent behind it. It's like whatever. Like, I don't care what he did. He's still a muggle, and you're still wizards, and you still took advantage of that.
I think you're exactly right.
Yeah.
And that's typically the thing, is that usually it's not people's intentions that matter so much as what the actual effects end up being.
Yeah.
And that's where you just need to try to be more thoughtful in your actions or words.
Yeah. Now, the difference, of course, obviously between Fred and George and the Death Eaters is that they are teenagers and they're just playing a joke, and they are maybe less equipped, whereas the Death Eaters are absolutely intending to cause harm and are adults who should absolutely not be doing anything like this.
Yes, both their intent and impact are in the wrong places.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes, yeah.
Fred and George have like hilarious intent with bad impact, whereas the Death Eaters have very malicious intent, very malicious impact.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yep. So I think that's a big one. I feel like there's a small amount of like furthering, or trying to demonstrate the differences, because like between Muggles and wizards, like you're saying, and I think the big thing for me was I was like, we get a lot of emphasis like when they arrive at the campsite for the Quidditch World Cup. We get like a lot of information about like the various wizards who are struggling to dress properly, and Mr. Weasley's inability to use like Muggle money and stuff like that. And then like Barty Crouch Sr. will show up, and he's like impeccably dressed to the point that like possibly even like Vernon couldn't disapprove of his perfect pencil mustache or whatever he's got going on. Like I think that was sort of why I was asking the questions like, what is the point of this chapter? Because I feel like so much of it is otherwise handled rather thoroughly elsewhere.
Right.
Like there's not like a major piece. We get like a little bit of an introduction to Weasley's Wizard Wheezes, but we'll also get that through like Molly being upset with the boys, which I mean, I guess she's upset because they used them, but that's it could happen other ways. We also know there's like the trick wand as part of like the bet with Ludo Bagman, so it's kind of like it will also be introduced there, and it'll still take a whole nother really almost 2 books before we'll have like Weasley Wizard Wheezes properly become a thing.
Yeah.
Like all the way. So I don't know. Yeah, it's sort of just like an interesting chapter. It doesn't really give us a whole lot of like new anything. I mean, certainly makes us love, Arthur more, which
absolutely.
Is always great. I mean, he's just such a him and Lupin really are, I think, just like 2 of the best.
Oh, just 2 of the best, characters.
Yes, yeah, they're just really delightful. But yeah, anyway, so I'm sort of amazed looking at the clock here. I can't believe we ended up going as long as we did about a chapter that's not terribly long and is not very full of deep and important
deep lore.
Yeah,
but there's not the flue powder lore in this chapter. Okay,
that's right. Yeah, we had to cover our theory on where flue powder comes from.
Yes, we did.
Exactly. Okay, do you have a review for us, Jay?
I sure do. Today's review comes from Hollowed Nanaki, and actually went to the way that Apple does their reviews is that if you go and read them, they're typically by country.
Okay.
Or whatever. So I normally am looking at the US reviews, but I switched it. So today I'm looking at the Canadian reviews.
Hey,
what do you know? So this says, "Hi y'all, loving the podcast. I was wondering what the interaction between the map and the interaction between the map and the time turner. Wouldn't people be using the time turner appear twice on the map? If so, how did Harry miss Hermione being there twice? Same goes for Lupin with Harry and Hermione before going out to the shack." So, and I honestly, I read this one and then I went to the next review and it was the exact same question by a different person. And I was like, well, we need to talk about the map and the time turner and whether there's 2 copies of people on it at the same time. And so, as far as I would understand it, that when you go back, you are literally there again at the same time. You are back. It is 3 hours ago or whatever.
Right.
So if you looked at the map, yes, Harry and Hermione should be on the map twice at that point.
Right. Yep.
That said, we know that I think the map goes up to the edge of the forest, and when Lupin runs out is during the time period when Harry and Hermione, the second round of them, or the ones who traveled back in time are hiding in the forest.
Yes.
Watching the proceedings. So they would appear on the map, and if he'd been looking at the right times, he could have seen 2 copies of them at the same time.
Yes. And it's like sometimes I think it's kind of interesting with the map, even like going back to like the Peter Pettigrew question with like, Ron and everything. I know that's always been like a big one. Like, why didn't anybody ever notice that Peter Pettigrew was like in the Gryffindor common room? But like, I almost think on some level, if you can imagine like printing off like your bank statement for like all of your, debit card transactions, and somebody could say, one of these is fraudulent. Which one is it? Like at a glance, you're not going to know which one it is.
Right.
Like, because for the most part, you would just assume things are in order.
Right.
And so it could potentially be the type of thing like, why isn't Harry ever noticing like 2 Hermiones? It's like, because he's not really looking for Hermione.
Right. And not only that, there's like, however many students at the school. There's just a ton of moving dots everywhere.
Exactly.
And it's like, with Fred and George, it's like, do they, know all of the first years? Do they know all of the second years, all of the third years, even just in Gryffindor?
Right.
Like, you think probably, like, how many could there possibly be? Like 70 of them? Like, it doesn't seem like it'd be that hard to, like, maybe know every single person's name.
Right.
But if you just see, like, the name Peter Pettigrew on the map and you don't know who it is, you're not going to be like, now, wait a minute, who's this kid? It's just the name of someone you assume you don't know.
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah. So I think that would be like the if you see, like, if one of the charges on your bank statement, to use that example again, is an Amazon charge or whatever, and you have 7 of them.
Right.
It's like you might look at an Amazon charge and be like, well, I do shop at Amazon fairly regularly, so like no reason to be concerned.
Right.
But it's like, well, that actually is the fraudulent charge. It just is disguised as something that you would do anyway.
Exactly. So, like, unless Fred and George are literally, like, sitting down in the common room poring over the map, which, of course, they wouldn't do because they know they're not supposed to have it and they don't want their secret to be revealed.
Right.
And they're, like, staring at Ron holding Scabbers and looking at the map and being like, well, wait, what?
Right.
Like, that's what it's going to take. Like, because if you think about the way they're using the map, they're opening it usually to get around the school and make sure they're not running into like Filch or Mrs. Norris or Peeves or one of the teachers.
Right.
So like when they're opening it, they're not just like checking up on stuff. They're specifically using it to like see where they themselves are and whether the coast is clear around them.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's probably even less what the dots say and more just that there are dots present.
Right.
So and I think that's like an easy one to think would make more sense. Because like I think we would be so fascinated with the concept of having such a map that it would just be like, I just want to see everything.
Yeah.
Like, what's everyone up to?
Right.
Like it's such like an allure. But
like for the most part, if you're looking at it like at a school, like it might be interesting if you're Fred and George and you're opening it up at night and you see, oh, look, the Cho Chang dog is out of bed, like, oh, what's she doing out of bed? That'd be kind of interesting to know.
Right.
But like, for the most part, if you're looking at it at school, everyone's going to be just walking to class or in their dorms,
right,
or eating,
More often than not, people are where they're supposed to be.
Right, exactly.
And that's the thing with a bank statement. For more often than not, most of your charges are valid.
Right.
Like that's what makes it, hard to. It's not, something doesn't just jump off the page unless it's for like $48,000 or something like that, and you're like, wait, I didn't do that.
Hold on a second, I don't remember buying a boat. Yeah.
I do remember buying a boat.
Yeah, sorry, you did buy it.
Not
Not off Amazon, though.
I did not off Amazon. You're right. I did do that this year, though.
Yeah.
Anyway, but yeah, so I think that could be a portion of it. The bigger question I feel like this reviewer was going for is would somebody using a time turner show up twice? And I do think, without a shadow of a doubt, yes.
Yeah, I think so.
I think they absolutely would.
Yeah.
So I do think that like. Especially like when you fast forward to like Half-Blood Prince and like Harry is really obsessed with like Draco, I think that like if 2 Draco dots showed up, like that would be the type of thing where it's like that would stand out in a huge way to Harry because he's very specifically looking for one person whose location he doesn't usually know.
Yeah.
So then it's kind of like, hold up.
Yeah, and there are times when Draco's disappearing from the map and he can't find him. And this is the thing, is that like the clues are there for you in that scenario because he's like, there are times when like Crabbe and Goyle are just sort of like standing around doing nothing for like long periods of time.
Right.
But at those times, Draco wasn't on the map. And it's just like, that's because they're standing guard at that time.
Right.
But like, it's like if Harry had been able to go down with the map and like ever catch Draco going in the room or something, he could notice that the two girls at the end of the hallway were Crabbe and Goyle.
That is also true.
You know.
That is also true.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's like it's usually that he's not in the right place at the right time to like
Right.
cross tabulate.
Yeah. It's like not only do you have to be like aware that something is askew on the map, you have to be looking at the right time.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, and so even on that example, though, like, so let's just, I mean, the time turners are destroyed, but let's say Draco's using one. Let's say Harry finds Draco in the potions room or something. Like, is he too, like, at that point in time, do you stop and think, like, let me check everywhere else, too, just to make sure there's not a second
exactly.
one?
Yeah.
It's like, if you find him in the potions room, it's like, that's probably where he is.
Exactly. Like even going back to the Lupin time turner example, like could he have seen two Harry and Hermione's? Like he could have, yes, but like he even tells Harry when he gets to the Shrieking Shack, he's like, I had a feeling you might be heading down to Hagrid's tonight to check on, Buckbeak or to check on him.
Right.
Or whatever. So it's like Lupin opens the map specifically to see if Harry and Hermione are walking down to Hagrid's.
And they are.
And he looks, and they are. So it's like, yeah, he's not in his mind like, well, now, wait a minute. Let's just double check to make sure there's not anywhere else. Like, he looks where he thinks they're going to be, and he finds them exactly there. So, like, it's like confirmation bias,
Yes.
Not even bias. It's just like, it's just confirmation. Like, yep, what I was looking for is there. Like, even if the other two are just dots in the forest, like right off to the side,
Right.
Yeah.
Yep.
But I don't think it shows inside the forest anyway. So.
Well, and the only other big question that I would say would be left is just whether or not like Dumbledore has some way of knowing in advance, because I mean, especially in the movies, it's the case that like Dumbledore is like clearly like stalling and he's like gesturing in the opposite direction, and like there's like clear things that are happening that would like suggest to you that like Dumbledore is like attempting to like draw McNair and Fudge's attention away from what's happening out back.
Yeah.
But then, so then the question is almost like, does Dumbledore already know that things are the foot?
Right.
In some capacity.
And that's, we don't have any confirmation that he does.
We don't have any confirmation. That would be the type of thing like where if Dumbledore's looking at the map, maybe he's trying to see if something is off.
Right.
And then he's looking for anomalies.
Yeah.
And that's where you'd be looking for that type of thing. That would also assume that Dumbledore has a map, which we don't really think he does anyway. So
Yeah.
it's just Dumbledore being Dumbledore and knowing a lot of things.
Knowing lots of stuff, yes.
Yeah. So there you go.
Yeah,
I think that just about does it.
I think that does just about do it, but thank you guys so much for listening to today's episode. Next week, make sure you join us for Chapter 5, Weasley's Wizard Wheezes, here on Through the Griffin Door.
Today's episode was edited by Ethan Edghill. Vaishon Brandon does our art. Catherine Stein is our production manager, and the show is hosted by me and Jonathan Carlin.
Welcome, dear listeners. I'm Jonathan Carlin.
And I'm Benjamin Carlin.
And we invite you to join us through the Griffin Door, your one-way ticket to the enchanting world of Harry Potter. So grab your wands and dust off your broomsticks and join us as we unlock the riddles inside Goblet of Fire, Chapter 5, Weasley's Wizard Wheezes.
This is an interesting chapter, I think.
It is.
It is. So, I think it's kind of funny because I feel like Goblet of Fire so far, you kick off with kind of a doozy with the Riddle House.
Yes.
Like, it's real jam-packed with, like, major information about the whole story.
Yeah.
And it's like, it's funny to be reading it the way that we're doing it because we sort of compare Harry's dream and the way in which, like, when Harry wakes up, it's almost like the dream is like slipping out of his mind.
Yeah.
And we sort of said like, I wonder if like the Riddle House is almost like intentionally written to be like very like plot dense. And then,
so that you forget a lot of it.
Because then, as we've gone forward through the next several chapters, it's kind of like not really major things have happened. Like chapter 2, The Scar, is just sort of like your recap chapter.
Yeah,
Harry's
recap
a wizard, like all that type of stuff is going on. The Invitation is sort of like life at the
Life
Dursleys.
at the Dursleys,
And, you know, you sort of get like that glimpse into like just how much the Dursleys hate the wizarding world, just in case anybody seemed to have forgotten in any capacity there. And then you've got Back to the Burrow, which similarly, like, it's
just picking Harry up.
So it's like we've had sort of like chapter on chapter on chapter, and it's not even that I would make the argument that chapter 5, Weasley's Wizard Wheezes, doesn't sort of follow that same trend. Like it's still continuing on this like kind of overall unimportant to the major plot.
It's like, yeah, it's what this chapter is doing is it's starting to like build the bridge from the wizarding world, which is like mostly just Hogwarts, to like the greater international wizarding world.
Yeah.
Is like what it's kind of trying to establish, and it's like it's planting seeds for lots of things that will come up later. You just don't even realize the seeds are being planted. And even like when you get there later, it's just like it feels more familiar because you were reminded of it like a little bit earlier.
Right.
Yeah.
And then the other big detail that I think is kind of fascinating that like I had not normally picked up on, if not for reading the chapter in this particular way, is that I almost feel like this chapter describes two different brands of Weasley children.
I know what you mean.
And I think that like there's like a little bit of like the Molly brand of Weasleys and the Arthur brand of Weasleys, and you're kind of getting like a feel for both and which characters sort of have like one foot parked in both columns.
Yeah.
Versus like which ones are maybe like a little bit more specific to like one side or the other.
Right.
And I just think it's kind of interesting because it's like you think of like the Weasleys as this entity, like even Draco's got like his famous like, red hair, hand-me-down robes. Like,
yeah.
It almost feels like you can like sort them into a column, but then like there's almost no one more different than Percy and Fred and George.
Right.
Like when we think about like the Poltergeist example, like if Filch is rule abiding and Peeves is rule breaking, then Percy is fueling Filch.
Yes,
while
Percy is to Filch as Fred and George are to Peeves.
Exactly. Yeah. And so I think you get like really good illustrations of the Weasley dynamic and family, especially with all of them present for this particular chapter, which I think is kind of fun. And before we dive on in, of course, we have to talk about the chapter art, talking about the Weasleys. And what we get here is the depiction of Bill and Charlie dueling with the
tables.
the tables up in the air, which I personally just think it's so fun for me to imagine like this nice, beautiful summer day where the family is getting together for a big meal outside and they're just sort of like whimsically using their magic in like a wholly unimportant capacity.
Oh, I know. It's such like a brothers thing to do. Like it's very fun inclusion in this chapter because otherwise you really have not met Bill or Charlie at all. Like you've only heard tell of them.
Yes.
Like they've only affected the plot in so much that like Charlie's friends could come take Norbert, or the Weasleys went to Egypt to visit Bill.
Right.
But like they haven't really been there, so it's fun that the older brothers get an introduction where they're actually doing a thing, and you get kind of like a feel for both of their demeanors. And I love how they're just acting like older brothers. This is exactly what they'd be doing.
Yes. No, I know. Yeah, there's a couple of like really good Bill and Charlie moments, which honestly are scarce. I feel like I think we'll see both Bill and Charlie throughout this year. Charlie for the first half.
Well, this is what I mean. It's like this chapter, like it does introduce you to Bill and Charlie, and it's like, oh, of course they'd be there because they're all going to the Quidditch World Cup. But like, it's important to remind the reader and introduce you to them because Charlie will be there with the dragons for the first task, and Bill will come to visit Harry, and that's where he'll meet Fleur, and him and Fleur getting married is a huge deal later on. So
yes, it is. Yes, it is indeed. Yep. So lots of good just like Weasley family stuff going on. And then my other just tiny little note before we move on into the actual chapter is that we get a depiction of the Burrow in the background, and I quite like it. In the chapter art, that is. And because it's like the way that the Burrow is shown, it's like you can kind of tell that it's this like hodgepodge together building, but it still vaguely resembles a castle.
It vaguely resembles Hogwarts.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes, I really, really love that depiction of it because, as ever, Harry considers like Hogwarts his home.
Yes.
But like this is sort of like, but the Burrow's his other home.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, exactly. Yeah, if it's not Hogwarts, it's certainly the Burrow where he feels the most cared for, the most welcome, and everything else.
I think I want to say maybe it was even in this book. It was like it like specifically says like the Burrow was Harry's like favorite building in the magical world aside from Hogwarts or something.
Oh, yes. You might be right.
Yeah.
Yep. So anyway, without any further ado, let's go ahead and dive on in, which basically we're picking up on Harry having left the Dursleys' living room, whipping out of sight through the rush of emerald green flames, of course, the flue powder, on his way to the Burrow. And it seems like Harry's got flue powder down at this point.
Which is surprising to me because last we saw him, he just didn't do it right.
Yeah, so this is his second experience ever. First one, he kind of like whiffs a little bit on.
Yeah.
Attempting to go to Diagon Alley. He has the diagonally.
Yeah.
Which is that like classic, like in case anybody hadn't picked up on the clever wordplay.
Yeah.
Like, it's diagonally.
Right. Diagon Alley. Nocturnally. Yes.
Yes, exactly.
You get it? Those are words.
Yes.
That end in alley.
And that end in alley, yep. But so this time it seems like Harry has sort of got it all figured out because it says Harry spun faster and faster, elbows tucked tightly to his sides, blurred fireplaces flashing past him until he started to feel sick and closed his eyes. Then when at last he felt himself slowing down, he threw his hands out and came to a halt in time to prevent himself from falling face forward out into the Weasleys' kitchen fireplace.
Right. So it's like, does it just like stop when you get to the right one?
I know, yeah. It's kind of funny. It reminds me vaguely of Goblet of Fire, the movie, when there's that scene where they use like the Portkey and they all kind of like go spinning into space.
Like, woo! Yeah.
And then everybody kind of like crashes on the ground at the campsites. And then like you've got this really just Mary Poppins moment with Arthur and Cedric
and Amos.
And Amos, who are like sort of like air jogging into
like
place.
in the graceful landing.
Yeah.
Like, well, that's Cedric Diggory kid. First he's dropping out of trees and now he's Mary Poppinsing. Wow.
Wow. Yeah.
This is a complete aside that makes no bearing and wouldn't possibly come true for at least 6 years. But I was listening to the chapter this morning at Slughorn's party.
Yeah.
When Sanguini, the vampire, is there.
Yeah.
And I was like, just the best cameo ever would be if Robert Pattinson was Sanguini in the TV show.
I would love it. I would
like,
love it.
He has no lines. He says one thing, and everyone's like, yeah, we get it.
It's like, oh, he did
the thing.
He did it. That would be amazing. That would be that would be so crowd pleasery without being like way over the top. And it's like it's an involvement that he could go and have that would take him
like an hour.
Afternoon.
Yeah.
It's like easy peasy.
Just
People would love it.
People would love it. Yeah.
Absolutely.
So that's my pitch, Warner Brothers.
Yeah, there you go. Okay, so the first thing that Harry hears upon arriving at the Burrow is, "Did he eat it?" said Fred excitedly, holding out a hand to pull Harry to his feet.
Yeah. Yeah. What was it? And then I love the name Tun Tung Toffee. Like they're so good at naming stuff.
I know. Yeah. It's good alliteration going on there to match that Weasley Wizard Wheezes.
Yeah. And now you learn that Fred and George have been inventing things and looking for someone to test them on. But like, have they not tested them on themselves yet?
It's even the kind of thing that surprises me. Like what we're about to learn is that like Molly deeply disapproves of Weasley's Wizard Wheezes and like burns all the order forms.
Yeah.
And I'm almost surprised that more of like the catalyst for this wasn't like someone outside of the family or something. Like I could see Molly getting deeply upset because they gave one to Ron or Ginny or Percy.
Yeah.
And it's sort of like, and she's like, "What have you done?" No, like,
right,
yeah. And so it is kind of surprising that none of the Weasleys have had to deal with it. But either which way, I guess they finally got to figure out what they did on Dudley.
They obviously knew what they were going to do.
Yes, yeah.
Based on the name, but yeah, I guess what he says, they got to 4 feet before Harry got out of there or something, which is so long, such a big tongue.
Yes.
I mean, so
it does sort of like, it makes me sort of like, I feel like I'm like, how like when you're sick and you're like, why am I not grateful while I'm healthy? Like
right,
all those moments.
I'll never take my health for granted again.
Yes, exactly. It's like I feel like just the idea of imagining having a 4-foot tongue makes me like just grateful that I'm like speaking.
That you just have like a regular tongue.
And I can just like swallow normally and everything's fine.
Yeah.
It's like it like really like I can't think about it too hard.
Yeah, definitely would be traumatic for Dudley, for sure. Although it sounds like Mr. Weasley is able to sort him out without too much trouble or anything.
Yes. Which it's one of those things where I feel like even Hermione will eventually like applaud Fred and George's sort of ingenuity when it comes to their clever creations.
Yeah, like they're really good at like embedding spells inside of objects.
Yes, yeah. I mean, it seems like that must be like, I wonder if there's even like a term for like the branch of magic that would be.
Yeah.
Is that
imbuing?
Imbuing, yeah. Oh, I mean, that's a Diablo word right there.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure it's plenty of other
it's just
words
a regular,
as well. But we like Diablo, so we're going to use that as our example. But yeah, it seems like they're really good at doing that. Eventually, they will have the portable swamp that Umbridge can't figure out how to get rid of. It's sort of fun though, because like I think that the ease at which Arthur solves the Tung Toffee puts him on like a level playing field with like Flitwick, who like makes the swamp go away like with a flick of his wand, except for like the little part that like they like gate off. It's like a little homage to Fred and George. But I like the fact that like it means that like Arthur could easily solve this, but it also makes me think that like Umbridge couldn't.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think she would. But it's like it's weird too because like Umbridge isn't like necessarily bad at magic the way that like Lockhart or Quirrell is bad at magic.
Sure.
You know, like she can still make a Patronus. She can still, you know, she like tries to incapacitate the centaurs, you know, a little bit. Like she can do spells and stuff.
But maybe that's even speaking to a little bit of what I was talking about with like which kind of branch of Weasley do you end up being, because it like you almost have to have like a whimsical enough mind to be able to reverse engineer what spell they've used in order to then undo said spell.
Right.
Which makes me think that like Arthur, because I would argue that this chapter demonstrates that Arthur is where a little bit more of like the whimsy side of the Weasleys comes from.
Oh, for sure he is.
Yeah.
I mean, he pretty quickly identifies, like, he's like, oh, it's just an engorgement charm. Or at least I think it is.
Yes.
You know, but it is like through the eyes of someone who has dealt with a lot of magic. It was like, I don't know how you did it, but I can see what you did.
Yes. Yeah, you can like kind of like read the traces there based on what's happening before you. So anyway, though, so Harry enters into the kitchen. Everybody's laughing at the Tung Toffee. He sees two people who didn't immediately know, but must be Bill and Charlie, the two eldest Weasley brothers. And I always think this is like another cool little nod to this exact thing, because we get like good physical descriptions of what some of the Weasleys look like.
Yes.
Which I guess, do we know? Like, I feel like going forward, Ron will always be described as like tall and gangly with like the long nose.
Yeah.
And has he been described that way? Like, I know it in my head, and I'm like, is this the first time we're really getting those?
Well, I think it's like, you know, because they're getting like bigger and bigger. So like I always kind of imagine like when, you know, Harry meets him on the train, they're about the same size.
Okay.
But like I think since then he has grown taller.
He's grown taller. Okay.
Yeah. But I think he's always been described as like taller than Fred and George.
Okay.
For the most part. Yeah.
Which sort of fits like the Fred and George like beater. Like
beater
build,
mold.
Kind of what you would imagine for that shape. Yeah. So let's see here. Let's see.
Yeah, we get the reminder that Charlie works with dragons in Romania, which is, of course, setting up for the first task later when Charlie will be there to introduce the Hungarian horntail to us.
Yes, yeah. And then it says Charlie was built like the twins, shorter and stockier than Percy and Ron, who are both long and lanky.
Right, so there you go right there. And sure enough, Charlie and Fred and George are the Quidditch players so far.
Yes.
Although, of course, eventually Ron and Ginny will be as well.
Right. Yes. That's a good point. The Weasleys just kind of got Quidditch in their blood.
They got it. Minus, you know. Well, I guess even like, does Percy go out and play with them in the last book? I feel like maybe he did.
In the last book?
Was it in the last book? Maybe it was Chamber. I don't know.
Oh! You mean last book going backwards, not last book going to Deathly
Hallows.
Yeah. I was like, I'm pretty sure he just shows up at the Battle of Hogwarts.
Yeah. No. I think he actually does play with them a little, like in the summer.
Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe so.
In a rare moment of fun for Percy.
But I think like Hermione's also playing in that particular occasion.
Oh, you might be right.
And
yeah.
so it's like, you know, Hermione's not like big on the Quidditch.
She's not great at flying. Yeah. One of her weaknesses, as it were.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I mean, if everybody's got to have one, you know.
Everyone's got to have
we can
one.
cut her some slacks.
Yeah. Weakness in that she still doesn't like flying, but manages to fly to London from Hogwarts on an invisible horse.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
You know?
Yeah. And then Bill gets to his feet smiling, also shook Harry's hand. Bill came as something of a surprise. Harry knew that he had worked for the Wizarding including Bank Gringotts, and that Bill had been head boy at Hogwarts, and Harry had always imagined Bill to be an older version of Percy, fussy about rule breaking and fond of bossing everyone around. However, Bill was, there was no other word for it, cool.
I know. I always really like this line, and I think it's pretty clever writing as well, because almost everything, like whenever you're meeting like a new item or person, you get like a pretty detailed description about like how they look or like their features or whatever. And so it's like usually you are given tons of information, and this is like if you just like, you know, if you were it's fun. This description works because of how detailed everything else is. Like it's like normally you get a lot of detail about how someone looks, and that's like the norm. And if you were just like, typically, if you were just like introducing a character and you were just at the beginning of the story to be like, and there showed Dumbledore, he looked really old. Moving on, you know, like that would be like really lazy writing and like not descriptive. But it's like, because you're used to that, the use of a single word and that single word being cool tells you everything you need to know.
Yes.
Right?
It's like it speaks volumes because we can just dilute it down to like,
exactly.
cool.
Exactly.
Though to be fair, we do get a bit more.
But then you do,
yeah, which is that he has hair tied back in a ponytail. He's wearing an earring with looks like a fang dangling from it. Bill's clothes wouldn't have looked out of place at like a rock concert. So like, you know, to me, I'm almost saying that like Bill is almost like the best parts of both like Molly and Arthur a little bit going on here.
Sure.
Yeah, like that
classic eldest child.
Yeah. Says the eldest child.
Yeah, you're right. There's no other word for them, Ben. They're cool.
They're cool.
I think it's kind of funny too because, like, to this point, you've known the eldest Weasley to just be Percy. Like, you know, he's not the oldest, but he's the oldest one there, and he kind of acts like a different version of oldest child, where he's just like enforcing the rules and being the bossy one and kind of like being extra responsible about everything.
Yes. Yep. But yeah. So then we have Mr. Weasley appear out of thin air at George's shoulder. He was looking angrier than Harry had ever seen him. "That wasn't funny, Fred," he shouted. "What on earth did you give that Muggle boy?"
That wasn't funny, and I was like, "Well, I mean, it was funny."
Everyone else thought so.
Everyone was laughing. Yeah, I was just saying.
Oh man. But we talked about this in the last chapter. I do like Fred's rationale for it.
Yes.
At least what it comes down to, because it's not just like, I mean, it's cruel no matter what, but like at least he's coming from a non-completely terrible perspective. Let's see here. So basically he's just like, I just dropped it. You know, it's like, it wasn't my fault that he ate it. And Mr. Weasley is like, you knew he ate it. You knew he was on a diet. And then George can't help himself. How big did his tongue get?
Yeah. I love how well Mr. Weasley just knows his sons too. He's like, not an accident. Don't buy it for a second.
Yes, absolutely. This is a moment where I feel like it would be so funny in the TV series if like George like pulls out like a notepad and is always like, how big did his tongue get? Like
taking notes.
Like, yes.
Market
like,
research.
Yeah, yes, precisely. So that's when we learned that it was 4 feet long before his parents would let me shrink it, which I can't even imagine what was going on at the Dursleys when it got to 4 feet. And
I know.
That's the point where they're like, okay,
what to do something, fix it.
Right.
Yeah, right. I can also just imagine like it feels hard that like, and you kind of get this feeling even just later down the page that like at this point after he says it was 4 feet and everyone laughs, I can't imagine Mr. Weasley isn't just sort of like you know, a little in on the joke. Like he understands that like it was hilarious, but it's like as a parent I must remain firm on this.
Dude, this is the perspective that I think at the very least I only received once I became a parent.
Yeah.
Was the realization that at times when your parents are upset, it's because they need to teach you, not because they are upset themselves.
Yeah.
Like in my mind, it was like every time I upset mom and dad, it was because they were actually angry.
Right.
Not that they didn't need to set like a good example or precedent for behaviors.
Right.
And you're right. It does feel a little bit like you can imagine like Arthur like kind of has one of those like Dumbledore like mustache twitch moments. Like,
right.
Like, okay, it was kind of funny, but,
it was kind of funny, yeah.
But this sort of behavior seriously undermines wizard-muggle relations. And he's like, my own sons. And this is where Fred points out, we didn't give it to him because he was a muggle. No, we gave it to him because it's a great bullying git, said George. Isn't he, Harry?
Yeah.
And so I do appreciate the distinction here, because it's like basically what we know about the Weasleys in general is that they're like notorious like blood traders, which is a good thing. It means that they are not determined to maintain blood purity in any way. They don't have prejudice towards Muggle-born people, it's basically saying like, no, this has nothing to do with the fact that he's Muggle.
Right,
Like,
yeah.
This has to do with the fact that he's mean.
Right.
And so there's that.
Yeah, it comes off maybe like it's a great counter argument. I feel like it comes off a little interesting in this book where like Dudley, whilst they were there, was not mean.
That's true.
And
That's
like for the
true.
most part was like actually incredibly scared.
That's also
and
that's
then
a good,
something happened. Yeah.
that's a very good point. That's
Yeah.
a good point. Yeah. He is the one who, when it comes to magic, has had a bad experience and has reason to be scared.
Yeah.
Of such things. So that's a good point. That's a good point. Good call there.
Yeah. Although don't feel too bad for Dudley. He will open the next book by like beating up 10-year-olds with a gang of teenagers. So
There is that as well. Yeah.
So there's that. That's not great.
This next line, though, I think is where we really start to get like a feel for the difference between the two types of Weasleys that there
Yes,
are.
yeah.
Because you wait until I tell your mother. And this is the moment where I feel like it's clear to me that Mr. Weasley is trying to prove a point.
Oh yeah.
Because it's like when you scroll down the page, like what happens next is that Miss Weasley walks into the room.
Yeah, as he's saying this.
Tell me what, Arthur?
Yeah.
And Harry could tell, however angry he was with Fred and George, he hadn't really intended to tell Mrs. Weasley what had happened.
Oh, I know. I love that. It reminds me so much of like when she comes in and she's like, "Your sons flew that car of yours halfway across,
Yes, yeah, to Surrey and back last
to
night.
Surrey and back last night. He goes, "Did you really?
How'd it go?
How did it go?" Oh, that was very wrong, boys. It's like very much the same energy happening in the room.
Yes,
Just sort of like in reverse because now he's the one who has to give the news instead of the one who's hearing the news.
Yes, exactly. So I feel like that's kind of like one of those things where it's like, it makes me believe that Arthur has a lot of this whimsy living inside of his own perspective.
Oh, I mean,
well.
I mean, he wrote a loophole into a actual law so that he could tinker with stuff.
Yes,
you know?
yeah. Like he like the twins are well reflected in Arthur.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like I think that's where they're getting that behavior from. Where I would argue that I think that Percy is getting a lot of his personality like almost more purely distilled from Molly.
Right.
Even if he's got more of like an Arthur physical appearance.
I mean, even just based on what's going to happen with Bill and Charlie, like fighting the tables later, like you can tell, like they were both like perfectly respectable, like students who were like mostly well behaved and did what they were supposed to. But there was like still a certain amount of like rule breaking carefreeness. And I can imagine if you're the Percy Weasley who was the youngest brother at that point, realizing that like, Bill and Charlie are great, but like the way I can set myself apart and really stand out to like mom is to like really follow the rules.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. So I think that that's like Percy walking to the beat of Molly's drum, maybe more so than Arthur's.
Right. I mean, absolutely. I mean, down to the point where even later in this chapter, she's going to say like, "Oh, Fred and George," or Ron's going to say she wants them to go into the ministry.
Yes.
And it's like, and guess who's the only one who's gone into the ministry?
Percy.
Is Percy. Yeah.
Yeah. He is trying to do everything he can to please what his mother's version of like perfection is.
Exactly.
Yeah. Let's see here. So this is where Arthur though was eyeing his wife nervously. Let's see here. The two girls appeared in the kitchen doorway behind Mrs. Weasley. This is sort of like one of those moments where it's like people enter the room that can sort of like dispel the tension a little bit.
Yeah.
Which is, of course, Hermione and Ginny, both of whom smile at Harry, who grins back, and Ginny goes, "Scarlet."
Yeah.
Because at this point in time, she still hasn't quite broken out of that shell yet.
Just notice that both of them smile at him, though. You
Just
know what
notice
I mean?
that.
Just notice that.
Yeah.
Look, we know that Ginny has a crush on him, and she smiles at him. So Hermione smiles at him, ipso facto, at this point. Also, therefore, I'm just putting it out there.
Just putting it out there.
Also, we get the description of Hermione that says one with very bushy brown hair and rather large front teeth, which the large front teeth isn't like you always get the bushy hair when it comes to Hermione. The large front teeth, though, is being brought up here specifically because Hermione's going to have like her little makeover later in the book.
Yes.
And this is just to remind you that she has big teeth because later on, like she's going to get like super long teeth courtesy of like Malfoy's spell, I think. Yeah,
yep.
It's going to like ricochet in her. So this is all, it's being pointed out to you because it's going to be changed later.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yep. So just a little reminder of what's going on there.
Yes.
Yeah, and then so basically this is Molly doubling down, being like, tell me what, Arthur? And this is where Arthur is definitely like, oh, okay, let's rein it back in because I didn't plan for this to be like a huge problem.
Right, and now he's trying to hedge.
Yes, he's like, Fred and George, but I've had words with them.
I've had words with them, yes. And then she's obvious. She zeroes in on it immediately. It's like, if it's got anything to do with Weasley's wizard Wheezes. Oh, it's so fun. And Hermione's like, we got to bounce. Let's go.
Yeah. It's like, although I love the fact that Ron misses the beat. Like, why don't we show Harry where he's sleeping? And Ron's like, he knows where he's sleeping.
He knows where he's sleeping. Come
in
on.
my room. He slept there last time. We can all go, said Hermione pointedly. Oh, said Ron, cottoning on. Cottoning on. I was just sort of like, I like that phrasing.
Great word. Yeah, good.
Yeah.
I love how George tries to like cotton on as well.
Yeah, we'll come too, said George.
Yeah, nice try.
I literally wrote, not a bad try, though.
Yeah. Well, we better be getting to bed.
Yep. What is it, 4 p.m.?
Yeah, big day tomorrow, you know. Yep.
Actually, I think based on the previous chapter, we know that it's approximately 5:45.
Oh, do we?
Well, because remember, they were supposed to pick
you're
them up
right.
at 5, and then they're like a half hour late.
You're right.
And, however long it took for the Tongue Toffee antics. So.
Right, roughly dinner time.
Yeah.
So then I love the description of the stairs as well, just up the rickety stairs that zigzagged through the house to the upper stories. Like, this is one of those things they really capture well in the movies because there's really absolutely no reason for stairs to look this way in a house.
True.
Like they should not be zigzagging just like through the center of the house. But I love it when they're all like looking down and like, sure enough, that's how it's built.
Yes.
And it's just like, it's like, there's no reason for that, but that is absolutely how I would want it.
No, I know. It's
Yeah.
so great. And it's just another one of those examples of like the Burrow being kind of similar to like the moving staircases
at Hogwarts.
at
Yeah,
Hogwarts,
they're just sort of zigzagging around,
Like I'm wondering.
I know.
I don't know if I've ever picked up on this before, but it does sort of make me think that like the Burrow is like a tiny little version of Hogwarts.
The Burrow was a dragon?
The Burrow was a dragon. And what does Charlie do for work? Mm-hmm. Coincidence?
I know. Although it said it started out as a pigsty, so that's also
So maybe coincidence.
maybe the Burrow was a pig.
The Burrow was a pig. Yeah, there we go. Harry is asking about Weasley's wizard Wheezes, and Ron and Ginny both think it's funny, although Hermione didn't. This, I think, is another example of like, as much as Ginny may take after Molly, she also certainly has like a considerable amount of that Fred and George.
Yeah, she's like a good balance of the two parents.
She is.
Yeah.
Yes, indeed. So she definitely still has like the sense of humor about her, and she can sort of see where it's like kind of whimsy. And basically, yeah, what we discover is that Mom found the stack of order forms when she was cleaning Fred and George's room. Great long price lists for stuff that they've invented, joke stuff, fake wands and trick sweets, loads of stuff. It was brilliant. I never knew they'd been inventing all of that. And then it's sort of like one of those moments where you're like, yeah, Fred and George are flat out just ignoring the underage magic rule.
Oh, I know. That is so true. It's like they're clearly just doing magic all the time. And it's like it's funny because like this is like the weird advantage you have if you come from a wizarding family, because like if you're just doing magic at your house, like it doesn't, like the ministry can detect that magic was done, but not who's doing it.
Yeah.
But if your whole family is wizards, then they just have to assume, like, they give the parents the benefit of the doubt that they're enforcing the rules.
Right.
Like, they're not going to go investigate every little spell that happens everywhere all the time.
Right.
And, like, but then, like, for Harry, it's super unfair because, like, obviously any magic done in number 4 Privet Drive is clearly him.
Exactly.
Even when it's not.
When it's Dobby, yeah. I know. So it definitely is like one of those advantages. But it's funny because, like, I think Percy probably came home for the summer and would go up and, like, maybe be, like, a little bit, like, more in Hermione-based behavior, like, read all of the textbooks and be, like,
very studious.
Very studious about it. And it's like what Fred and George are doing, I mean, they're getting in reps. Like if you were a high school athlete and you got home and did nothing but go out to your basketball hoop in the backyard and just shot all summer, it's like you're
going to get a lot better.
Exactly. And so I think it's like, the way in which Fred and George and their ambitions are misunderstood by probably more Molly than anything in this particular chapter. It really is kind of interesting because it's like they're working very hard, just not in the way that
it's such like a state of hypocrisy that's going to be happening here in a couple of sentences or whatever. But I also love in that sentence where it says, fake wands and trick sweets, loads of stuff. It was brilliant. I never knew they'd been inventing all that. Like, I love how proud Ron is of them. Like, he's so impressed. Like, there's no like jealousy or like feeling left out. He's just like, that was so like well done.
Yes, yes, you're absolutely right. Especially from Ron too, who does kind of like, that is like his cross to bear in the Weasley household. Is like being, and maybe it's like it's really good for Ron, like what Fred and George are doing because they're acting in a way like that is so discernible from like the head boys of the elder brothers before him.
Yeah.
It's kind of like, okay, it's nice to see like this is like a helpful dose of like humility maybe that he's got coming out of him.
Right.
And so it's actually just really cool that Fred and George can actually even provide that to the family dynamic.
Yeah. And then he does admit, like, well, all of it really was a bit dangerous. And, they're planning to sell it at Hogwarts to make some money. And Mom went mad at them. And I underline that. And I'm like, why? Why is that such a bad thing, that they were going to, like, sell it, stuff they paid? I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, maybe it's just sort of like that idea. Like, I mean, it's funny because you're right. Like, it's almost like that is ambition. I know. Like, and I think she's about to say that they have
no
any.
ambition. I know, it's so weird. Or it's like she can't see the forest for the trees.
Exactly.
Or something a little bit.
Yeah.
And then I love it. So like she burned all their order forms, and I'm like, of all the things, that seems like the easiest thing to remake.
I know. I'm always like, that's not a setback.
I know, it's not really a setback. So like, why did she burn the sweets or the products?
Right. No.
Yeah.
Those are way more well hidden.
Yeah, she didn't find any of those. But I guess we revealed that they didn't get as many OWLs as she expected. And they had a big row because Mom wants them going to the Ministry of Magic like Dad, and they told her all they wanted to do was open a joke shop. And it's like, it is surprising to me that Molly has taken this tack with Fred and George. Like, I'm not sure if she's just mad about the OWLs or something, but like, she's upset that they like want to start a joke shop, which is just like, I don't know. It seems so weird because it's not as if Bill and Charlie are in the Ministry of Magic either. Like Charlie does he even have a job? It always says he's out studying dragons, and like Bill is a treasure hunter. Like neither of those are ministry jobs.
Right. Like, yeah, I mean, in hunting treasure seems more in line with what Fred and George are going for here, just through a different means.
Right, just like different means. So it's like, of your 3 kids with jobs, only one of them actually works at the ministry, and you don't seem upset with Bill or Charlie, though.
I know. I think it's the OWLs being folded in there, but this is another point that I would want to bring up just more for like out of universe reasons, but like students like this do exist in the real world. Like students who can't seem to grapple onto like the traditional educational like examination type things, but it's not for a lack of brilliance, creativity, or talent. It's just sort of like the way in which they're able to direct their energies doesn't yield great like marks.
Right.
But it's like those people will still go on to do great things.
Right.
So it's like I feel like, it's like one of those things where it's like it's okay to be Fred and George.
Right. Absolutely it is. And then on the other hand, we have Percy sticking his head out. Oh, hello, Harry. I was wondering what making all that noise. I'm trying to work in here, Got a report to finish for the office, and it's rather difficult to concentrate when people keep thundering up and down the stairs. To which I'm just like, bro, you're at home, man, okay? Like, you have a job now? Why are you still even living there? Like, go, like, move out if it's such a problem. No one's making you do work right now.
Right.
This is your problem.
It really is. It really is. I mean, I highlighted that whole interaction because I was just like, it never takes long with Percy. Like,
nope.
He's so well like crafted to where it's like everybody has known this person in their life.
Yeah.
And you're like, yeah.
You're like, yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Little bit of a wet blanket on the situation there.
Absolutely. Things are more important. I'm working for a report for the Department of International Magical Cooperation.
Right.
We're trying to standardize cauldron thickness. Some of these foreign imports are just a shade too thin. Leakage have been increasing at a rate of almost 3% a year. Just like, dude, chill.
It's like, I mean, it is a hilariously unimportant sounding thing.
I mean, it absolutely is. And like even Ron knows it. He's like, unless some sort of international law is imposed, we might find ourselves the market flooded with flimsy, shallow bottom products that seriously like shallow bottoms.
Yeah. All right,
Yeah.
said Ron. He started off upstairs again. Percy slammed his bedroom door shut.
Yeah.
It's
It's so silly because it's like, on the one hand, it's like Fred and George are clearly taking all their joke stop stuff very seriously.
Yeah.
Like they're doing order forms, they're planning for the future, they're trying to sell stuff, and it's like somehow they're taking it seriously in the right way, and Percy is taking it seriously in the wrong way.
I know.
Like I don't know where the line is, but like clearly there's a line.
I mean, and maybe it's like one of those things where it's like it's one of them is more fun, which makes it then therefore like more relatable. But like to me, what really stands out here is that like what you end up having is like Percy, Fred, and George don't seem similar to each other at all. But realistically, what you've got is three brothers, all of whom lock themselves in their room to work very hard on the things that matter to them.
Exactly.
And it's sort of like, it's like, these are all people. It's like what the Weasleys share is the like setting of their intentions based on what matters most to them and chasing that thing.
Right, but you can definitely see like the Molly Weasley of it all in the center of it, because like Percy is sort of like a wet blanket to everyone all the time.
Right.
But he's the one Molly's really proud of.
Right.
Even though, but you're right, it's the same situation. If you just like, go up to the stairs, turn left, that's Percy's room. To the right, that's the twins' room or whatever.
Right.
It's like over here, and it's like the same situation. Like you're right, they're holed up in their rooms, working hard on what matters to them.
Yeah.
And it's like Percy, she's proud of, even though he's kind of rude to everybody. Fred and George are a laugh and everyone loves them, but she's upset with them.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. But then what I think is kind of like interesting is that like you might think like Percy doesn't have any of that like good-natured Weasley in him. Like it's almost like he got like dealt like the unusual like what is the formula, I guess, where he's like way more like tilted to like one side, like that rule following nature or whatever. But it's kind of fascinating to me that the very last thing that Fred will say to Percy before Fred dies at the Battle of Hogwarts is like, "You're joking, Percy." And it's fascinating to me because I almost feel like that's Percy like finally letting down a lot of like the barriers that I think he like built in his brain to try to avoid engaging in these kinds of behaviors, but it's not for a lack of existing within him.
Right.
It's almost like you get to see like the best version of Percy finally emerge right there at the end, and we don't get to spend enough time with like that version of the character.
Yeah. I know. Yeah, it's too bad. It's too bad. But from there, we do get to head up to Ron's room, where I thought this was just interesting. Harry notices a fish tank on the windowsill, which had previously held frog spawn, now contained one extremely large frog, which I was like, I don't know why I never put it together that frog spawn would grow into a frog.
This one throws me because I have done lots of saltwater aquariums, and one of like the most universally popular coral is called frog spawn.
Yeah.
Which is it's an LPS coral, which
Sure.
Large polyp, stony.
Yeah.
And basically it resembles actual frog spawn, like like from frogs, which is why it is called that. But the fact that it was in an aquarium, I always just imagine him having a tank full of frog spawn coral. So you're right.
All right.
Yeah. But one extremely large frog.
One extremely large frog.
Who is taking care? He's only there for 8 weeks.
I know. It's like Neville brought a toad to school, and you like lost Scabbers. Like you had a frog.
You had a frog.
Dude, come on.
Maybe Ron's like, I'm not bringing that to school.
Not bringing that to school. I'm not Neville. Come on, dude. As if. Also, did we learn? It says Fred and George are in here with us because Bill and Charlie are in their room. So that's interesting. It was like, so when Bill and Charlie were at home, where did everybody sleep? Was this the arrangement ahead of time? Like before? Like, did they not have their own rooms? Or it was just like, like did Ginny take over one of their rooms or something? Or where did she, like, what, how, why don't they have their own rooms?
I suppose being the only girl in the family maybe would grant you having your own bedroom.
I suppose.
And I mean, it's interesting because it does make you wonder whether or not this was like plotted out. Like, how long was everybody simultaneously, like how much older are Bill and Charlie to the rest of the Weasleys, and is there a world where you wouldn't have needed that extra bedroom?
Well, like Bill would have to be like 17 years older than Ginny.
Yeah,
right.
In order for this to work,
Yeah.
exactly as we imagine it. Which, let's see here. So Ginny is currently, So Ginny is currently what, 13? Because
Right.
she'll be going into her third year. It does feel hard to imagine a scenario where Bill or Charlie is 30, and I'm pretty sure we know that Charlie is only a couple years out of Hogwarts,
Right.
Because they sort of talk about like his tenure on the Gryffindor Quidditch team having been like recent to like Oliver Wood and all
Right.
of that. Like McGonagall references Charlie.
Yeah, like he only seems like maybe like 1 year removed from Hogwarts by the time Harry gets there.
Right.
Yeah,
Right,
or
right,
two
right.
maybe.
Yeah.
So yeah, hard to say. But like, okay, let's see. We know that Ron has a bedroom, Percy has a bedroom, Ginny has a bedroom, and that Fred and George have a bedroom. So that's 4 bedrooms plus presumably Molly and Arthur have a bedroom. So it's a 5-bedroom house for 7 or 9 people.
Yeah.
Right? So, and like you'd assume that like, okay, they have Bill. Bill gets his own room. That makes sense. Then they have Charlie. Charlie gets his own room. That makes sense. We only have 2 kids.
Right.
Then we have Percy. Percy gets his own room. That makes sense. We only have 3 kids.
Fred and George.
Fred and George come together. They get their own room.
Right.
Right. That makes sense because they share because they're twins. That, I can see that math going here. We've got now, though, all of the rooms are full. Right. Now, all of the rooms are full. So now we have Ron. Where does he go? Right?
Maybe that's when I was gonna say because he's like sort of like in the attic,
Yeah.
up like with the ghoul.
No, I mean,
he's
yeah.
beneath the ghoul.
Yeah.
But I was gonna say like is Ron's room like made
Right.
like, but no, I don't think that's how it works.
I don't know.
Okay, I can't follow.
Right?
that.
Yeah, I don't know. Where does he go? Do then they move Bill and Charlie into a room together? That would seem like suddenly unfair to them, Right.
Me as the middle child, remembering growing up, me and
Yeah.
you sharing a room for quite some time, where our
Yeah.
younger brother Tyler was born,
Uh-huh.
and then at some point in time, you were given the room,
Yeah.
and then me and Tyler had to share rooms.
Correct.
And so I was the last one to ever have a room to myself.
Well, I don't know what to tell you, bud.
I mean, I guess maybe Tyler had it worse because he had his own room taken from him.
He wanted to share a room with you.
Oh, is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay. I see what's happening.
Yeah.
There. Well, I was a good roommate,
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Good chatterbox.
You
at
had the
night.
top bunk, okay?
Sorry. And now we're way off the train. Okay, so what else do we see inside of Ron's room? Ron's old cat Scabbers was here no more, but instead there was a tiny gray owl that had delivered Ron's letter to Harry in Privet Drive. It was hopping up and down in a small cage, twittering madly.
Yeah.
This was just a detail I pulled aside here, but remember when we visited the post office in Hogsmeade?
Yeah.
They refer to the smallest owls as tiny little scops owls for local deliveries only. And so I'm just curious whether or not Pigwidgeon is a scops owl.
Is a scop, and so they're just making him do larger than life deliveries.
Like I mean, maybe it's like, maybe as a scops owl, Pigwidgeon is actually killing it.
Oh, I mean, that
you know.
that seems to be the case. And I love how Ron like immediately just treats Pigwidgeon like, oh, he's being stupid. And he won't answer to anything else. And he annoys me too. And it's like Harry knew Ron too well to take him seriously. He moaned continually about his old rat Scabbers, but was most upset when Hermione's got Crookshanks appeared to have eaten him. And I'm like, I'm surprised Ron's even taking this tack at all. But it's like, dude, your owl was given to you by escaped convict Sirius Black. Like, that's so cool.
Yes,
Right?
like the way in which you got to like come to own an owl, like especially because I have to imagine Molly and Arthur, like Ron comes home from the train. He's like, "Look, Mom and Dad, I've got an owl."
Like,
and they were
where?
like, "How?"
Yeah.
like you're not a prefect.
Found him.
Yeah,
I found him. What did I tell you?
I climbed a tree.
I'm a trick. Got an owl now, so it's fine. It's cool. Yeah, I just did. I took it, and now it's mine. So there you go.
There you go.
Yep.
But I do think like, and this was something I wanted to outline a little bit because like it almost makes me think that like that Ron has got like a too big of an issue with like negative self-talk. Mm-hmm. It's like he is like determined for everything that he has to like he's seeing it all in the wrong light a little bit.
Yeah.
And I mean, I can understand where he's coming from, just because I do think that like a huge piece of like I said before, his like character model is trying. I mean, it's what he saw in the Mirror of Erised. It's himself as Quidditch captain and winning the House Cup and
head boy and all that.
Living up to those expectations.
The best of all of them.
Right. But he, but I don't know. So I'm curious a little bit of like maybe that's what happens, because I mean, he'll get like his dress robes later on, which are they sound like they're a hard hand.
This is a tough hand to be dealt.
Yeah. But it's like I'm like you seemed excited about Pigwidgeon when you got it at the train at the end of last year, and I'm kind of sad to see that you're not like more jazzed about it now.
Yeah, I know, right?
Yeah.
But anyway, so then we also get an update on Crookshanks out chasing gnomes in the garden. And then, which I have a note about Crookshanks later on. I'll get to that.
Okay, that sounds good.
Yeah. But then, we get to hear about Percy's work for the ministry, and Ron is just like, oh, enjoying it. I don't reckon he'd come home if Dad didn't make him. He's obsessed. And then we get introduced. This is also like clever writing. We're often introduced to characters before they appear themselves.
Yes.
So this is your first introduction to Mr. Crouch and what you know him. So how you're mentally going into meeting Barty Crouch is that he is someone Percy, the wet blanket, looks up to the utmost.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah. To the point where Ron ends his impersonation, according to Mr. Crouch. As I was saying, Mr. Crouch is of the opinion they'll be announcing their engagement any day now.
Yeah, I underlined that and said, if Barty can ever learn his name.
Weatherby. Something that when we were kids, we thought was the funniest thing ever.
Because it is.
Because it is.
Yeah. I know. I love. And then Harry at the bottom, or they ask about did the food parcels get there, and says, yeah, thanks a lot. They saved my life. Those cakes, to which I just highlighted and said, wizard debt. Saved his life. Now you owe everybody.
Now you know everybody. Which I mean, he does die for everybody.
He does. So he does pay it.
I think
perhaps this is the establishing catalyst.
You know what? In fact, I think that as self-proclaimed Harry Potter experts, this is it. This is the moment. Harry has to die for everybody because of the cakes.
The cakes saved his life.
They saved his life. Yeah.
Yeah.
We're joking.
That's not it.
That's not it.
This is hyperbole. Yeah. Let's see. Then we get a little bit of update on Sirius Black, and we're reminded that nobody but themselves and Dumbledore knew that Sirius had escaped or believed in his innocence, which is, again, I can't believe Ron doesn't think his owl is cooler. You're right. I wonder what lie he told them, because came from Sirius Black is probably not going to fly.
Probably not going to be terribly acceptable in the eyes of Molly and Arthur.
Yeah, yet.
Especially because, it's like, they will come to know him, but even then, like once they know him, I feel like Molly and Sirius are always at odds with each other. So it's like even then it would feel like if like Ron came home and was like, yeah, Sirius got me an owl, she'd be like, I disapprove.
Yeah. Also, this is the next sentence. What happens is, so they get up there, they hear the arguing is stopped, and they say, should we go back down and help your mom with dinner? So I'm like, here's what happened. They walked all the way up the stairs, and then Harry said, why is that called Pigwidgeon? I don't know. Percy likes his job? Yup. Have you heard from Sirius? A little. Let's go back downstairs. Like, they basically walk up there and walk right back down.
And even the have you heard from Sirius doesn't get finished because Ginny is in the room.
Yeah.
So from Ginny's perspective, she's like, what was the point of walking all the way up here?
I know. And it's like at the very top of the house through all the zigzag staircases. Yep. Nope. So yeah, I was just like, boy, they barely got up there.
I know.
And then immediately turned around. As they're heading out to go help Bill and Charlie set up for dinner outside, you get to kind of continue to see this like weird relationship that Molly has with the twins at this exact moment, because like she points her wand and she knocks a bunch of potato skins out of the sink or whatever. And as she's fixing it, Harry just sort of hears her like muttering to herself, like, those two, no ambition unless you can't make it as much trouble as you possibly can. And it's like, that she's saying this about Fred and George as if Bill and Charlie aren't out in the garden fighting tables in the sky at this exact moment.
I know. I know. You're absolutely correct. Like it's fun. It's interesting because it does almost seem like the fact. I don't know. I'm trying to decide like whether or not like this would happen in families or not. Like where there's a degree of like once you've left the nest, or is it because like they fell into those molds of like head boy, Quidditch captain, like that it's sort of like
Right.
their behavior is like more excusable because they did some of the things that they were air quotes supposed to do.
Right, like maybe like she disapproved, but like clearly the staff is recognizing you, so I trust you more.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Whereas
Yeah,
like she
yeah.
mostly hears a lot about a troublemaking from these two.
Right.
And now
right.
they're not getting good grades and they want to start a joke shop and blah, 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 blah. And it's like, but at the same, yeah, but it is just funny to see like through the eyes of her, like clearly the other kids are the same. Like they're just out there like having a table fight. You know?
I know, absolutely, yeah. And yeah, so I highlighted and underlined like the no ambition part and was like incorrect. But
I
then-
know. I said that. I said, I mean, not true.
Yeah, exactly. But then on literally the very next page, you get the line from her that says, "It's not as though they haven't got brains." And I was like,
Yes.
correct.
Correct.
Like, it's like that's just another layer of that. Like, it's like she can recognize that they're smart.
Yeah.
And I mean, I love the ways in which this truth permeates the story with Fred and George in particular.
Yeah.
It's like, I mean, like I said before, like Hermione's going to be impressed with the kind of magic they can do. Umbridge can't get rid of the swamp that they do. They end up being like the single business that's thriving despite like everything being down. Like,
Yeah.
They're like really, truly creating amazing stuff.
Yeah.
It's just almost like you just got to let them like kind of spread their
Gotta
wings
let them
and
go.
fly.
Yeah, right, exactly. Also, there's just like I just highlighted this as well because we're getting more about Molly cooking, and it says she gave her wave her wand around. A creamy sauce poured from the wand tip as she stirred, and I'm like, does this violate some kind of like Gamp's like law of transfiguration or whatever?
Elemental transfiguration.
Elemental transfiguration. Yeah.
I mean, it's definitely a curiosity unless she made the creamy sauce in like a pot somewhere,
right.
And she is like siphoning it through magic.
That is what I have to assume is happening because otherwise she's making food out of nowhere.
Yeah, I think that just has to. We based on the laws of magic, we must assume that is what's happening.
Oh, okay. All right then.
Yeah.
Yep.
So she is just taking it from the pot and being able to re-divert it.
Do you imagine that there is like spells you can put on food so like they won't decay or like they won't go bad?
I imagine so.
Because then you could like make because one of the other like laws of food or whatever is that like if you have some, you can make more of it.
Yes.
So you could like make this creamy sauce, put the spell on it so that it won't decay, and then just leave it in the fridge like forever.
Forever.
Because you could just make more of it whenever you want and just be like, because you can make more of it if you have it, right?
Theoretically,
That'd be amazing.
it would be kind of cool.
That's
It would
pretty
be
cool.
kinda- yeah,
That's
yeah,
pretty good
yeah,
wizard
yeah.
hack right there.
It's
I'm
not
just
so
saying.
bad. I mean, I wonder if anybody's ever thought of that.
I mean, it sounds like Molly has, you know?
Well, I mean, okay, that is one of the things though, and we talk about like we have a whole string of videos about the economies of how like money works in the wizarding world and stuff, and it's just very, very different because it's like despite being like self-proclaimed or described as being like poor in the story, it's not as though the table they're about to eat dinner on isn't groaning under the weight of all of the excellent cooking.
Yeah.
So it's like there is like maybe they can't afford the things that they can't make of their own accord, but the things that they can magically concoct, they are plentiful.
Yeah.
It's like Harry is like well fed whenever he goes there.
Yeah.
So there is that. So it seems like something must be going on.
Yeah.
To that tune.
Yes, it does.
Let's see here. So then as we continue on down the page, Molly's still sort of going. She's like, I don't know where we went wrong with them. To which I want to pause right here because I feel like we have been like describing Molly in a slightly negative light through this chapter, which is not how I feel about Molly at all. I
no,
love
me
Molly.
neither. Yeah.
She's incredible. And I think ultimately it's even well executed as time goes on, where once Fred and George are successful, they spoil the heck out of Molly.
Oh, yes.
Like,
they
I don't-
absolutely do.
I don't think they've ever felt not loved. And I think
Yeah.
they will eventually recognize that she only wanted what was best for them. She just didn't quite have the vision to see what they were going to do.
Right. I mean, she even admits out loud. She's like, "Well, I must admit, I was concerned at first, but they do seem to have a flair for business."
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly.
Yeah.
Let's see here. Go ahead.
Yeah, let's see. So next we have several knives soared out of it, flew across the kitchen, and began chopping the potatoes, which had just been ticked back into the sink. I just think magical cooking seems fun.
It does.
Like there's all the little like household spells that she's doing to do it. It's like she can even if you have the food and make it, like you still have to cook it.
Yes. So there's like a lot of like It honestly reminds me a lot of like programming, like a programming language, where it's like I feel like if you were to like magically be like setting all these commands into place, you would need to have good mastery of all the commands themselves. You would need to know the order, and you would need to execute them properly in that order so that like the right things happen at the right times.
Yeah.
You know, over and over again. So I can see it being more complicated than kind of meets the eye with like the wave of the wand or whatever.
Yeah.
And it does remind me a little bit of that scene from the first Fantastic Beasts movie.
I was just gonna bring that up.
Where Queenie is making just like this like super incredible, extravagant.
Dude,
like,
she makes that strudel thing.
Yeah.
But she like cooks that in midair too.
She does.
Like
She
that,
does.
like, yeah, so that's like a little bit, I wonder what's happening there. She has all the ingredients, but she's like single wand waves it into a cooked pastry in front of Jacob in like 10 seconds.
Yeah. I mean, that's high level artistry at that point.
That is high. I mean, Queenie is clearly very talented at this particular thing. So yeah, just point that out there. I love that scene. It's so satisfying.
It really is.
I'm like, I want to eat that food.
And then I love then later on in the series when she's like feeding him like slop.
I know,
It's like weird pasta mush mash.
Right. Yeah. She's gone a little off the rails at that point.
A little bit. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh well. And then, guys, it's poor timing. Molly picks up one of the fake wands. Like, how many times have I told them not to leave them lying around? And it's like the irony in this exact moment is that like she's upset with them, even though they've made a product that successfully fooled her.
Exactly.
It's like their artistry is so good.
It is.
Yeah.
It is. It's like because I mean you. At this point in time, Molly has had her wand for decades.
Yeah.
And they have just successfully created a wand that looked so similar that she mistakenly picked up the wrong one.
Yeah.
After she presumably had just set it down.
Yeah. So little shout out to them is there, even though she's not that impressed in the moment. But such bad timing to be like you're mad at somebody for something and then another thing happens.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Let's see. But then we got a little update on Crookshanks here, who's chasing gnomes around the garden. Let's see. It says, then it says one of the gnomes dived headlong into one of the Wellington boots that lay scattered around the door. Harry could hear the gnome giggling madly as Crookshanks inserted a paw into the boot. Okay, so two things here. One, I think I realized something here. I think Crookshanks is really bad at hunting.
Oh, that's kind of funny.
Like, think about this. Crookshanks fails to catch scabbers for an entire year.
Yeah.
And the gnomes, Harry can pick them up right off the ground.
Yeah.
You know? I think Crookshanks is really bad at hunting.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good observation.
Yeah. Like,
Yeah.
just like, it's not the Scabber survives not because he's so crafty. It's like Crookshanks is just bad at this.
I sort of love it because it takes away any amount of credit you could give to Peter, which is one of my favorite things to do.
I know, yeah, I don't like giving Peter credit for just about anything. But then also, I have a very fun fact about Wellington boots.
Oh, lay it on me because I literally underlined this and I was like, so often when I was reading these books as a kid, I always kind of like felt bad for just not knowing what Wellington boots were.
Yeah. Yes.
So go ahead, fire at will.
Okay, so they're basically just rain boots. But,
Okay.
right. You know, they're like big rubber boots that you might wear out in like the garden or if it was raining or something. In case you're wondering what they were, because that was one of those things. I'm like, Wellington boots, is that like a British thing? Is that a brand? I guess it's more like maybe it is a brand, but it's like, you know, everyone would just call any rubber boots Wellington boots, I think.
Oh, sure, like a Kleenex type situation.
Yes. However,
it is capitalized for what it's worth.
It is, yes. This is because they are called that. They are named after the Duke of Wellington, who popularized the shoe in 1817. This transformed the Wellington boot from military uniform to aristocrat fashion. However, do you know the Duke of Wellington is not his real name? Do you want to know the Duke of Wellington's real name, Ben?
No, what is it?
It is Arthur Wellesley.
No.
Yeah, Arthur Wellesley. I was like, no, it is not.
That's not a mistake.
That can't be a mistake. That cannot be a mistake that Arthur Wellesley, that Arthur Weasley owns Wellington boots, right?
That is a nod if I've ever seen one.
I read that yesterday, but I was like, that is the most obscure, one of the most obscure Easter eggs I've ever found.
That is so random, but
Yes.
that can't be a mistake.
It cannot be.
Too big of a coincidence.
Arthur Wellesley.
Wellesley. Does this man have a legacy of any kind?
Well, he was the Duke of Wellington, and the boots are named after him, so
So there's that.
there's that. Yeah. I mean,
was he known for tinkering with anything?
I don't. I didn't look too much more into Arthur Wellesley's like wiki file or anything.
Okay.
But perhaps I shall.
I'm going to dangerously assume that he was a kind-hearted lad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. We'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Okay.
Okay. Seems like he must have been like an aristocrat. I don't know.
Wait,
well, obviously.
Right. Yeah.
Based on being a duke.
Based on being
sort
a
of
duke.
the opposite of Arthur, but
Right. Yeah.
but like that's too close to the name.
It is. That feels like
But then you're like, is that where the Weasley name came from? That can't be right either.
It would seem so odd.
Yeah.
You're right, because it would definitely feel like the fact that they live in the Burrow and their last name is Weasley, which is sort of like a creature that would live like a weasel in a burrow.
Yeah.
Like and there's so many of them.
Yeah.
Like it feels like there's like obvious like reasons, but we don't ever know what the jumping off point was.
There you go.
Got to start somewhere.
Well, it feels like no accident if that's the reason that the word Wellington boots, capital W Wellington,
Yeah.
is put in here as like a bit, because it could easily just say that the gnome dived headlong into one of the Weasley's boots.
And it would have been fine.
And it would have been fine. You wouldn't have been like, what kind of boot? I don't even understand. Why do they even own boots?
Right,
You
right.
wouldn't think that. You wouldn't, this is in here for a reason.
It's
I think that's the reason.
well, I mean, to be fair, I also underlined it and highlighted
It's
it. so-
because it's not a very magical word.
It's not. No, you're
Yeah.
right. You're right. It's like hamburger.
It's like hamburger. It's yeah. Sticks out like a sore hamburger, as I always say.
I love it. All
All right, so Crookshanks continues to be terrible at hunting. And now we get to see Bill and Charlie both have their wands out. We're making two battered old tables fly high above the lawn, smashing into each other, each attempting to knock the other out of the air. I also love that the Weasleys, this is exactly how like outdoor family things go. It's never just one big table. Like you always have multiple tables.
Yeah. That's great.
Like they're sort of mismatched. Even my Thanksgiving dinner that we just hosted had mismatched tables as like the big table.
Right. Yeah. It's the way that when families are getting all together and they're having a big gathering, it's like it's just what you do.
Yeah. Just got a bunch of tables.
Who just has a table that big?
Exactly.
Yeah. But then you kind of get like a continuing on this vein of the dichotomy of the Weasleys. You got Fred and George were cheering, Ginny was laughing, and Hermione was hovering near the hedge, apparently torn between amusement and anxiety.
Classic Hermione.
I know, yeah, which is really funny because, I mean, Hermione obviously not a Weasley, at least not by blood. But to me, it's very funny because it's like she also has sort of got like a little bit of this like foot in both fields situation.
Yeah.
And
No wonder Ron likes her.
Exactly. Because like she... Like nobody would think it would be a far cry to compare Hermione and Percy as being moderately cut from the same cloth.
Moderately.
But this is
early
Hermione,
on especially.
Early on especially. But this is Hermione having like a little bit more whimsy granted in her favor than Percy usually has.
Absolutely. But speaking of Percy, he does stick his head out the window. Will you keep it down? And then I love the exchange with Bill.
Yes.
Sorry, Percy, how the cauldron bottom's coming on. Because like Bill and Charlie are probably the only two people on the planet who could get away with talking to Percy this way.
Yes.
Who hold like a position of like superiority in the family over him, but aren't the parents.
Exactly.
Because like if Fred and George do this, like Percy could just like talk down to them because he's their older brother and not take them seriously.
Right.
But like Bill and Charlie have the ability to like totally mess with him, and there's nothing he can do.
Yes. I was like, I feel like somehow Bill giving Percy a hard time almost like validates like my own annoyances with Percy.
Exactly.
It's like
Exactly.
well, if Bill's saying,
If Bill's saying, yeah, he gets it. Yeah.
It must be fine.
Exactly. Yeah, I think it's so funny. And then here we get, you were right about the time of day. Ben, it says, by 7 o'clock, the two tables were groaning. Nice use of the word groaning.
Yep.
Under the dishes and dishes of Mrs. Weasley's excellent cooking. And the 9 Weasleys, Harry and Hermione, because no one else is allowed to invite friends over, we're settling them down to eat beneath a clear, deep blue sky.
Yeah, poor Lee Jordan is like, what the heck?
I know. Come on, man.
Ron gets 2 friends.
I know. Ginny down there, like, hey, come on. Hey, what can I bring someone to the World Cup? You know?
Luna's just around the corner there.
Yeah.
Ottery St. Catchball.
Exactly.
Catchpole.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Catchpole.
Anyway.
And we know she's going.
Yeah, we know she's going. Yeah,
Yeah.
you're right. To somebody who've been living on meals of increasingly stale cake all summer, this was paradise.
Yes.
It does sound really amazing.
Oh, I know. It makes me very hungry. And as we're recording, it's approaching lunchtime. And I'm like, we gotta get some food.
I know. Where do we help ourselves to some chicken, ham pie, boiled potatoes, and salad?
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know if anywhere in downtown.
I know. We don't have anywhere downtown that has like a family-style service, do we?
Yet.
This
is the moment.
This is it.
We'll call it the Weasleys Diner.
I love that. The Weasleys. Yeah.
The Weasleys, yes. We'll have Wellington boots lining the exterior.
Percy commits a hilarious self-own here as well, I think.
Okay.
And that he says, or he's talking to his dad, and he says, I've told Mr. Crouch I'll have it ready by Tuesday. That was a bit sooner than expected, but I like to keep on top of things. You know, it's extremely busy in our department just now, what with all the arrangements for the World Cup, which, in case you have forgotten, is tomorrow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
So, like, this is the cell phone, is that his department, the International, Magical Cooperation, that's where he works, okay? The biggest event of the last 30 years is happening tomorrow in your home country, and your boss, who you look up to, doesn't even have you working on that. Okay. Right. Like you don't realize that you have been shunted by man.
Yes.
It's like why aren't you at the World Cup right now? You absolutely, without a doubt, every other person in that department is already there setting up.
Yes.
Like that it is so funny to me that Percy is like taking this so seriously and just not questioning why he's not helping at the World Cup. When people have been camping out there for a week at this point,
There are things that he could have been doing.
Yes, absolutely.
But and you might even think like, well, no, I mean, is that possible? But I mean, Crouch doesn't even know his name.
Exactly.
100% he's just been pushed into a corner.
Yes, absolutely.
But then he goes on to say, we're not getting the support we need from the Department of Magical Games and Sports. Ludo Bagman. And this is another moment where I feel like we're seeing that like the Fred and George side of like the Arthur brand. It's like, I like Ludo, said Mr. Weasley mildly. He was the one who got us such good tickets to the World Cup. I did him a bit of a favor. His brother Otto got into a spot of trouble. A lawnmower with unnatural powers. I smoothed the whole thing over. And it's like, this is, I feel like, Mr. Weasley being like, before you say anything bad about him, it's like, I do kind of like him.
Yeah, especially Percy here, who, by the way, just attends the World Cup, right? His department is running it, and he doesn't even have to work it.
Right.
He just goes.
He just gets to go. Yeah,
he just gets to go and sit in the top box. Mind you, again, this is his department. Percy is not the one who got the tickets.
Right.
Like, Ludo Bagman just got you the best tickets in the whole stadium, and you're like, oh, he's likable enough, but I don't even know about him.
Oh, yeah. He's likable enough, said Percy dismissively.
Dismissively, as if he didn't just get you amazing tickets.
Yeah.
Anyway, Percy. But let's see. And then then we get a little bit of a Bertha Jorkins update here. It says, I can't see Mr. Crouch losing a member of our department and not trying to find out what happened to them. You realize Bertha Jorkins been missing for over a month now. Which this is so surprising because Harry here clearly hears Percy say Bertha Jorkins, and it is just, if only hearing the name had like stirred Harry's memory into, I know who killed her.
Exactly.
But it doesn't.
Yeah. And it's because we've had 3 chapters of basically nothing but filler.
I know.
But I mean, I say that as if we haven't gotten hours of entertainment out of them.
Oh, I know. Right.
But you're right. Like it is very interesting because this is the first mention of Bertha Jorkins since chapter 1. And the real question is, for first-time savvy readers, did the light bulb go off?
I know. Were you like, ooh, I remember.
I remember. Yeah. Because I mean, I don't know. Maybe
because otherwise you're like, do I even care about Bertha Jorkins?
Who is this Bertha Jorkins character?
Who is she? Yeah. But then this is like, if you really have reread it a bunch, it says, yes, I was asking Ludo about that. He says Bertha's gotten lost plenty of times before now, which even that's not like that's not a thing, right? Like, adults aren't just like frequently lost,
Yeah, it's true.
Right? Like, this isn't like, what do you mean she's just gotten lost? She's like, I don't even know where I was. I was here.
I got back.
Right? But it's like, here's the sauce on top of that, is that the reason she's getting lost is because Mr. Crouch erased her memory. He like messed with her mind.
Well, that's the other thing too, though, is that like this is all happening in a rather short period of time, because the reason that Bertha Jorkins is at, and I think Percy's even going to say this, it's like, Mr. Crouch has been taking a personal interest because she worked in our department at one time. When it says that at one time, this was about a month ago.
This was about a month ago.
Because it hasn't, or maybe 2 months ago, but like it hasn't been that long, because the reason that Bertha Jorkins is at the Crouch residence is to deliver papers that need to be signed by Mr. Crouch. Something you would only imagine she'd be doing if she worked in his department.
Yeah.
While she's there, she's going to observe Barty Crouch Jr.
Right.
And that is the reason why Barty Crouch Sr. needs to modify
her memory. Yes.
Which then Voldemort is able to then crack through. But basically it means that, yeah, like he had her show up at his house doing her job. She finds out a piece of information. He then sends her off to a different department altogether where she promptly goes missing.
I know, exactly. And it's like, how lucky is Voldemort that this person who is apparently just not that vital to the operation of the department is the one who goes missing, and is someone who is just like known for being kind of like lost, I guess, all the time.
Yeah.
It's like, because if she'd been more vital, if they hadn't just like considered this routine, like, you know, they'd be looking for her a lot harder.
Yeah.
You know, and they're just not. Like, no one's taking it seriously, which is like all to Voldemort's advantage.
It is all to Voldemort's advantage, and it's also shocking to me that such high rankings of the department of, or the Ministry of Magic rather, know that she went on holiday to Albania, where she went missing, and that is the last known hiding spot.
Oh, I know.
Of Voldemort.
Like, it's a giant red flag.
Yeah, it's like, guys, somebody from the Ministry went missing where Voldemort supposedly is. Like, we should be focusing on that.
Yes. Also, when it says Mr. Crouch has been taking a personal interest because she worked in our department, he's taking a personal interest because he knows what she knows.
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly. Yes. And I highlighted that exact same line. I said, yes, he has, but not for the reasons that you think.
Right.
Percy.
Not because he's concerned about her. It's because he's concerned about himself.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There we go. And then Percy does just the worst job ever of like dropping hints about the Triwizard Tournament, where he says like, we've got another event to organize right after the World Cup. You know the one I'm talking about, Father. And he's like, the top secret one. Like, clearly trying to get someone to bite about it. So like, but clearly not that secret. I don't know why it's a secret at all. Like, Malfoy's going to show up. He knows about it. No problem.
I know.
You know?
I mean, that feels like the kind of thing like where any typical professional would know better than to like go and share that piece of information. But I feel like Lucius thinks he's like giving Draco an advantage by like giving him that information.
Well, this is okay. I almost can't believe, because Charlie must know about it too, because he's gonna like help bring the dragons.
True.
For the first task or whatever. I can't believe Charlie doesn't just speak up and just like ruin it for Charlie. Well, you mean the Triwizard Tournament purse? You know, like, I am shocked he doesn't do that.
I mean, he must be distracted with something else.
I know.
Interesting that's going on.
Yeah.
I think that must be our headcanon because otherwise you're
I
right.
can tell you that's what I would do. Let's see. This is, I love this particular line here. It says, Ron rolled his eyes and muttered to Harry and Hermione, he's been trying to get us to ask what that event is as everything started at work. Probably an exhibition of thick bottom cauldrons, which I just highlighted and said, oh, spicy.
Yeah. Heck yeah.
All right.
You can't miss it.
You can't miss it. It's right there. We know what you mean.
Oh, man.
You know, Percy's really up there just advocating for more like wizard squats, you know? I hope people are getting this joke. Oh, man. Anyway, moving on. So we find out that Mrs. Weasley is a little more concerned about Bill. Indeed, she says, Mom, no one cares how I look as long as I bring home plenty of treasure, which that's very cool too. I'm like, oh, what you do is hunt treasure. That's awesome. That's
a real
super cool.
Indiana Jones vibes going on there. Yeah.
But clearly, despite her not being upset with his career, she still is upset with his appearance.
Yeah. And again, you know, this is another one where we're getting like the split, you know, Weasley thing, because like Mrs. Weasley doesn't like how he is, you know, presenting himself to the world. But then Ginny chimes in and she's like, I like it. You're so old fashioned, Mom.
Yeah.
And it's like, I think that's like a little sign that like Ginny has got like a bit more of like that Fred and George leaning side to her.
Right. And then we get to hear some over conversation about how the Quidditch World Cup, I think, is going to go. Charlie says, it's got to be Ireland, through a mouthful of potato, which is kind of how Ron talks a lot of the time, too, like with his mouthful.
You're right. Yep. That's a good point.
And then, they flatten Peru in the semifinals. And then Fred responds back, well, Bulgaria's got Victor Krum, which is our first mention of him. So if you're like keeping track, in this chapter, we have been introduced to Barty Crouch, to Ludo Bagman, and to Victor Krum.
True.
Like all before we're going to meet them.
You're right. These are the seeds you kind of mentioned at the beginning.
Yeah.
But then we discover that apparently England just absolutely got annihilated.
By Transylvania.
Yeah.
390-10. Even if they'd caught the snitch, twice, they would have lost this game.
Yes.
They're getting destroyed.
What went down here?
What went down? The way that score reads to me is 2 really bad seekers and one set of very good chasers. Right? Like both the seekers are having trouble catching the snitch, but Transylvania still scores a ton of points.
204, 24 quaffles.
24 quaffles worth of points.
Yes, yeah.
That was embarrassing. It is embarrassing.
Yes, it is.
I mean, England must be made up of mostly Hogwarts students, right?
You would think. And Oliver Wood didn't even make the team.
Exactly. Come on, dude.
Yeah. Anyway, so then we get the reminder that Harry has the firebolt, which will also come up here in the next couple of chapters because we'll see that Ireland has all of them.
Yep.
Something that got set up in. Actually, I think all the players have them. Do they
Yes.
have the firebolts? They do.
Also, this is another reminder that Harry's specifically good at flying because there won't be Quidditch this year, but there will be dragon fighting.
Yes. Then we have homemade strawberry ice cream, which I highlighted just because it sounds delicious.
Sounds delicious and sounds like good trivia. I was like, homemade strawberry ice cream. Oh, I really got to get some food, man.
I know.
I'm really hungry.
Apparently, I am starving.
Yes.
Finally, Ron and Harry and Hermione have the opportunity. So, have you heard from Sirius lately?
Oh, wait, no. We missed one thing.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Ready? Okay, it says, we're getting just a description of the scene, and it says, moths were fluttering low over the table, and the warm air was perfumed with smells of grass and honeysuckle. Do you think that's what the Amortentia smells like to Harry?
Oh.
The flowery scent from the Burrow? Because obviously it smells like Ginny, but
it smells like Ginny, yeah.
But this, you
That's
think this is it?
The honeysuckle?
The honeysuckle is the flowery scent?
It must be. Because I think Hermione specifically smells grass.
Yeah.
And she's being reminded of Ron.
Yeah. Well, there you go. I'm sold.
I think that
I'm pretty sold.
Yeah. So it's like that's the real trivia question is not what Harry smells, but specifically what flower is it based on the powers of deduction.
Oh, dude, honeysuckle does smell amazing.
It does.
It is a great smell.
It is fragrant as
yes.
well. It's like you can't miss it if it's there.
Dude, we had a honeysuckle bush outside our house when we were growing up.
We did. We go out there and we just sucked a little honeysuckles.
Oh, it was amazing.
It was
loved
great.
it. Yeah.
It was great.
Every kid needs to do that.
I at least once.
Yeah.
Or 47,000 times.
I was like, once.
Yeah. But yeah, so then you get the question, so have you heard from Sirius lately? And Harry does tell him he sounds okay. I wrote to him yesterday. He might write back while I'm here. And then he suddenly remembers the reason that he had written to Sirius, and for a moment was on the verge of telling Ron and Hermione about his scar hurting and about the dream that had woken him, which is interesting because he wants to tell him about the dream, but the Bertha Jorkins thing jogged no memory whatsoever.
Nothing.
So
yeah.
He must remember bits and pieces, but definitely not all of it as it kind of slips through that colander.
Well, I guess to him, maybe it was still just a dream,
It's true, but
yeah.
I mean, if he remembered the name Bertha Jorkins, that would have to.
Yeah.
I mean, Harry's got pretty good. We've pointed out a lot in Prisoner of Azkaban, but he's got pretty good instincts for stuff like this.
Yeah, he does.
So when if it came up, he should have marked it.
Yeah.
But this is one of those moments where Harry's he didn't want to worry everybody, not when he was just feeling so happy and peaceful, which you always love for Harry. Whenever he kind of gets.
Oh
these,
yeah,
these
I highlighted
moments.
that line too. I just said, I know the feeling.
Yes, yeah.
When you're just nah, everyone's having too much fun. I'll just keep my news to myself.
Exactly.
Yeah, whatever.
Exactly.
Yes. Let's see. They're talking about the length of the Quidditch match, and they said last time it lasted 5 days. And Harry is like, "Yeah, I hope it does this time." And I'm like, "Absolutely, that'd be so cool.
It would be so cool.
It'd be so fun." And Percy says, "Well, I certainly don't," said Percy sanctimoniously. "I shudder to think what the state of my in tray would be if I was awake from work for 5 days." To which I was like, wouldn't literally everyone be away from work for 5 days?
I know,
You
it's
could
like-
have no in tray.
It's like this is like a public holiday at this point in time.
Yeah.
It's like everybody's not there. Who is going to be sending you stuff?
Yeah, like your work again, your department is running the event. So your work, if you ever start having it, is just going to be at the cup.
Yes.
Also, you could just leave. You know, you
can
don't
also
have to
just
stay.
leave.
Yeah.
Nobody's forcing you to be
Yeah,
there.
exactly.
Yeah.
What are your priorities, Percy? Quidditch or work?
Right. Exactly.
Sounds like Quidditch in this moment. That's what I'm saying.
That's what I'm hearing.
Yeah.
What I'm hearing. I also just followed it up with a yes, Percy. I too shudder.
Shudder to think.
Yeah, I love this line though because I feel like this is like the capstone on the Weasley split for the whole chapter. Somebody might slip dragon dung in again, Percy? And that was a sample of fertilizer from Norway, said Percy, going very red in the face. It was nothing personal.
Yeah.
It was. Fred whispered to Harry as a guy from the table. We sent it.
I love that Percy is like, he knows he was the butt of a joke, but is like rationalized it. Like it to like has found a way to rationalize it outwardly, but doesn't realize he's talking to the prankster.
To the prankster.
Yeah.
I know. It's so good.
It's
So-
very funny.
Such good Fred and George
Yes,
stuff.
such good Fred and George
It's
stuff.
perfect. It's perfect.
But there you go. That is going to bring us to the end of chapter 5.
I don't know what we're gonna do when we start getting into some of these meatier chapters.
Where
almost gonna
real
need-
things happen.
Yeah, we're almost gonna need like 2 episodes per important chapter at some point in time. So
Well, we'll see, Ben. I don't know.
we'll see what happens. Do you have a review for us?
I sure do, Ben. This comes from Yummy 87,
Yummy.
which I thought said my ummy, but the Y is obviously not part of my. It's just Yummy.
Oh,
There we
I
go.
see. Okay,
yeah,
nailed
there
it,
it is. I got it. There's a red. The middle M is capitalized, which was throwing me off.
I can see how that could happen.
So
yeah.
here's the review. It says, thank you. I've officially reached my late 30s and sometimes feel self-conscious for loving Harry Potter so much, but this podcast helps me connect to others and let me think critically, which is exactly the point.
Yes, it is.
My 6th grade teacher read the first 2 books to us, and then she got bored and decided to start reading other stuff, even though Prisoner had just been released, and we all booed her. Anyway, in Goblet, Voldemort specifically says that some people know what steps he took to become immortal. And then I asked myself, but how could they have believed I would not rise again? They who knew the steps I took long ago to guard myself against mortal death. They who had seen the proofs of my immensity of my power in the times when I was mightier than any other wizard living. So Dumbledore, though, doesn't think he shared the information with anyone, but he says he did. Obviously, he doesn't have friends, so with whom did he share the steps? Bellatrix, Barty Crouch Jr., Snape, someone who died via Auror, obviously not Lucius. Grammatically, he told more than one person, so Horcruxes do him no good if he can't get to one, so someone else had to know of at least one. So who was it, and who would he trust enough to tell?
Whew, okay.
There you go.
I mean, it's a great question because it does seem as though it's suggesting that Voldemort has revealed bits of information, and I like their list there. They did like a little bit of the homework for us because at the very least we know that Bellatrix is hiding Hufflepuff's cup
Right.
in her vault. We don't know how long it's been there, so I guess that's something that could have happened.
I presume that it's been there like since before he fell.
Yeah, I mean that would be my guess as well.
Yeah.
I guess we just can't say with absolute certainty.
But yeah.
I would agree with you. And then we would also know that Regulus would have sort of like that like tenuous touch to
Yep.
what was going on through usage of creature.
Yeah.
You know, and sort of like what he was doing in the cave to plant the locket. And, you know, Regulus went so far as to discover the locket itself.
Yeah.
However, in the note that he leaves, I think he says, like, I've discovered your secret.
Yeah, so like Voldemort obviously told Creature, but then he thought Creature died, but Creature didn't.
Right.
And then Regulus goes in there and he gets the locket and sends Creature away with it, but then Regulus doesn't escape either, and Voldemort never knows he was there.
Right.
Right. So yeah, Regulus is where my mind went at first as well, but clearly it's not him.
It would seem unlikely based on the phrasing of the note.
Yes,
Yeah.
it would. It seems like you'd have to think. It feels like Bellatrix and Barty Crouch and Rodolphus and Rodolphus's brother, whatever his name is, Rabastin,
Right, yeah.
are the best candidates because they are in fact the ones who remain loyal after the fall and are like positive that he will rise again. Like Bellatrix even tells Crouch in the courtroom, that's like, the Dark Lord will rise again, you know.
Right.
Yeah.
It's true. And then, I mean, the other thing that we know about Barty Crouch Jr. is that he sort of hates that, like, nothing makes me more upset than a Death Eater who walked free.
Yeah.
And it's like when he says that, you think it's Moody being like frustrated that these criminals were able to like go and live their lives.
Yeah.
But the reality is that Barty Crouch Jr. is expressing this sentiment, and he's like, true followers should have been true.
Yeah.
Like it infuriates him that like Lucius goes and like lives a life, you know, like
Right.
not in service of the Dark Lord.
Yeah. But it's like, but then he does give, he gives Bellatrix the cup. And when Bellatrix finds out or thinks she's found out that the trio have been in her vault and stolen the sword, she does freak out.
She does.
So like it is possible that Bellatrix knows about that the cup is a Horcrux.
Okay.
We don't know for sure. We can't say that with certainty. Lucius obviously didn't know the diary was a Horcrux.
I mean, in Dumbledore himself says like he wouldn't have handled it so carelessly.
Yeah.
Had he known what he actually possessed. The real question is like the phrasing suggests that whatever the Death Eaters knew was that he had taken steps to achieve immortality. It doesn't, which alludes to the knowledge of the Horcruxes, but I guess it doesn't explicitly state that they would have known that he was creating Horcruxes.
That's true. He says, who knew the steps I'd taken to guard myself against death?
Right. I'm trying to think then, like, okay, so because here's
But
the
like
other,
Horcruxes aren't just like an unknown thing. If you're,
if you're deep into the dark arts,
Right.
you would probably just know of their existence. I mean, case in point is Slughorn.
Obviously Slughorn knows.
Yeah, and I mean he's just a teacher and happens to
Yeah.
know about it. He's not even necessarily infatuated with the dark arts.
Right.
So that
And clearly that's not who he means because he's talking about the Death Eaters, which Slughorn isn't.
Right. So the curiosity to me though is that if you can use the precedent of Voldemort asking Regulus for usage of his house elf to hide the locket, is there any argument to be made that any of the other Death Eaters were? I mean, and then Bellatrix would be used to plant the cup in her vault.
Yeah.
Like, is there any argument to be made for like the people that are with Tom Riddle when he goes and asks Dumbledore for the position for DADA professor? It's the same night that he hides the diadem. Like, is he tasking somebody with hiding the diadem?
No, I think he hides it.
You think he does?
I think he hides it.
So
yeah.
he like leaves Dumbledore's office and goes and like accesses the room of requirement.
Yeah.
Or the room of hidden things.
Yeah, because otherwise you'd be revealing the hiding place too, I guess. But
I guess that's true
yeah.
because he does say like the room that he had only found because he had plundered the secrets of the castle.
of the castle more than anyone else, which is obviously not true. I think based on the evidence we have, we can it basically has. He seems like disappointed with the people present, you know. Like I want to say, like to me, the most likely candidates are that Bellatrix Lestrange group who comes into the courtroom.
They're the ones who tortured the Longbottoms.
Yeah, they're the one who tortured the Longbottoms. They were the ones who were like, "Oh, he fell, no big deal. He's obviously coming back." Like it seems like they would have reason to think he's coming back. Like we know he took steps, and like she tells Barty Crouch he'll rise again. We already know Bellatrix is hiding an item of importance. I mean, it's possible that like he gave it to her. And it's like this will help me stay alive, even if she doesn't know it's a Horcrux or something. But he seems upset with the people in the circle. Like he would know that the people in like that particular section of people is still in Azkaban. You know?
Yes. And I think you're right. And he does say that like his most trusted supporter is still at Hogwarts, which I think we're supposed to think is Snape inside of that moment.
No, I think it's Barty
Karkaroff.
Crouch.
No, it is Barty Crouch.
Yeah.
Who are we supposed to think it is?
Oh, I don't think we're supposed to know.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Just someone.
Just someone.
Okay. Because at that point in time, we would know at least that Snape and Karkaroff were at Hogwarts.
Well, we certainly know it's not Snape who knows about the Horcruxes because he would definitely tell Dumbledore.
He definitely would. Yeah.
Yeah.
So there's that piece is definitely the case. So
I mean, Lucius doesn't know, and he, by all accounts, seems to be second in command.
Yes.
Right? Which maybe that's a role that he's only being given since he's not in Azkaban, though. Like, is it possible that one of those would have been more? But, like, he was given the diary. Like, why would he give anyone besides his second in command the diary? Like, you'd have to be the highest ranking, you'd think.
You would think so.
Especially because Bellatrix seems to be that on the female side of things.
Right. Well, Lucius brings a lot to the table that isn't his magical prowess, because it's like it never seems like Lucius is like a particularly like great wizard.
Yeah.
Versus Bellatrix, who I think is terrible but great.
Yeah.
You know, like she can do extraordinary things. I mean, I think Barty Crouch Jr., Bellatrix, and maybe the Lestrange brothers. But maybe not them, because I mean, the fact that like Bellatrix seems to uphold the mantle of that Lestrange name in such a big way makes me feel like she was almost marrying into that for, of course, all of the wrong reasons.
Oh, I know. Like, she's like, you know, they've been in my vault. And it's like, well, you married into that vault, you know?
Right. Yeah. She maybe wears the cloak in that relationship.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I think that's the best argument you could make.
I think so.
Without more information, because you would know that Bellatrix is directly involved, and you would know that Voldemort was not above asking for help in hiding the Horcruxes, so someone theoretically would have helped him.
Yeah.
Because we at bare minimum, we know Creature and Bellatrix. Must have. So
yes. And then, Lucius has a diary but doesn't know it's a Horcrux. So
exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Great question, though.
Great question.
Because it is weird phrasing, unless there is, believed to be other methodologies beyond the Horcruxes. But certainly from a plot perspective, the Horcruxes are the key and most fundamental and important steps he had taken to ensure his immortality.
Yeah, absolutely. But I think that's going to bring us to the end of today's episode. Make sure you join us next week for Chapter 6, The Portkey, here on Through the Griffin Door.
Today's episode was edited by Ethan Edghill. Vaishon Brandon does our art. Catherine Stein is our production manager, and the show is hosted by me and Jonathan Carlin.
Welcome, dear listeners. I'm Jonathan Carlin.
And I'm Benjamin Carlin.
And we invite you to join us through the Griffin Door, your one-way ticket to the enchanting world of Harry Potter. So grab your wands and dust off your broomsticks and join us as we unlock the riddles inside Goblet of Fire, Chapter 6, The Portkey.
I'm jazzed today, Jay.
Yeah?
Yeah.
It's a good one. It's like a tiny, like, all that really happens is, like, they walk up a hill, but, like, it's a fun chapter.
It's a fun chapter. I know we keep saying it here because we've been inside of this, like, kind of hilarious stretch of, unimportant. Not unimportant. I mean, all chapters are important. Let's not be crazy here, but, like, you're not exaggerating when you say that what happens in this chapter is they walk up Stoat's Hill.
That's pretty much it. Yeah. Like they kind of like wake up, get dressed, walk uphill, touch a boot.
Touch a boot.
Yeah.
A manky old boot.
It depends on which particular sentence you read.
I can't even tell you, like, on my chapter art, I have, like, in large caps letters, like, manky old boot.
Yeah.
And then I got to the part in the chapter where they referred to it as, like, a moldy old boot.
A moldy old boot.
And I was like, my life is a lie. My life is a moldy looking old boot. And I was like, no, it's a manky old boot.
Oh my God. I mean, this is literally what I wrote. I said, so moldy, manky, mangy looking. Because, like, for the longest time, whenever I would listen to the book, I would always think he said a mangy old boot.
Oh.
Or like a mangy old boot.
A mangy old
boot. And I was like, but then you would always say manky old boot. And I'd be like, Ben, don't be ridiculous. That's a completely made up word. A Pokemon at best.
A Pokemon at best.
A manky old boot. I've never heard someone use the word manky to describe anything.
Yeah.
But then I looked it up, and manky obviously that is what it says. And I was like, well, what does manky mean? I'm like old, just piece of garbage kind of thing.
Oh.
Yeah. And then I was like, but then I'm not crazy, right? Like mangy means that, and yeah, it means the exact same thing.
Yes, I know.
Yes.
It is really. I think that in the film, if I'm not mistaken, one of the twins is like, "Why y'all standing around that manky old boot?" And it's like it always like lives inside of my brain. And I'm just sort of like, even that though could be like one of those where like one of the Phelps twins could have just like said the wrong word, but they just like left it.
They just left it in.
It's like, what even is that word?
Yeah.
But either way, I always
know
now
about that
regard
word.
it as a manky old boot. But this to me feels like the kind of situation, because I think this may have happened in a recent Jay versus Ben, and I don't know if I have the energy to go back and check the tape, but I think that in the chapter Back to the Burrow where Arthur and the twins and Ron come to collect Harry, there was a situation we were asked a question: how big did Dudley's tongue get from eating the Tum toffee? And I think one of us said 4 feet, and then it's like, I think it's described as being like a foot long by the time like Harry gets into the fireplace.
Right. Yeah, Harry comes out and he's like, it was a foot long, and then Mr. Weasley comes through and he's like, it was 4 feet long.
By the time they finally let me get it smaller. And I'm like, I think this happens sometimes when we do trivia where it's like, how do they describe the Portkey on the top of Stoat's Head Hill? And it's like, manky old boot. And then it's like, no. It says right here that it's a moldy
old boot.
A moldy looking boot. And
there
it's
you
like,
go.
wait, no, but it's both.
It's both.
It's both.
Yeah.
So anyway, chapter art on this one I think is rather spectacular. In my mind, my own personal headcanon is that this boot belonged to Godric Gryffindor because it reminds me so much for some reason of the Sorting Hat.
It almost kind of has like a tear at the bottom, like it could be a mouth.
Doesn't it? Just like a little bit.
It does. You know what else about the chapter art is that I was wondering, as I was reading, it mentions like there was only the moon to light their way at one point, and I was like, oh, I wonder if that's a full moon. Is this like a werewolf night out here in the woods? That would be like kind of unsafe. But you can see, at least in the chapter art, that it is more of a crescent moon situation going on.
Sliver moon.
Sliver moon, indeed.
Yes. I do like the moon and the stars in the backdrop of what is otherwise a picture of an old, decrepit-looking boot.
Yeah.
Because it does add such whimsy to it.
It does, yeah.
So I like the chapter of the Portkey, or the chapter art for
chapter
the Portkey.
art.
Yeah. So anyway, that just about covers everything I had about the chapter art.
All right, cool. Well, we'll just dive into. Well, I would say we'll dive into the chapter here, which this whole chapter, it's just like it feels like. Did this need to be a chapter? Like it's just them walking up a hill, but it is like this chapter is extremely important in that it is establishing Portkeys as a thing, because the Triwizard Cup is going to be a Portkey, and it is very important that you, the audience, have a very good understanding of what this new wizarding term and device is. Not a perfect understanding, mind you.
Right. Yes, I agree with you.
Yes, not a perfect understanding, but you need to accept that this is a commonly used thing that they've done all the time, and there's a perfectly good reason Harry wouldn't have encountered it yet, but he's just learning about it now. I'm calling Harry in this particular chapter Harry Exposition, because he is just feeding Mr. Weasley all of the lines.
All of the lines.
All of the lines,
yes. So I think it's also very interesting, like, to dedicate an entire chapter to the Portkey, because as we keep talking about with chapter 1, and the way that like you get like this huge piece of like Voldemort's plan through the lens of Harry's dream, and then we keep talking about how like it almost feels like it's written in such a way to like allow that dream to fade from your memory exactly as dreams so often do, like when you wake up and you can't quite hold on to like what you just witnessed. And then we spent the last 5 chapters, all this bulk of pages doing basically nothing. But like this feels like writing the strategy a completely different way, where it's like I'm going to prominently display the concept of a Portkey very early on in the series, make a big deal out of this kind of technology. Because you don't want it to be, you want the Portkey to be prominently displayed enough so that when it happens later, you're not just like that one thing for that one page. It's like, no, it's a whole chapter.
It's a whole thing.
It's the name of it. So
name of the chapter.
So lots of more setup that's going to happen, and kind of continue to transpire throughout the rest of the book inside of this one. But the first page of this chapter is really just everybody groggily waking up rather early in the morning. We know the chapter will end with them arriving at the Quidditch World Cup at 7:05.
7:05.
Yeah.
Well, I'm good to see you doing some math too on this.
Yeah. So I'm trying to figure out like exact. Do you know how early it is?
I don't know how early it is for them. It doesn't seem like it's more. Mr. Weasley describes it as like a short walk. I can't imagine it's more than like a 30-minute walk or something.
Yeah.
For them, I mean, it basically sounds like they like walk down the hill into the town, through the town, up the hill. So I'm thinking like, I don't know, 20 minutes, 20, 30 minutes at most.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So maybe like an hour before time.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, the thing I like about this page though is really just that I've lived it on so many occasions.
Oh my gosh. Yes. Absolutely. I've lived this one so many times.
It reminds me, you and I historically have quite enjoyed going like skiing and snowboarding on the mountains. And this sort of like being awoken very early and like willing yourself to like get out of bed because the thing that you're doing that day is something you actually want to do.
Oh yeah.
You know, it's like a slurry of like I can even feel how badly they want to stay in their warm beds and in the comfort of their sleep.
Yeah.
And yet it's like, no, we gotta do it.
We gotta do it. We're going Quidditch. It's like, it'll obviously be worth it later, even though we're kind of yawning right now.
Exactly.
Yes. So they get down. I love the whole scene. They just get downstairs. Mrs. Weasley's stirring the contents of a large pot. She's just like, what's in that pot? What's in that pot? I want to eat what's in there. It makes me hungry.
I think it's porridge.
It is porridge. I found that on the next page. And then I literally wrote, on this page I wrote, makes me hungry. On the next page I said, less hungry.
Less hungry now. Yeah. It's like, I was excited for whatever was in the pot. Like stew, carrots, beef.
What's it? What kind of breakfast is in a pot?
Yeah.
Oh, porridge. No, I should have seen that coming.
I love the phrasing.
Classic
that says,
Gryffindors.
Yeah, I know, right? Mr. Weasley was sitting at the table checking a sheaf of large parchment tickets.
Yep.
There's something really satisfying about the sheaf of parchment tickets.
The word sheaf is just wonderful.
It really is.
Yes, and then I love this. It says, he looked up as the boys entered and spread his arms so they could see his clothes more clearly, which also, this is also how every dad is in this situation.
Yes.
The kids are like half asleep, stumble bumping around the house, and dad is just like, good morning, everyone. Welcome to Quidditch World Cup Day. Look at me.
You know, the only thing more fun than doing fun things yourself, though, is doing fun things for your kids.
Oh, yeah.
And so I can understand, like, you know, this is like Christmas morning for Arthur. Like, he gets to wake up and he is giving his family and their friends, like, an experience that will last a lifetime.
Oh, not only that, Ben, he gets to dress like a muggle today.
He does.
He's wearing a golfing sweater, a very old pair of jeans, slightly too big for him, held up with a thick leather belt. So I just highlighted all that, and it's like, so he's just basically dressed like any dad.
Yeah. Really. I mean, this is so often whenever anybody's taking a stab at muggle attire, they miss the mark.
Yeah.
And we're going to see that, I think, in the next chapter. Really, Arthur has kind of done it.
Oh, I know. Like, I was reading that, and then I think whenever Jim Dale reads it, it says like, yeah, said Harry, smiling, very good. I feel like he always has like a little bit of sarcasm on him.
Agreed.
I know, and I'm like, I think actually he's being genuine. I think Harry is like, yeah, that's very good. You did it. Well done.
Yeah, I know. It's like, Jim Dale, did you miss the tone of voice there a little bit?
Yeah, I mean, Arthur's a professional here, you know? He works with muggles all the time.
Yes. Also, I don't know what a very old pair of jeans would look like, because jeans, I feel like, are kind of noteworthy for being one of those garments that like almost get better with age.
Oh, absolutely. I feel like the jeans I'm wearing right now, I've had these for quite some time. These are like at least a 2018 pair of jeans.
Wow.
Pre-COVID.
Man, how about that?
I know.
Well broken in then,
That's
no
right.
doubt. Yeah.
Yeah.
Good for you and your jeans.
Yeah, well, thank you. Thank you.
Arthur could maybe even wear them to the Quidditch World Cup.
Maybe he could.
Should you guys be the same size?
Yep. And then let's see. I feel like despite them all getting up early, they don't seem totally filled in on the plan either.
Yes, it's like there is no situation where this morning happens without the last conversation last night being, don't forget, we're waking up very early.
I know. Like, this is definitely a situation where, like, all right, everyone up to bed because we got to get up early tomorrow and we cannot be late. We have to go on a quick walk down to Ottery St. Catchpole. We got to walk up Stokes Head Hill and look for a Portkey, and we will not know what it looks like. So we need to have time to get there.
Yes.
Like, that conversation needs to have happened like probably like 10 times.
Yes.
And everyone's like, we get it.
Yeah.
But they do not seem to know at all what's going on. George is like, where's Bill and Charlie and Percy? Like, what are you talking? George is the one asking this?
I know.
I know.
It's like, come on, George.
George, come on. And they're like, well, they're going to apparate so they can have a bit of a lie-in. Which to me, this is also like clearly the point of the chapter is to set up all of the, the Portkey and stuff like that. But later on, we'll see like Dumbledore just do like side-along apparition.
Yes.
With like Harry, which maybe this is like just helping reinforce how good of a wizard Dumbledore is. But it's like, would it not still just be faster for Mr. Weasley to just like side-along everybody back and forth?
I that's the thing is that like I always try to think of like what a good metaphor, because they talk about apparition, and like this time in this chapter it'll be reinforced several times. Like, you have to pass a test. It's not easy to apparate. There's this pair that I'm talking about splinched themselves. Like, you don't mess around with apparition. Like, there are plenty of adult wizards who don't bother with it, prefer brooms, slower but safer. Like, it keeps reinforcing this idea. And I think it's like you almost have to, because apparition is teleportation.
Yeah.
And so, like, that is a superpower just by itself. If you can teleport, that is extremely powerful.
I know, right? They're like, if you watch X-Men, that's Nightcrawler's whole power, teleport.
Yes.
Yeah. And he's like awesome.
Right. And so it's like you kind of have to like assume, and they don't do this a lot with magic in Harry Potter, which is actually something I would love to know more about in general, which is like the I would call it the mana cost associated with doing magic, but like what does it physically take from you to do spells? Like, are you exhausted from it? Can you be like worn out? Does it like, if you spent the whole day like casting, would you be like, like fatigued?
Right. I mean, I would say the closest they ever come to this, because you're right, they don't talk about like, it just seems like as long as you can say the spells, it doesn't seem like it costs you like any energy or calories or some version of that.
Right.
You know.
Yes. There's no like conversion that's happening.
The closest they'll come is like talking about like Tonks's depression and her like loss of the ability to like metamorph.
Yeah.
And then like Merope's like losing her magical powers when Tom Riddle leaves her. Like, Dumbledore's like, that can happen, or something.
Yeah. That's true. Where it's almost like mental health could be impacting it.
Right. It seems like mental health has a big bearing on your magical abilities.
Well, I mean, and it kind of makes sense with the mentors basically being the physical embodiments of depression.
Yeah, that's true.
Like, so it does feel like, the big mental health sort of like back panel going on there. But with apparition, though, the big thing, I guess, is just like it does seem like you need to make it difficult enough to where not everyone would do it. And so like in my mind, it's kind of like one of those things where it's like walking to class as a college student, it's like how early before class do you need to leave if you live off campus? And it's like, well, you could always sprint. It's like, yeah, but sprinting is very difficult, and so not everybody does it. Some people prefer to walk and take more time.
That's true.
It's like,
why isn't everyone on the track team? Like, why isn't everyone always sprinting?
Yes, yeah, exactly.
Like, why aren't people running everywhere?
We could get everywhere like a lot faster, but it's like nobody wants to sprint. So like,
That's a good analogy, I think.
I don't know if it's like one for one, but it's like the closest thing I've been able to think of so far that kind of gives me like some bearing of like, okay, I can see why not everybody's doing this.
I can say it almost like lifting weights or something, or like when like if, you're like giving your kid like a piggyback ride or something.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's just like, yeah. It's like I can walk there and I could do it and I could put you on my back and do it, but it's like for a little bit it's not very hard, but like after a while you get pretty heavy pretty quick there.
You do.
Yeah.
You do. Yeah. So anyway, it seems without having a whole lot of other information for it, it does seem like the apparition thing is a bit of a big deal, because I wrote the same thing down where it's like, why can't we apparate too? And it's just like side-along apparition just must not be super common.
Yeah. It seems like it must be like difficult enough that like when Dumbledore maybe this I think it's like then when Dumbledore does it, you're like, oh, he can just like bring people.
He can bring people.
Yeah, but then Harry does it too.
Harry does do it too, which is another one of those where it's like, did Harry just do something like super impressive?
Yes.
Which I think the answer is yes, because and maybe that's like magic adrenaline that's happening. I know we're like all the way in Half-Blood Prince right now discussing like one of the last chapters.
We are, but like at that point Harry has never, well, I guess he's done it into like his hoop in like the tests.
He's done it in the tests, and he had done it with Dumbledore to go and get Slughorn.
Right.
And then he would have done it to get to the cave.
But still side along.
Still sat along.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So this is his first time doing it in the wild, and he brings Dumbledore with him.
And he brings Dumbledore with him.
Yeah.
Yeah, which is pretty impressive.
Yeah.
But then it seems like once they start camping, Hermione's always the one who does the side along with the other two.
I think they just all three do it.
Oh, they're all just doing it
Yeah.
together? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think like when they leave the wedding, Hermione is the one who side alongs them.
Okay.
But otherwise, I think they're just, well, maybe someone is doing it because otherwise, how would they end up at the same place together?
Right. Yeah.
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 And
I
I
don't
mean, so, yeah, at the very least, whenever they go to that Tottenham Road, is that the first place they go
Yeah.
after the wedding? You know that has to be Hermione. But even then, I think when they go camping, she says like, "My parents came here."
Yeah. I mean, it feels like they end up doing it enough. Like when Ron returns, the Deluminator orb goes inside him and then he apparates.
True.
So it's not like they can't do it. I feel like by the time they get to Deathly Hallows, it's sort of just like, oh, all right, everybody's skills are at 10 now.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're good.
There's a little bit of anarchy also just sort of like undercutting that whole story because the entire government is failing and the
Yeah.
Dark Lord is rising, and it's kind of just like
Yeah.
do your thing, chosen ones. Anyway, so not the point. But the for this particular chapter, the point is that Bill and Charlie and Percy are going to be apparating to the Quidditch World Cup, which
Yep.
means they're just going to be coming later on.
Yes.
Yes.
That is the point. And then we learned that you have to have like a license, take a test or whatever. That people got like splinched. I love how they say like the Department of Magical Transportation or whatever has to give out licenses. Like, can they tell anytime anybody apparates? Like, it doesn't seem like they can. But like, I guess like, how would they catch you if you didn't have a license? You know?
You know, even that I think is kind of interesting because is it not the? I mean, Dobby is watching Harry through the hedges in Chamber of Secrets.
Yep.
So he would have apparated onto premises.
Yep.
But it's the hover charm he ends up getting caught for.
He's watching him through the hedges, and then he pops in again because he cracks away there too.
Okay. Yeah.
So he would have come back into the room,
right.
done the hover charm, and then apparated out. But none of that is registered.
Only the hover charm.
Well, I guess this is kind of like even if you have like a driver's license, it's like how they're going to pull you over. How's anyone going to know you don't have a license?
True.
Right? It's like, well, they'll know as soon as you mess up.
As soon as you mess up, which
Yeah.
is exactly what happened
Yeah.
here, because these people have splinched themselves, which we were just talking about how satisfying of a word sheaf is, a sheaf of parchment paper. The word splinch is terrible.
Terrible word.
It is just
It's
upsetting.
exactly what it is.
Yes,
Yes.
yeah. It's like it must be finding the true name of splinching because it's like there couldn't be anything. It's like splicing. It has like a very similar sort of like uncomfiness about it.
It does. It's exactly what it sounds like. So my question about splinching, though, is that it seems like it would almost immediately like kill you. Like if you left like would you not just like my initial thought was like wouldn't like if you splinched and like left your legs behind or something, would you not then just be like bleeding out horribly at two separate locations across the globe?
Unable to rejoin yourself.
Unable
back
to rejoin
together.
yourself. But I don't think that must be how it works. Like I
Okay.
don't think splinching is a bloody process.
Well, it is when Ron splinches himself in Deathly Hallows.
Oh, you're right. Well,
He's sort of grabbed by Yaxley. I think it's Yaxley.
you're right. It seems like he's missing like a section of like a chunk of his arm.
Yeah, he is.
Okay,
Yeah.
so that would be like a little bit different because that would be like you missed like you'd scalped out a portion of it.
Yeah.
So like the part that reveals your blood would be gone. You know what I mean?
This is so uncomfortable.
I know. Okay, but like what I mean is, I think that means like where he is, his blood is exposed because that part is there.
Okay.
But like, I think if you like left like your arm behind or something, like a body part, it feels like there's like some kind of you're still connected through space.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Okay.
Like your arm is still fully there. It's not like cut in half. And like one part, like it's just like the space between you isn't full. It's like lost in the apparition.
It's lost. Yeah. Okay.
Like, you know, like, because Harry, okay, so imagine like this. Like when Harry apparates, he describes it as feeling like he's being squeezed through a rubber tube.
Right.
Right? So it's kind of like, to me, then what it is, if you splinch, is that like your arm is just on the other side of the tube, you know?
Yeah. Yeah.
But like still in there.
So the arm isn't left behind?
I mean, it's left behind, but it's not like flopping around on the ground. It's not like been dismembered from your body. It's still attached to your arm. It's like your arm is floating wherever it is, still attached to your shoulder, but your shoulder is just not where your arm is.
So it wouldn't fall to the ground.
I don't think it would fall to the ground. I think it would be...
So when Ron gets splinched, there's like a piece of shoulder.
There's a piece of shoulder.
Out
And
there
he's
somewhere.
bleeding because it's gone down like to where his blood is.
But
You know what I
I feel like I mean I do, but I feel like if your arm is splinched off, then
It's not splinched off.
but isn't it? Like I don't know if I'm understanding the difference between leaving an arm behind and leaving a piece of Ron's arm behind.
I can see it. It's not perfect. I just don't think it's bloody because otherwise people would be dying immediately.
It does seem no. You're yes. You're right. You're right about that. Unless there is like a very quick way to solve this, and like the accidental magical reversal squad is able to like act extremely quickly on the occasion.
Yeah.
You know, like they can get there and like, you know, because then maybe like what they can do, it's almost like a half completed spell, and maybe they can like complete the spell and like bring the other piece.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
through this
They can shove the rest of you through the tube
through the tube.
back to where you're supposed to be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then when it readjoins, all the blood goops back into you.
Yeah. But it's less like it's readjoined and more like it's just been like finally pulled through the hole is what I'm saying.
Right. Okay. So then is it so then when Hermione can't do this to Ron, is it because she's unaware of the necessary magic to retrieve the missing piece of himself?
I would say yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I guess that makes sense. I mean, it feels like it would require a rather specialty kind of training.
It does, yeah.
You know, within the wizarding world. So anyway, I think that's where we're gonna go.
Well, that's what we're going to go with.
Yeah.
Harry's version of it is that he imagines a pair of legs and an eyeball laying abandoned on the pavement.
I hate his selection.
I know,
of it would have been fine if just the pair of legs.
Yeah, but
you
he
know?
added an eyeball.
Like, why the eyeball?
Why, Harry?
It's like, what were you just trying to make it horrifying?
Yeah. Terrible.
Well, it worked.
Yeah.
It worked.
Yeah. Way to have just the worst version of it, Harry.
Yeah.
So then we get to find out too that even Ron's older brother Charlie, who we've only ever known to be basically good at everything, failed his apparition test, which Fred is just so happy about.
Yes, I know. This is Charlie had to take this test twice, said Fred, grinning. He failed the first time, apparated 5 miles south of where he meant to, right on top of some poor old deer doing her shopping. Remember? I think this is a funny piece of trivia.
Yes.
Because I do think there is a little bit of if you were to ask which of the Weasley children failed their apparition test, it'd be like, who did? Because they're like Bill and Charlie are always held in such a high regard that you can't imagine either of them not being good at something.
Right.
But what I thought was kind of interesting about this is that the very last line before it is just Arthur specifying, like, some people prefer brooms, it's slower but safer. And Charlie, compared to Bill and Percy, was the Quidditch player.
That's true.
So, like, he would have been an excellent flyer.
True.
But he also, where Percy and Bill were both head boy, he was Quidditch captain.
Yeah.
So like maybe the ability to do apparition is like a very book smart kind of skill. It's a very like technically inclined kind of skill.
I see.
You know, because I mean, then even Hermione passes and like Ron doesn't,
right?
Although he barely misses it. It's like an eyebrow.
Half an eyebrow.
Half an eyebrow.
Yeah.
Yeah. But that would also kind of track because Ron is at least somewhat of an athlete, and Hermione is not usually regarded as being sporty.
Oh, in fact, even in this chapter, she will not be. She will consistently not be athletic.
Yes. Yeah. I know. That's why it's living in the back of my brain. I have a feeling we're thinking of the same thing.
Yeah. It was like, wow.
I know. Yeah. It was like, this is a strange piece of continuity that I didn't expect.
I know.
But let's see here. But what is kind of funny though? Okay. I guess it says that Charlie had to take his test twice. Not that he failed twice. He had to take it twice.
Had to take it twice.
Because then Mrs. Weasley is like, yeah, well, he passed the second time, which I think shows a kind of like Mrs. Weasley that like I wonder if she lets off the gas pedal. Because she even does with Fred and George. And we talked about it a lot in the last chapter, like the pressure that she does seem to put on her kids a little bit to succeed. Because it seems like Charlie has gone out. He's made it in the world. He's done great. Like, all is well. No concerns necessary. But surely Mrs. Weasley was like, well, Bill passed it on his first try.
I know, right, yeah.
Like when Charlie didn't. Like,
you're right. I bet she was like that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think maybe that's like, Mrs. Weasley is like, she's got like maybe not like a finish line in mind, but like there's something that will eventually prove to her that each of her children have like left the nest and then she will respect them and do nothing but dote on them.
Right.
But until they achieve such a standard, they're being pushed.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
Well, she's going to be coming down hard on Fred and George here again in just a page or two here.
Right.
Yep. And then Mr. Weasley says, this is so funny to me. Ginny asks, why do we have to be up so early? Just like, did she go to bed like with no understanding of the plan the next morning? Just go to bed, just like shaking her awake. Time to get up. You're like, wait, why now? Why?
I'm very confused.
I know. She's like, well, we've got a bit of a hike. Can you imagine if like they did not tell you the night before and you just were like awoken at whatever 5, 6 in the morning and it's like, hey, get up. We're going for a 30-minute walk up what it sounds like an extremely steep hill.
It does sound like a very steep hill, although it does vaguely remind me, we where we live in the world is in Roanoke, Virginia, which is on the Appalachian Trail, which runs up and down the East Coast. And I do vaguely remember, I think it was like New Year's Day one year when we were like in high school, and I feel like Mom and Dad woke us up and they were like, we're hiking Dragon's Tooth today, which is a really prominent like hiking spot around these parts. And I feel like I vaguely remember that being like, what?
Today?
Today? We're getting up to go hiking?
Right now?
Okay, then. And we did it. And it was beautiful.
Yeah.
Yeah, worth
Love
it.
Dragon's Tooth.
Yeah.
Very worth it if you're in the area. And even Harry's like, walk? What are we walking to the World Cup? So it sounds to me like the Weasleys did a terrible job informing people of the plan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, there was a lot of excitement with Harry arriving and all.
Yeah, I guess so. But still.
Yeah, but still. And Mr. Weasley does clarify that is miles away, which makes me think that whatever Stoatshead Hill is not miles away.
Yeah, no, I mean, he says it's just, we just need to walk a short way.
Yes.
Yeah. But then, Mrs. Weasley quickly notices that George is hiding something in his pocket. And he's like, what? In an innocent tone that deceived nobody.
Love that phrasing.
I know, love that phrasing. And then this is also, this entire situation, it's serving two purposes where Mrs. Weasley is going to scold them for trying to bring all of the Tung toffees they have brought to the World Cup, which is setting up a situation later on wherein she's going to feel very upset that the last thing she might have said to them was that they didn't get enough OWLs.
Yes.
Yeah. And then also it's introducing us to the summoning charm, which, how do you say it?
I say Accio.
I say Accio too.
I mean Accio, Accio.
Axio.
Yeah. Accio. I don't know if that's one that people do. Sometimes double C can kind of give you a ch sound.
Yeah.
Yeah, I say Accio, so hopefully that doesn't drive people crazy. But
I know, because we're gonna say it a bunch.
I know, yeah. So that's good setup for later though, because it's obviously the summoning spell is a pretty prominent one. Kind of surprising we actually haven't seen it before now.
It's kind of surprising it's not like a year one spell. Just like summon things to you feels very like whoop.
Well, and it's funny too because the way like when Harry will eventually learn it, it seems super complicated. Like as if like he has to practice like a lot to learn how to do this. But then it does also seem like at some point, like maybe like once you've got like harnessed, it's just like a pretty everyday spell. Because I think it might be the first spell he does when he's 17. He's like, that's right, I'm 17.
Yeah.
And it's like, glasses.
Yeah, and the glasses that poke him in the eye.
Yes.
He's like, nice one.
So cool.
Oh man. And then but so she starts summoning out all of the Tung Toffees from all of their robes. I don't know what she's aiming at or what she's like thinking. There must be some amount of like non-verbalness because she's not saying like Osseo Toffees or something.
Right. Yes.
You know.
It also seems like it kind of reminds me of picking up like rice with chopsticks. Like you kind of have to do like one at a time or something.
Yeah.
Like
But then like at like in like Snape's worst memory, Flitwick will just be like he'll summon all the test results to himself from like the OWLs.
That's a good
It's
point.
like 100 parchments come flying at him or whatever.
Right.
Yeah.
Which is a funny scene to imagine.
It
as
is.
well. Maybe it's a matter of skill.
I suppose it could be.
Yeah.
Or yeah. Maybe they're all different kinds of candy. So if you just said summon like Osseo Toffee, like it would only get some of them.
That's true. That's
Yeah.
true. Yep. But I do love the fact that they've sort of hidden them in all of the folds of their clothing. It's almost like they like expected this to be a problem. So it says that the toffee zoomed from all sorts of unlikely places, including the lining of George's jacket and the turn-ups in Fred's jeans.
Yep.
We then learned that they spent 6 months developing the Tung Toffees.
I know. And she says, "We told you to destroy them." And I'm like, can you imagine if like imagine your daughter has been up in her room making something for 6 months and you're like, destroy that.
Yeah, it'd be like I know.
What would it be? I'm like, all I can think is if you like walked in and they were like, I don't like if my kids were like growing mushrooms or something in their room or something, you know, I'd have to be like, okay, that's maybe not great. You know?
Sure. Well, I mean, you mean like mushrooms or like mushrooms?
I mean like hallucinogenics.
Okay.
Yeah, you know.
Got it. Okay. Shrooms.
Yeah, shrooms.
Yeah. That's a
they
fair
were just
point.
growing.
Yeah. It's like I've been working really hard on these, Dad. It's
I know, like
I don't care.
Yeah,
not
that's
here.
what she's acting. She's acting like it's like hard drugs they've made.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes. Well, it's okay because eventually they will cross the Molly Weasley threshold of success.
They will,
And she will be quite proud of them.
I know, but at the moment she is not. I can't. I know. I'm trying to imagine if Luke was up in his room and he'd been like building something for 6 months, almost no matter what it was, it'd be hard to be like destroy that.
Destroy it. Yeah.
Destroy it.
I mean, that's the thing. I guess you have to keep in mind, like, if it was meant to be like a prank, like if it was going to be like a mean prank that they were going to play on somebody, like out of malice,
Yeah.
then definitely I'd be like, no, you can't do that. I don't know if I would destroy it, but I'd be like, you're not going to go pick on somebody. Like,
Well, no, yeah, sure.
that's not okay. But like their whole thing is that like, you know, this is supposed to like people are buying them knowing what they will do.
I
Like,
know.
they're meant to be fun.
Right.
So
And like she knows that as well. So I don't know.
Plus
Harsh.
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 A little bit harsh.
Indeed.
Let's see here.
And then she even throws at him and says, "No wonder you didn't get more OWLs," which is just like, ouch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that would sting a little bit.
That would stink, especially because what they did is still pretty impressive.
I know,
So-
but yeah, this feels like a rather classic, circa 15, 16-year-old situation where the twins basically, out of their frustration, hoist their rucksacks onto their backs and walk out without another word to her.
Yeah.
What a kind of like sad way to kick off what is supposed to be a very fun occasion.
Yeah, it definitely is sort of the mood. It's not super positive. Also, I also can't ever believe this, that she's like waving goodbye, you know, behave yourselves. Like literally everyone in the family is going to the Quidditch World Cup except Molly.
I know.
Like,
yeah.
why isn't she going?
Yeah, right.
Like, I'm sorry. Like, I mean, nothing, you know, they're very generous people, but like if I'm Molly, like maybe Hermione didn't get an invite, you know?
I mean, it is always hilarious that Ron got his two best friends to come.
And Molly's not going.
And nobody else got a friend, and
yeah.
and Molly's not going.
And Molly's like, oh, yeah, right.
But I mean, it wouldn't be like you need Hermione to be there. Like that's I guarantee that had to be like a problem where it's like on some level we're just going to have to accept that Hermione's going to make choices, or people are going to make choices, so that Hermione. We talk about it before. Like she barely spends time like at her house.
Yeah.
It's like it's kind of because she's a main character.
Oh, I know.
need to be there.
I'm presently listening to Half-Blood Prince right now, and Harry has Christmas at the Burrow, and Hermione successfully spends Christmas with her parents, and it's just sort of like, well, this is strange.
Yeah, how odd.
Why didn't Hermione have a reason to be at the Burrow?
Well, probably because Ginny and Harry are starting to kick things off.
He's definitely aware of it at that point.
Yeah.
He's definitely like, what do I do about this? What do?
I want to like the growling monster inside of him.
Yes, yeah. He's just sort of got the monster that's like, Dean Thomas.
At some point in time, that monster will purr. That will be the word used to describe it.
Yeah.
Makes me uncomfortable.
So uncomfortable.
It's like, I don't want to think about it. I don't want to think about it.
I think about it, I know. I was at the part today where he's very near. It's very nearly about to happen for him, and it is funny where he's just like trying to think of all the ways he could explain it to Ron. We're like how could he explain it to Ron in such that it would be like cool? Ron, but like hear me out. Like, what if I was like dating your sister? You know,
she has nice skin.
She's got really great skin. Here's how I think I would. I was like, Harry, here's your pitch, man. Like, dude, Ron, think about it. We could be brothers.
Yeah.
Right. Exactly.
My best friend married my sister-in-law.
Exactly.
So
there you go.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Come on, Harry.
Come on. Anyway, so as we continue, let's see here. Mrs. Weasley says to have a lovely time and to behave themselves, and that she'll send Bill, Charlie, and Percy along around midday, which does sound kind of nice for them. Not so bad. Meanwhile, everybody else sets off across the yard. It was chilly, and the moon was still out. How cold is it in this part of the world? In summer.
In summer in the middle of the night?
In summer in the middle of the night. Because
it can't be that cold.
I think Harry will say that he can't like feel his feet here in a few minutes. And I'm like, man, how cold is it?
Man, or is that like because of like muscle failure from walking up the hill?
Maybe that's it.
We'll
find out when we get there.
Okay, we will. And now we turn into Harry exposition. And he says, so how does everyone get there without all the muggles noticing, he asked. And Mr. Weasley is just there to tell us, the audience, all of the information. It's been a massive organizational problem. The trouble is about 100,000 wizards turn up at the World Cup, which is just interesting to get like global numbers on the number of wizards out there.
Yep. That's very true. 100,000 is it's kind of an interesting number as well. I mean, it's a big number for a sporting event.
It is. That's a huge stadium.
Yeah, it's a very big stadium because where we would go in Blacksburg to watch the Virginia Tech Hokies play, I think seats just shy of 70,000 people.
Yep.
And it is known for being one of like the loudest stadiums to play at, like in the country, you know, professional sports, collegiate sports or otherwise.
Yeah.
So to imagine 30,000 more people, it's like, ooh, that would be wild.
That would be, that'd be pretty crazy.
So big turnout.
I also love how Mr. Weasley goes on to said, we had to find a nice deserted moor to set up as many anti-muggle precautions as possible. The whole ministry has been working on it for months, which I highlighted and just said, except for Percy.
Except for Percy,
who works in the department responsible for it.
Right, he's been pawned off on cauldron bottoms.
Exactly, yeah. Literally everyone from every office is here working on it, but you go work on that report, Weatherby.
Yes, yeah. Yep. I mean, it actually does sound a little bit as though like the ministry is like, there's no reason not to hire him. His resume is great. Like he deserves to be hired, but like but like we don't really want him to be like interfering with like the important things that we have going on.
Yeah, they're like, okay, they're like looking at his resume and it's just like, wow, just like 12 O's in your OWLs, great NEWTs, time turner experience, cool, cool. And they're like looking up at head boy, prefect, and they're looking up at him and he's like talking and they're like, ugh. I mean, on paper you seem great, pal. Barty, you got something for him to do?
Barty's like 3% of cauldron bottom problems.
Exactly. Then he gets just shunted over there.
Yeah.
Let's see. Okay, so I found this like a randomly very interesting and somewhat telling sentence though, where Mr. Weasley is describing the arrival process, and he says, people with cheaper tickets have to arrive 2 weeks beforehand, which makes it sound like a real, like that's like the penalty. Like you don't have good seats, so you have to get here earlier as kind of like the
right.
It's like the compromise.
Like much less convenient.
Less convenient. However, not exactly how real sports work, is it?
I guess not. No. Like, do you mean like where like the real diehard fans would be the ones who would be out earliest, having fun as soon as possible?
Absolutely. Yeah. Like, I mean, we just talked about like Virginia Tech games. Like, you know, we try and get there when we had like season tickets for a while. We would try and wake up early and indeed get there to be able to tailgate for like 3 to 4 hours.
Yeah.
But there are people who get there the night before and sleep in their camper and start the night before.
Yeah, so that they can like really get the full
They can
experience
really
out of
get it going. Like they're making a whole weekend out of it.
Yeah.
Like also, like I don't even think this totally like logically tracks. People with cheaper tickets have to arrive 2 weeks beforehand because one, yeah, like more diehard people want to be there longer. But this is a system that would punish those people as well, because if you can't afford the higher tickets, then you probably need to be at work more often.
Also true,
Right?
And yeah. So taking like a 2-week holiday where you need to be doing festivity related things whilst living in your campground,
Your tent, yeah.
right. Yeah, it does seem like it would be rather expensive. So
Yes.
it doesn't totally make sense, but it also then I think sharply brings into focus just how expensive Arthur's tickets must have been, because like they had to arrive 2 full weeks early, and like, you know, then you're assuming that those tickets are like not very good or whatever. Arthur's in the top box and they are arriving day of.
Yeah, day of, hours before. So
Yeah.
obviously we know that's about as good as it can get as far as arrival times based on this one sentence. We will also learn, it also then speaks to what quality of tickets the Diggories must have,
True.
which means they're probably doing pretty good.
Seems like it.
Yeah, even
Yep.
though we're gonna find out that Amos works for the Department of the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. More on that in a minute. Then we're also going to find out that the Lovegoods have already been there for about a week. So they're obviously going to have much worse tickets.
Yes.
Yeah.
But fun nonetheless that the Lovegoods go.
Yeah.
You know, it's kind of like, okay, that's cool. That's
Yeah.
cool.
Well, Luna obviously does like Quidditch. I mean, she signs up to be a commentator eventually.
She does do
And she
that,
like makes
yeah.
fancy headdresses and stuff, you know?
Right. Yeah, she's
Right?
into the fanfare. Yeah.
She likes it.
Love the early reference to Luna there, knowing that they're going to be there.
Yep.
And then we learned that the Fawcett's couldn't get tickets. And this was kind of interesting because I was like, why does Fawcett sound so familiar? And one of the reasons is because like Snape will like give this character, Miss Fawcett, like 10 points from Ravenclaw later on at the Yule Ball when they're like off snogging in the bushes or something
Sure,
like that.
yeah.
And then Fawcett also, I believe, is somebody that Lockhart zeroes in on in Chamber of Secrets during the Dueling Club. Which is kind of a fun one because it's like, oh, Fawcett. Like the name selection's kind of interesting because that's like where the snake is engraved for the Chamber of Secrets.
It's on a faucet.
It's on a faucet.
Yeah.
But then I was digging into the name even further, and basically what I found is that the character is named for a professor whose name is Tonks Fawcett.
Really?
Like, real world professor of nursing education, I believe.
What?
His name is Tonks Fawcett. So
Wow.
must be important because not only is the last name being used here, but obviously Tonks is going to be a very important character going forward as well. So it's just kind of like, how about that?
That is wild.
Yeah, I was like, that's a piece. I didn't know that. So I was like, who knew that digging into this one random name would actually yield results?
No, I know. What is that professor? Yeah, I wonder what they're specifically famous for or something.
No idea.
No idea.
No
All
idea.
right.
Yeah.
Well,
Other than in the field of nursing, that's the only thing I saw. So
okay.
Yep.
That sounds good. All right, well, let's see. Then we get a little bit more information about Portkeys that says, or Arthur says, they're objects that are used to transport wizards from one spot to another at a prearranged time. However, that's not quite true. It's
not always.
not always true. It is not that they are always going to use the one they're going to use today is a prearranged time. That at a specific time, if you are touching the boot, it will transport anyone touching the boot to the desired location.
Right.
However, when you fast forward into the maze, that is not a predetermined time, or else that would have had to have been the most coincidental touching of the Portkey ever.
Yes.
Instead, that one is going to be just activated by touch. The moment you touch it, it goes.
Yes.
So that is, but this is like one of those things that's like, it's introducing you don't know anything about Portkey. So everything you're hearing from Mr. Weasley, you just take as like, well, that's just how it works.
Right.
Right. So it is like, it is how it will work right here, but it's not the only way it can work. You just don't know that yet.
You just don't know that yet. Yeah. So it is very interesting. And of course, the other very famously interesting thing about the Portkey cup is that it also returns.
It returns.
Which is always sort of like, it's like, okay, so there were some special stipulations going on with that one. And like, why would it return?
Why does it work twice?
Yeah.
Yeah. Why didn't it get back? Because Voldemort was going to pose as Harry.
Yeah. Apologies
Kill
potion.
Dumbledore.
Yep.
Apologies potion.
There it is. Once
There you
again,
go.
it's
Boom.
always polyjuice.
It's always polyjuice. I mean, especially that year. This
especially,
year,
yeah,
as it were.
Yeah. There we go.
Sorry, we're in that book.
We're in that book.
Let's see.
The Portkeys are great though because you can do large groups at a time. We learned there are 200 that have been placed at strategic points around Britain, which I was just trying to do like quick math here. But I guess we have what? We have Harry, Ron, Hermione, Fred, George, Ginny, Hermione, Arthur. Is that 8?
I think you said Hermione already.
Oh, okay, 7.
Yeah.
And then Cedric and Amos will show
9.
up. So 9.
Yeah.
So maybe 1,800 people, 2,000 people traveling via Portkey out of the
100,000,
which feels reasonable because
it does.
You figure people are coming from all over the world.
Yeah. Plus, you wouldn't imagine that, like, more than like 9 or 10 people could even be touching one successfully.
Well, and so it's like obviously, I mean, I'm extrapolating. I'm doing the same thing we do with like students at Hogwarts, where it's like there are 5 boys and 5 girls in Gryffindor, so we're just going to assume that there are those in each of the houses.
Yeah,
and it's up working out that way.
Well, we know for a fact that Harry's year is 40 people.
Yes. Yeah.
So.
But so anyway, I just thought that was kind of interesting, just to try to zero in on approximately how many people are traveling via Portkey.
Yeah, that makes sense. Makes sense. Mr. Weasley also says that Portkeys are unobtrusive things, obviously. So, you know, he says some muggles don't go picking them up and playing with them. However, again, this is a bit of a misdirect. Like, the one they will be using is unobtrusive, but obviously it doesn't have to be that way.
Yes.
Like, obviously, because, again, the Triwizard Cup will be a very prominent thing.
Yes.
Again, but you're not going to think, because it's such a prominent thing and because of this sentence, you will not suspect it at all.
Yeah, it's a very good way to sort of like throw you off of that particular scent.
Yeah.
Unless, of course, you subscribe to my brand new idea that this particular boot once belonged to Godric Gryffindor, in which case probably a pretty important boot.
Probably, yeah. If only they all knew.
If only they knew.
But they don't.
They just discarded this junk. How about that?
Mm-hmm.
I'm also kidding, by the way. I don't think it's actually Gryffindor's, but it is funny to think about.
Yeah.
Okay, so then let's see here. Once they do arrive, there's sort of this like funny scene as they're making their way up the hill itself, which again sounds like it must be pretty intense because it says, each breath Harry took was sharp in his chest and his legs were starting to seize up when at last his feet found level ground.
Yep.
Whew, panted Mr. Weasley, taking off his glasses and wiping them on his sweater. We've made good time. We've got 10 minutes. Hermione came over the crest of the hill last, clutching a stitch in her side.
I was like, wait a minute, what?
I know, it's like
did we have to include that information?
what? Yeah, that is the question. It's like, was anybody like, wait, but where's Hermione?
like, just in case you were wondering, Hermione was the worst hiker.
Yes, yeah. But I mean, we talked about this. We laughed about it in Prisoner of Azkaban because I think there's a scene where like they're running across the grounds in front of Hogwarts, the Forbidden Forest, and it's like 30 seconds later, Hermione showed up, and it's like 30 seconds.
30 seconds. Why is it so long? How'd she get so far behind?
It's like, or how fast is Harry?
He's a speedster, man.
Yeah.
He's moving. I think you were right, though, Ben. We missed the sentence that said, as they got to the hill, it said, Harry's hands and feet were freezing. Mr. Weasley kept checking his watch. So it is quite cold.
It is quite cold.
Even walking up a hill, which you'd think would warm you up.
You would certainly think so.
Yeah. But in case you were wondering, Hermione, consistently unathletic. Just slow runner, bad hiker. Can't, she's got a stitch. I mean, come on, girl.
Breathe in through your nose, out through your mouth. That's what they always told us in cross country to try to get rid of stitches.
I know. I never think of Hermione as being I never think of her as being like athletic, but I never think of her as being like specifically unathletic.
Yes, exactly. It's like I never would have thought of Hermione as not fit.
Not fit, right.
Yeah.
But 2 books in a row now.
How about that?
There you go.
The bigger thing is that there's no reason for that line to be there.
There's just not. You could just not include it, and it's totally fine.
Right. Yeah. So it could have just said, "Well, we've made good time. We've got 10 minutes. Now we just need to find the Portkey," said Mr. Weasley.
Yep.
Instead, what it says, "Well, we've made good time. We've got 10 minutes. Hermione came over the crest of the hill last, clutching a stitch in her side. Now we just need to find the Portkey." Do you see what I mean? It is non-essential information.
I know. It'd be like if you were introducing someone, it'd be like, "Oh, hi. Well, this is my friend Ben. He's got a zit on his forehead right here. Ben, this is Alice." And it'd be like, "Well, did you have to say that?"
She can see it.
She can say, "Come on, I'm gonna point it out."
Darn.
Oh man, it's just such an unnecessary sentence.
Yeah, it's just funny. It's
Yeah.
just funny.
Anyway,
But yeah,
poor
so
Hermione.
they're looking for the Portkey. I do think it's kind of funny that they don't know what it is.
I know they don't know what it is. He's like, it won't be big. Come on. Can you imagine if they found like if there just happened to be another piece of litter around?
Yeah, they're like
know?
holding like a tin can, and
Yeah,
then,
like,
all of a
this is it. Oh man,
sudden, we missed it.
butts.
Anyway, then silhouetted against the starry sky is two tall figures. Mr. Weasley announces Amos, and he heads over to shake hands with Amos Diggory.
A ruddy-faced wizard, not unlike Hagrid.
Yes, indeed. Which I have since discovered. Ruddy to me sounded like a negative term, but I
Yeah.
think ruddy just means red.
Like red, yeah.
Yeah. So probably from walking up that hill.
Yeah.
Yeah.
With the scrubby brown beard. I guess in the movie he does not have the beard, does he?
No, he really doesn't.
No.
Yeah.
Holding a moldy-looking old boot.
I know that was the line. Like literally, I wrote, "Not Mankey. Has my life been a lie?" Like I was like, "What? How did I get this wrong?" I knew it was.
This boot has one unique feature. It's manky.
It's Mankey.
yeah.
Not quite a primate.
Yeah, exactly. Primeape.
Hey.
Very good. Very good.
I made a Pokemon reference.
You did. Did you know that Primeape now evolves into something as well? I know.
Who's got the time?
Who's got the time? It's very cool. It's called Annihilate.
Okay, that is pretty cool. That's actually awesome.
I know.
All right. Well, anyway, that's not the fandom we're discussing today.
That is not. Instead, we're going to learn Mr. Weasley is going to introduce Amos to everyone. He says he worked for the Department of Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, which I highlighted and interpreted to mean that Amos voted to have Buckbeak killed.
Oh,
Right?
you're right. Well, or at the very least was threatened by Lucius to vote in such a manner.
Caved.
Caved. He
Caved.
caved under pressure.
No backbone, Amos.
I know. He's going to talk some serious smack here in just a
He
second.
is going to
too.
talk some smack.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If only Harry had put those pieces together quicklier. Wow, that was
Quicklier.
a terrible way to say that.
I know.
Faster. It would have been so funny if like Amos is like digging on him for the Quidditch stuff, and Harry's like, "Yeah, well, at least I didn't vote for Buckbeak to be
Yeah.
mad at."
I know. That would have happened like in real time here, like 3 weeks ago, you know?
Well, has it been that long?
Like 6 weeks ago.
6 weeks ago.
Pretty
Sounds
recently.
very recently.
Notable.
And it was
Yeah.
a rather big deal.
Rather big deal. Year-long trial, as it were.
Yes.
Yeah.
You're right though. You're absolutely
I know.
right.
It would have been great if Harry had a quip ready for him, just like, oh yeah, I heard you totally whiffed on that Buckbeak trial.
Right. Whatever happened to the hippogriff?
What happened to that hippogriff?
So just dangerous hippogriffs running around because your man couldn't get there in time.
Because your man couldn't get there in time? Yeah.
And Harry like gives Hermione like a behind the back high five.
Yeah, right. She's like, just in a second. Hold on. Okay. Does anybody have any water? Water.
Poor Hermione.
Poor Hermione, indeed.
I know. Okay. But the other thing I think is kind of interesting about the regulation and control of magical creatures is that it will also apply to house elves, which are going to be a really prominent topic for the rest of this book.
Yes.
Which does kind of make you wonder if like we're supposed to. I mean, because Amos he's also about to be kind of mean to Harry. It's like, are we supposed to be positioned like at an angle from him a little bit? Like Cedric never really comes across to me as like opposition.
Yeah.
Like he is the other Hogwarts champion, but like he is the more rightful Hogwarts champion.
Oh, absolutely, he is. I mean, it's funny how like arrogant Amos is going to keep acting when Cedric is like so very humble.
I know,
Yeah,
I know. Yeah, like that's almost like where you like wonder if Cedric just grew up watching his dad being like, yeah, that's not necessary. Let's just let our actions speak for ourselves. You
Right.
know? Like
It's so different than like every other child-parent relationship in Harry Potter, though,
You know,
where
that
like
is
everyone
true.
is like an exact mirror parrot of their parents.
yes, I mean, yeah, because you're gonna have Dudley, you're gonna have Draco, even like Seamus in Order of the Phoenix is.
We were
gonna be-
talking, yeah, we were talking last week about like all the Weasley kids kind of being like a little bit more Arthur or a little bit more Molly.
Yep, absolutely.
Everyone's always like, Harry, you're just like James.
Right,
Yep.
right, and Harry does sort of have that like penchant for breaking rules, and so did James. So yeah, that's a really good point that Cedric is able to overcome it because he's just so good,
Cedric Moldbreaker Diggory, as it were.
as it were. That's what they call him.
Okay, but so I was doing some math here because Amos is going to say, or he asks him how long of a walk did they have? And he says, oh, we live just on the other side of the village there. You? And he says, we had to get up at 2, didn't we, said? at 2 a.m. My goodness. Okay, so let's math. At the end of the chapter, we're going to find out that they arrive, that their Portkey leaves at 7:05 a.m.
Yeah.
Right? Okay, so, and they arrive there, and when they get to the top of the hill, when Hermione pants her way to the top of the hill, they have 10 minutes before it goes. Sorry, it's just such a stupid sentence.
It really, we're not making fun
I'm
of
not
Hermione.
making fun of Hermione.
We're making fun of the
sentence.
inclusion.
I know.
Yeah.
It just does not need to be there. It is so pointless. That means they arrive at the top of the hill at 6:55, right? The Diggories are already there.
Yep.
I don't know how long we can assume the Diggories have been there, but let's give them the benefit of the doubt and say they've been there for a while, since like 6 a.m, right?
Sure.
Like that would have mean they've been there for like 55 minutes by the time the Weasleys show up.
Sure.
That means they had a 4-hour walk at minimum.
Starting at 2 in the
Starting
morning.
at 2 in the morning.
And
Amos and Cedric have been hiking.
Yes, I mean, and Harry was frozen from their like 30-minute walk.
Yeah.
You know, this is. I mean, Cedric must have some chapped face cheeks.
I know. What was also hilarious is that Amos is going to sit here and brag on what a great flyer Cedric is, and I'm like, dude, if you have a 4-hour walk, hop on some broomsticks, man.
Truly, especially in the middle of the night, you'll be fine.
In the middle of the night, you gotta. I mean that's assuming they've been there for 55 minutes. They could have been also walking for more. They could have been there for just 10 minutes. You know, this could have been a 4.5-hour hike.
And let's see. I mean, so what is average walking speed? Like 20 minutes a mile, maybe. So
I mean, not up hills and through the woods.
I mean, yeah. So I mean, I'm just saying though, like we could be looking at somewhere between like 8 and 12 miles that they traveled to.
Yes.
Be there.
Yeah. Right. My goodness.
The man's an athlete.
I mean, we know Cedric is.
Yeah, we know
that.
Yeah. Yeah.
My goodness. What a walk, though.
Right. So then he's like, still not complaining. Quidditch World Cup. Wouldn't miss it for a sack full of galleons. Which I also think is kind of like an interesting little piece there, because that actually ends up being the prize money is a sack full of galleons.
Yeah.
Like, I think it's literally handed to Harry in a sack.
In a sack, I know.
Yeah.
Like, I can't imagine it cost them 1,000 galleons, though, to get these tickets.
Let's hope not.
Let's hope not. I mean, good, and then it's all the... Anyway.
Yeah, all the Weasleys are there. It's like,
all the Weasleys are there. I know. Is he looking around like, wow, could you spend 7,000 galleons on this, Arthur?
well, I mean, that's basically what he says next.
Yeah.
And the tickets cost about that, mind you. Looks like I got off easy. Amos Diggory peered good-naturedly around at the three Weasley boys, Harry, Hermione, and Ginny. All these yours, Arthur.
Yeah, and he says, oh, no, only the redheads and the hand-me-downs. He doesn't say hand-me-downs, just the redheads.
Red hair.
Red hair. Only the ones with red hair and the hand-me-down robes.
Oh, man. Only if Draco was the
Only if Draco was there, yeah.
This is Hermione, friend of Ron's. I like that Arthur introduces Hermione first.
Yep.
And Harry, another friend.
Another friend. Just very low-key.
Do you think that is Arthur, like, trying to protect?
I do.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I agree with you. To which Amos does not pick up on at all in response, Merlin's beard. Harry Potter?
Yeah, said Harry.
Ced's talked about you, of course, said Amos Diggory, which honestly is kind of sweet. Like, especially when you know everything Cedric says is like kind and thoughtful.
Oh, I
and
know.
polite. It's like there's no way in the world Cedric came home and was like, guess who I beat at Quidditch?
Oh, I know. Absolutely not. And then, God, this next sentence is kind of heartbreaking. He says, Ced, that'll be something to tell your grandchildren that well. Just like, oh.
I know.
Oh,
if
sad.
only. I underlined it too. It was just
know.
like, oh no.
Oh, that hurts.
It's like, and that's the type of thing when you're reading it for the first time, you would never know. Like, you would never think.
You never think.
Surely Cedric will have grandchildren.
Yeah.
Strapping young lad
over there. Just
Yeah.
walked 8 miles in the dark.
Right.
Yeah.
And I even think like this particular line, like I don't think it's like the best form for Amos, but it's like I think it's still sort of like backhandedly complimentary, attempting to give him some credit here. Like basically what he's just trying to say here is like, that's a big deal. Like, you'll like, Harry, you're so famous that like one day my son will be able to tell his grandkids that he beat you at Quidditch. Like, it's a strange way of complimenting somebody.
It's a strange way of complimenting somebody. And I hate the absolute like amnesia everyone seems to have about this situation. Wherein it's like, oh yeah, Cedric beat Harry, and it's like no one addresses the fact that there was like Dementors there,
right?
Like no one will bring it up. It's like, excuse me, like even Cedric, and he's like, Harry fell off his broom, Dad. I told you it was an accident. I'm like, I crossed that out, and I was like, Harry was attacked by Dementors, Dad.
Yes.
Yeah, like why aren't we bringing that up? Like why everyone's just like, yeah, right. Remember that Harry fell off his broom and you didn't. It's like Dementors. Guys, the Dementors.
It's like, have any of you spent time around Dementors?
There's like 100 of them or something.
Yeah, it was a big deal.
It was a big deal. Yeah, and he's like, yeah, but you didn't fall off.
It's like, my boy can handle Dementors.
That's right.
But he does then go on to it's actually kind of hilarious because he's bragging about Cedric for always being modest.
Yeah.
Which is sort of like...
Yeah, the opposite of modesty.
Exactly,
Yeah.
exactly. Which, to be fair, Amos is not incorrect. Cedric is always modest and is always the gentleman. But then he follows it up with, but the best man won.
I know.
It's like, all right.
Yeah. I'm sure Harry'd say the same, wouldn't you? Like, excuse me? I highlighted, I was like, I doubt it.
Yeah.
Also, not for nothing, but Harry. Well, I mean, I guess they tie for the tournament. So, even. We'll assume they would have caught the snitch at the same time. Each would have gotten a wing.
A wing, yeah.
A tie.
Like a wishbone.
Yeah, exactly.
See who the ball goes with. It seems awful to imagine ripping apart a snitch.
It really does. Yeah.
Forget I said that. Can we omit that from the? No. Okay, it's still in there.
There it is. Leave it in.
Whatever. Okay.
Yeah, but fortunately, Mr. Weasley like saves Harry here. He says, "Must be nearly time." It just sort of seems like let's change the subject. This is getting bad. And then this is where we learn that the Lovegoods have already been there for a week because clearly, by his own reasoning, they must have bad tickets.
Apparently.
Yep.
Yep.
The Fawcett's couldn't get tickets, even though 100,000 wizards will be there. Fawcett's don't get them.
I know.
Too bad.
Pretty wild.
I
Pretty
know.
wild. Yep. Yeah.
There aren't any more of us in this area, are there? It's like, what, you really don't know? I don't know.
I mean, I guess it could be like a light clarification. I mean, it sounds like they've pretty much covered the bases. There's about 3 families who live nearby and then 4 hours away at the Diggories.
I know, right?
But then finally, at long last, we get the line, 9 people, 2 of them grown men, clutching this manky old boot.
Manky old boot, indeed.
I literally highlighted it, underlined it, and then wrote, there it is. Phew.
Woo.
Good. Close
Phew.
call.
Man.
Phew.
There it is. The manky old boot in the semi-darkness. And then it happens. Mr. Weasley counts it down, and boom, it happened immediately. Harry felt as though a hook just behind his navel had been suddenly jerked irresistibly forward, which to me sounds pretty painful.
It does.
Yeah.
I always kind of imagine like a fishing hook being like,
Yeah.
sort of like ripping you through like a wormhole.
Yeah, exactly. Just like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wonder if you go like all inside out, Flappy Dory.
Oh, man, I hope not.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
Me too.
Excuse me.
Let's see here.
And then I do love this scene in the movie where they all just sort of like crash into the ground, and then Arthur and Amos and Cedric just sort of like Mary Poppins their way down.
Well, that's so I mean, you're right, but I I love it in the sense that it is so goofy.
Yeah.
The way that they like film that, because I did write the words positively hate how this is depicted in the film.
Oh, never mind. Like I said, it's so cheesy.
It's so cheesy. Yeah, they do their like kind of goofy like whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah,
the book is a little more subtle. It's just Harry looked up. Mr. Weasley, Mr. Diggory, and Cedric were still standing, though, looking very windswept. Everyone else was on the ground.
And then get this. 5:07, Stoat's Head Hill. said a voice.
Yeah, wow.
I know.
Boy.
Cliffhanger much?
I know.
Like, Jay, whose voice could it be?
Whose voice could that be? Just some dude, I guess. Muggle, right? No, it's not. It's
Basil?
Basil.
Yeah, I had to look for the next page.
Morning, Basil.
Yeah.
Basil, who's always getting in trouble over at the fishery. You know? Bothering Master Kelvin.
Did you just switch gears to name of the
I
wind
did.
on me? I was like, wait a second. I know Basil, who's always getting in trouble at the fishery. But no, that not much of a cliffhanger. But I do think it's funny because Harry Potter chapters do occasionally have spectacular cliffhangers, and the fact that like it leaves you with that mysterious said a voice. It's like it almost feels like. It's such a weird place to like end the chapter, I guess.
I know, right?
Because I mean, again, it goes back to like the Hermione line. It's just like 5:07 from Stowtail Hill, said a voice. Harry disentangled himself from Ron and got to his feet. Like, if I had just read those, you wouldn't necessarily think that I was describing one chapter to the next.
Right, yeah. It just sort of sounds like it just flows, seamlessly into itself.
Right. It's like we just have to put a break somewhere, and why not there?
Right,
We've changed locations.
Yeah, we've changed locations. Boom. We're off the hill. We're at the Quidditch World Cup. Hooray!
Yes, yeah. So did we do it? Yes, we did, in fact. We cleared 1 hour talking about Harry and company walking up a hill to an old boot.
We sure did, Ben.
Boom, bam. Chapter 6 done.
Chapter 6 is done. We did it.
Who knew? Do we have a review?
We do have a review, Ben. Allow me. Let's see if this one... every time I zoom in on these things, they stopped letting me copy and paste the text.
You should just screenshot them.
I do.
Oh.
But now I have to zoom in because the text is so small.
Oh,
yeah.
I see.
That's what happens. All right. This is from Ellickenton.
Ellickenton?
Ellickenton.
Ellickenton.
Elikkenton.
Hi.
Ellickenton. I don't know. There we go. That's who it's from. It says, "Hey, brother, this is my favorite weekly podcast. I look forward to this podcast every week. I've gone back to listen to the books twice since starting this podcast so I can do a better job at keeping up. You guys are doing such a great job with all of your work. My question is, do you think Barty Crouch Jr. could have lied about seeing through the cloak? The real Moody never mentions that he can see through it, and I find it hard to believe that the eye is the only thing that can see through it. I was thinking he can see the rack spurts around Harry's head when he's invisible, since they would be outside of the cloak. Luna says he has a lot of them, so it could be an easy identifier for him. Thanks for making your content. I look forward to everything you make." Okay. I know. I read this, and part of me was like, well, the rack spurts, are they even real? They are real.
They are real. Okay.
Rack spurts are a real thing. If you remember the Harry Potter Go.
Wizards Unite.
Wizards Unite, the app. The rack spurts were something you actually had to like collect. You could encounter. They were part of the calamity or whatever. So they're like a real thing, even though obviously Luna is the one who tells you about them. And you're kind of like, well, they're like invisible things that float in through your head and make your brain go fuzzy, is what she says.
Fuzzy.
Yeah.
Do we in the films, Luna finds Harry under the invisibility cloak with the rack spurts.
Oh.
But in the book, Tonks.
In the book, it is
finds
Tonks.
him. Yeah.
Yeah, she's just like, saw the shades were down in one of the carts and thought that was weird. Maybe I should check it out because I didn't see it get off the train.
Yes. Yeah. And she just ends up, riding that hunch and being correct.
Being totally correct.
Although it is kind of an interesting one to sort of imagine. Like, is there a possibility that that's what's going on? Because we have long talked about this particular issue. Like, when Harry gets the invisibility cloak, we understand it to be important. And the way that he even describes it in Christmas of Chapter 1, it sounds amazing. Like, the feeling of the cloak, it's almost like water made solid.
Yeah.
Like, it does seem like there is something notable or sensational about it. But then, like, Ron sort of describes it as like, I know what that is. That's an invisibility cloak. They're really rare. And it's like, Ron, you have no idea. Like, this is one of one.
Right.
It is like lived for a millennium.
Yeah.
Probably.
It's not just a invisibility cloak, it's the invisibility cloak.
Yes, yeah, the defining one. So the big thing there though is like when Moody can see through it, it's applying so much power to Moody's eye.
Yeah.
Like, to the point where it's like we know Moody is one of the best dark wizard catchers that there is. You know, he's one of the best Aurors who's ever lived. He put tons of Death Eaters in Azkaban prison. Basically committed his life to this particular thing. But it's still like, man, if his eye can see through it, it's like that means that there are artifacts out there that are at least on caliber with the Hallows.
Yeah.
Which need explanation.
Yeah.
So it's a big question. Like, I know that we've gone down this rabbit hole before because when we got, the Fantastic Beasts saga, we also discovered that Grindelwald has very similarly like a bright blue eye. And we would know that like Mad Eye has been accompanying Dumbledore going all the way back to the trials that we see inside of Goblet of Fire, inside of the Pensive, before his eye has been swapped out.
Yeah.
Which means that, like, because I think he's just got 2 brown eyes or 2 black eyes, maybe.
Yeah.
In the memory. So whatever blue eye he eventually finds is something that is meant to like accentuate his work. So it's like you have to imagine it's almost like an artifact that replaces like an eye that was taken from combat.
Yeah, I was imagining he like lost an eye and then they replaced it with this one.
Yes. Yeah. And then even I think the way that Harry will eventually bury the eye under like a gnarled oak tree, oak tree, is very like Yggdrasil, like going back to like Norse mythology and like Odin's all-seeing eye and all that type of stuff. So it's like it's not that there's nowhere that we can pull mythos from that would suggest that this could be an eye of that caliber.
I know. The argument you could definitely make is that like, why can, why, how could it be that this eye could see through one of the Deathly Hallows? Like, it feels so unlikely.
Yeah.
And yet, you're right. Like, we know that Moody and Dumbledore had like a long-standing relationship, that they were like buddy-buddy at these trials, that Moody was in the Order of the Phoenix, that he was the best Auror the Ministry ever had. So, like, clearly he would have been one of Dumbledore's like best men.
Yes.
Like, at his disposal. And so if he lost an eye in the line of duty and Dumbledore crafted him this eye, then the eye would have literally been made out of the Elder Wand, which would be another Deathly Hallow, in which case maybe you'd think, wow, maybe that could see through it.
Extraordinary magic was used to create an extraordinary item.
Yes.
Yeah.
Extraordinary, yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, yes, that stands to reason. Like we see Voldemort, when he's on proud display doing some pretty unbelievable magic, and that's not even as the master of the Elder Wand.
Yeah.
And then Dumbledore does truly tame it himself. So, I mean, I guess you could make that argument that like maybe the only way to forge such an object would be with one of those objects.
Yeah, yeah. I think maybe we even said like in an earlier episode that like, is it possible that master of one Deathly Hallow could see through the other? Like, is there a way Dumbledore can see through the cloak? Because it seems like Dumbledore can see through the cloak sometimes.
You're right. I mean, and he's also got the piercing blue eyes, like Dumbledore himself does, which is, that's, I mean, because then you go back to Chamber of Secrets and there's the scene like where Harry and Ron are underneath the cloak when the Ministry comes to collect Hagrid to go to Azkaban because of the attacks up at the castle.
Yeah.
And Dumbledore sort of makes the announcement like, help will always be given to those who ask for it.
Yeah.
And like his eyes do flick to the corner where they are. And it's like, I mean, you just don't know with Dumbledore because it does seem like he's got this like sixth sense for like being able to detect magic, similar to like when he enters the cave to find the Horcrux. Like ancient magic always has a trace, and arguably the cloak is of ancient magic.
Yeah.
Yeah. So there's that.
There's stuff like that. But so going back to this particular comment, like, could it just be? I kind of like this. Well, I think it is a funny one. And then I went back and double checked some of the stuff.
Oh, lay it on me. Okay. I'm sorry. I feel like I talked for too long.
Oh, no. You're good. So like, at first I was like, no, rack spirits feel like a Luna thing. Are those real? I looked that up. Like there were at least something you could find, like actually find in like Wizards Unite. So like that seems like they're not just a Luna thing, they're a real creature.
Okay.
In case you're wondering, that's also what the Spectre specs that Luna's wearing are supposed to like be letting her see.
Is the
rack spirit specifically.
Yeah. which come for free in a copy of the Quibbler, right?
Yes, indeed. And I don't know if they work at helping you see Rackspurts or not, but Rackspurts are otherwise invisible creatures that float around your head and give you like a fuzzy feeling in your brain or something like that.
Okay.
But Luna apparently tells Harry that he's got a bunch of them.
Okay.
Like when she's sitting in the train car with him. So the two occasions in which maybe Moody is seeing through the cloak is one at the Three Broomsticks and two when Harry's foot is trapped in the like trick staircase.
That's
in
the one I
middle of the
usually
night.
go to. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just because, I mean, I guess you could use context clues to be like, who's it going to be? There's an egg. It has to be Cedric or Harry because the Fleur and Crumb are both in their respective lodging.
Right.
So it's like, it's Harry.
Yeah. But so if like Harry is known to have Rackspurts and Luna is, if we can accept that Luna is correct, that he has got like Rackspurts floating around his head or whatever.
Yeah.
Then even when Harry is, and then that the eye can see them, because I could buy that.
I could easily
They could
buy
just
that.
see invisible creatures.
100%.
Like that's less magical than the cloak itself. Then even just like sitting in class, the eye would notice them.
True.
You know, so like then the first time he would encounter Harry without knowledge that he has an invisibility cloak would be when he goes to the Three Broomsticks, because Harry has gone there with Hermione, but he doesn't want to attract attention to himself. And this is when him and Ron aren't talking. So he's like, fine, I'll go with you, but I'm wearing the invisibility cloak. And Hermione's all like, fine, but I hate it when you wear that thing. I never know if I'm talking to you or not.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Hermione looks like she's just sitting at the Three Broomsticks looking at like SPEW stuff. And Harry is sitting at the table with her. And Moody and Hagrid walk in. And Moody looks over and apparently notices Harry under the cloak, and they walk over and he's like, nice cloak, Potter. But bear in mind that it's actually Barty Crouch Jr. And we know that Barty Crouch Jr. was using an invisibility cloak himself at the Quidditch World Cup.
True.
Right? So it's not like unfamiliar with them out in the wild or anything. And if he has seen Harry in class already and is familiar with the Rackspurts, he could see that Hermione is sitting there and that clearly there is someone next to her.
Yes.
That Rackspurts are floating around, even if he can't see them.
Okay, yeah,
Because
yeah.
he can see the Rackspurts.
Right.
And he can just context it out that Hermione is there with Harry because, it's Harry, because they're friends.
I
He's
see.
very perceptive. So he can just walk over and just wing it and basically just assume those are the same Rackspurts I see in class. Harry is right there. He's under invisibility cloak.
It's more like a hit signature or something you would like be able to know to identify
Right.
with this particular person. That's
Exactly.
interesting. That's really interesting. Yeah.
And then, so it'd be a very similar situation. And then he could just tell Harry he could see on the invisibility cloak. I mean, it's not like outside of his ability to lie or anything. He's super good at it.
he's super good at it.
Yeah.
He's also incredibly smart.
Oh, he's incredibly smart. None of this none of this seems like things Barty Crouch would have to like not be able to come up with on the fly.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah.
And then the other situation is indeed in the trick staircase where Snape has found the egg and Harry has dropped the map. Snape's out of bed because someone was breaking into his office, which was actually Barty Crouch Jr.
Right. Yes.
Yeah.
Which
Then-
Harry had seen on the map.
Which Harry had seen on the map, which is, and then Moody comes around the corner and he's prowling the school, obviously, because he was just breaking into the office.
Right. Yes.
Yeah. And he stumbles upon the scene, and in Harry's mind, he's like, Moody's the only one who can see everything. And Snape goes to grab the map, and it says Harry like waves his hands around as if to like get his attention to be like, it's mine.
Right.
It does not say Harry that like Moody like catches his eye or something and then like catches on. Like Harry makes the motion and then Moody summons the map out of Snape's reach. But there is not like a Harry waved his eyes, Moody looked at him and made eye contact and then quickly summoned the map. It's like there's no reference point that he actually sees him waving his hands.
And for reference, the chapter we just read felt the need to let us know that Hermione was the last one up the hill for no reason.
Exactly.
So you're right.
So,
Like,
but again, it's same exact situation. If Moody walks around the corner and just sees on the stairs the Rackspurts floating around nothing,
yeah.
then he'd be like, well, I know what the hell's happening. Sorry, I just swore. Gosh, I'm having a bad day on podcast doing
I know.
this.
It's the second time today.
I'm so sorry.
We'll bleep it out.
We'll bleep it out. So it's not outside of the realm of possibility that that the eye cannot see through the cloak.
Yeah, no, I agree
and that
with
this
you.
is the answer.
Yeah.
Yeah. The only thing is that, like, would Harry constantly be described as having, like, fuzzy thoughts or something?
Well, I mean, Harry always has reason to have, like, in my mind, Raxperts are almost like the physical embodiment of, like, anxiety or preoccupation. Like someone who stares off into the distance and is like, just deep lost in thought or whatever, I imagine, like, would have lots of, like, Raxperts.
Yeah.
Like, I feel like I would have lots of Raxperts.
Sure, yeah.
And I mean, Harry at almost all times has lots of reason to have a lot of stuff floating around his head that isn't just living in the moment. Like,
yeah.
I mean, we talked about that earlier in chapter 1, where Harry looks at, like, I think it said, like, even Quidditch couldn't distract him now when he'd, like, just woken up from his dream. And it's like, my commentary on that, I mean, I know I've hit on it a couple times now, but, like, it just goes to show again, like, what Voldemort has taken from him is his inability to just, like, live a regular life.
Yeah.
It's like he doesn't, like, even this 14-year-old boy just can't, like, look forward to sports,
right?
Because he has to think about, like, saving the world.
Yeah.
And so I could see Raxperts being real. I could see Harry always having them, and I could see it being something that Moody's eye could pick up on, because it also feels like the kind of thing, as a dark wizard catcher, like, somebody who is not supposed to be somewhere probably has a lot of Raxperts. Like, it would probably make lots of people, like, if you were in a bank and someone had them, that probably looks pretty suspicious.
Sure.
And that might be very helpful.
Right.
In being like there's 30 people here. One of them, I'm looking for someone who's not supposed to be here, and one of them has got a cloud of Raxperts around their head.
Right, yeah.
So
that guy.
The main reason I like this idea is because I don't like the fact that the eye can see through the cloak.
No, I agree.
Yeah. So it's like, this is the best explanation I've heard that gives us an out.
Yeah, I agree. That's why I like this explanation.
Yes. Yeah.
So good review, great catch. I feel like this is like a Super Carlin Brothers video coming to you soon.
Moody's eye can't see through the cloak.
What? Yeah.
Find out more here.
Exactly. Something like that.
Something like that. Yeah. That's fun. That's really fun. Well, thank you so much, as always. In the future, guys, don't forget to leave reviews for us and ask us questions so that we can answer them here at the end of every episode.
Yeah. Thank you so much. But otherwise, make sure you join us next week for Chapter 7, Bagman and Crouch, here on Through the Griffin Door.
Today's episode was edited by Ethan Edghill. Vaishon Brandon does our art. Catherine Stein is our production manager, and the show is hosted by me and Jonathan Carlin.